Creator, make your spirit and guidance be in us as we work for the benefit of all our people, for peace and justice in our land, and for the constant recognition of the dignity and aspirations of those whom we serve. Amen.
Colleagues, before we continue or start, I'd like to draw your attention to the gallery and welcome Mr. Daryl Delaney. Welcome back. Daryl was a member for Range Lake in the 17th Assembly, part of the Fab Five at the time. Good to see you again. Personal explanation, Madame Premier.
Mr. Speaker, I rise pursuant to Rule 1.8(1) of the Rules of the Legislative Assembly to make a personal explanation. Yesterday, during Member Statement 1599-19(2), the MLA for Kamloops states as follows, as quoted in unedited Hansard. During the press conference, the Premier asked residents who could get on a commercial flight and leave town to do so, and they did. The press conference that the MLA is referring to was August 16, 2023. I personally reviewed the video of this press conference and want to provide this House with the complete quote that I understand the MLA is referring to and context for it. The quote is as follows: "People that do not have enough money to leave town in their vehicles and need support to get out of town, we're recommending that you actually meet at the multiplex, take a bus, or take a plane. We don't want to see you broke down on the highway. Although we will have supports, we want to make sure that everyone is safe." I made these remarks after the Minister for Municipal and Community Affairs had outlined in the same news conference the various methods for evacuation to residents, including that the N.W.T would be offering free evacuation flights to residents beginning the next day, Thursday, August 17th. Mr. Speaker, the full context of my remarks is important to understand that, although the MLA implied this, I did not encourage residents to get on commercial flights. I was concerned that those who did not have enough money to travel on their own means know that the government of the Northwest Territories evacuation flights would be available to them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Madame Premier. Minister statements. Minister statements. Minister responsible for Housing N.W.T.
Mr. Speaker, Housing N.W.T has been very successful in building strong partnerships with Indigenous governments over the life of this government. Because we have collaboration relationships with them, this is particularly important with the large amount of distinction-based funding that flows directly from the Government of Canada to Indigenous governments for their housing priorities. The Council of Leaders Housing Working Group, which played a significant role in the review of housing programs and policies as part of Housing N.W.T's strategic renewal, has transformed into the N.W.T's Housing Forum. The Forum will be instrumental in moving the needs of the Northwest Territories forward collaboratively. With Housing N.W.T, the Indigenous co-led Forum has already met twice and is positioned to play an important role in promoting information exchange and cooperation between all types of Northwest Territories governments on housing priorities. Mr. Speaker, another success that should be highlighted are the formal agreements that have been signed between our government and the Clecho government, Sauktu Secretariat Incorporated, and the N.W.T government to address their housing needs. These agreements are tailored to each Indigenous government, and we will build an existing intergovernmental agreement in place between the N.W.T and those Indigenous governments. The agreements acknowledge the relationship and work already done and provided a framework for intergovernmental cooperation on the collaboration to develop and implement housing-related matters. Even if a formal agreement is signed, Housing N.W.T will make it a priority to engage and work with Indigenous governments across the Northwest Territories in collaboration is an approach to key priorities to providing better services to our communities. Mr. Speaker, as a new way of doing business, Housing N.W.T recently collaborated with the Indigenous governments on the design of units, seniors and single occupancy units, both of which have been in high demand. In November 2022, Housing N.W.T established a senior advisory committee through the discussion with the community leadership. The committee is comprised of seniors, elders, and those who have been directed and have experience in taking care of seniors. Meeting with the committee has provided excellent input on the design and improvement that can be made by Housing N.W.T to allow seniors to age in place in their own communities. In units that better meet their needs, the highly collaborative approach and the process has allowed for input every step of the way. I want to thank everyone who shared their insight and experiences through this process. Mr. Speaker, through the negotiated contract policy, Housing N.W.T has worked directly with Indigenous governments and businesses to construct energy-efficient housing units in communities across the Northwest Territories. Through this work, we are seeing more locals getting involved in construction, more businesses developing capacity in the residential sector, and more houses being built for residents. Housing N.W.T, along with other government departments, has approached all Northwest Territories Indigenous governments to discuss market housing opportunities. Our government conducted research to determine specifically the needs for each community, including the need for frontline workers, such as teachers and nurses, that presented their information to the Indigenous governments as an opportunity to build units to support staffing in these communities. With funding from the Federal Urban Native Funding Program targeted at Indigenous clients, Housing N.W.T was able to provide the North Slave Housing Corporation with $600,000 for their home repair program, supporting 75 units in Yellowknife that houses Indigenous clients. The funding enables us to improve the quality of these units while also making them more energy efficient. Mr. Speaker, housing does not always have to be the lead in providing housing solutions. Over the life of the 19th Legislative Assembly, we have seen a welcoming of federal investment in direct funding to Indigenous governments for their housing and infrastructure priorities. Of more than $400 million, this funding, along with over $200 million that has been provided by the N.W.T, will help address the overall housing infrastructure deficit in the Northwest Territories. And we are seeing Indigenous governments putting their funds to use across the housing spectrum, from home repair programs to market housing. Housing N.W.T will continue to support and coordinate with Indigenous governments as they put this money to use for their people. Mr. Speaker, I have said this before, no single government can address the housing needs of the Northwest Territories and communities by partnering and supporting each other. Housing N.W.T can remain focused on improving the lives of residents most in need by using new approaches and funding new solutions. Mr. Speaker, I would also like to thank the staff of the Housing N.W.T for their collaboration and for their work on getting a lot of this work done in this Assembly. Merci, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Minister statements. Minister statements. Minister responsible for Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, throughout this term, departments across the government of the Northwest Territories have been working towards our mandate commitment to enable seniors to age in place with dignity, and we just heard some of that detail from the Minister responsible for N.W.T housing. To focus this work, regular members passed a motion calling on the Department of Health and Social Services to create a framework for seniors. That work is now finished, and later today, I will table the GNWT Senior Strategic Framework. This framework is an inventory of measures required for improving programs, services, and initiatives to better meet the needs of seniors and to help them stay at home for as long as possible. Many people and organizations contributed to this framework. Their engagement reflects their commitment and respect for seniors and their valued place in our communities and territory. Their participation strengthened our understanding of the needs of seniors, existing gaps in programs and services, and provided insights into how to enable seniors to age in place. Mr. Speaker, the resulting framework outlines 20 key focus areas organized into 4 pillars: built environment, healthy aging, safety, and information and communication. Advancing work in these focus areas, whether through mandate commitments or departmental business plans, will be instrumental in ensuring that we can meet seniors' needs. I'm going to speak to each one separately. The built environment pillar emphasizes the importance of accessibility, suitability, and affordability of housing, along with the rest of the physical environment, to enhance the safety of seniors to participate in daily recreational, cultural, and social activities. This pillar is about transportation and outdoor lighting, for example, that would help prevent slips, falls, and injuries, and contribute to personal and property safety too. Mr. Speaker, the healthy aging pillar focuses on supporting the physical, mental, and social well-being through financial support, healthcare services, practical assistance, and age-friendly opportunities for activity, such as intergenerational programs, where seniors can connect with children and youth to share culture, traditions, and knowledge. Over the past 2 years, the Department of Health and Social Services offered a specific funding stream for communities to deliver services and provide support to seniors in their health and well-being. The safety pillar addresses the right of seniors to safety in relationships, homes, and communities. Health providers will be promoting a person-centered, integrated service delivery approach, as well as providing access to advice from legal and professional experts and safety information and support. Work is ongoing to strengthen staff training to spot the signs of elder abuse and protect seniors from it. The information and communication pillar prioritizes delivering information that is relevant, timely, accessible, and culturally appropriate. I hope the next government will invest in system navigation services. Excuse me, Mr. Speaker. I hope the next government will invest in system navigation services to support seniors accessing necessary programs, making informed decisions, and participating in recreational, cultural, and social activities. Mr. Speaker, a comfortable life for seniors means having access to the necessary services and support to live independently and safely at home. This goal requires collaboration and coordination of efforts with all government entities and our valuable community partners. That work has already started during this Assembly, including the increased home heating subsidy, a new income assistance stream for seniors, and access to home improvement funding. I'm confident these program changes have improved the ability of seniors to age in place. I'm very proud of this framework, which is the result of a motion I made as a regular member in 2020. It provides clear direction to future governments on areas for improving seniors' programs and services so that we all have the opportunity to age with the appropriate support where we choose to live. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Minister statements. Minister statements. Minister responsible for municipal and community affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to speak about this summer's devastating wildfire season. It affected a majority in Northwest Territories residents. Territorial emergencies began in May and ended in September. Saw a total of 12 communities impacted and roughly 70% of all N.W.T residents evacuated from their communities. I understand how stressful these emergency events must have been for residents. I was an evacuee myself in the spring of 2021 and understand the challenges and anxiety that these situations bring. There are also challenging days ahead as many of you have to repair the damage and help rebuild your homes and communities. This has been the worst fire season in our record history, and many of us, one that we'll never forget. To preserve the record, I will table MACA's detailed chronology of the events of this summer later today. It is important for us to remember the event that occurred in a short period of time and the environment that was in place that led to the declaration of the state of emergency. Mr. Speaker, in addition to being our worst fire season, it was also the first time any of us experienced an out-of-territory evacuation. To guide this historic understanding, the N.W.T. used its territorial emergency plan, and that plan worked. The emergency plan provided for the activation of the Territorial Emergency Management Organization, or TEMO, to act as the lead authority for the government's emergency management response. TEMO included representatives from all N.W.T. departments and agencies, applicable community governments, and emergency response-related agencies. The emergency plan outlined that community governments are the lead on community emergency events, but when they need assistance, they ask the N.W.T. When the N.W.T. needs assistance, we ask for help from Canada and other partners, which is exactly what we did. Through the TEMO, we supported community governments by calling for assistance from partners like the United Way and the governments of Alberta, Manitoba, Yukon, where our capacity was exceeded. I am the first to say that we had to make several adjustments over the past weeks as situations changed and as new information emerged. It is a standard process after disaster to conduct an after-action review using external contractors. The after-action review for this event is expected to be extensive and will involve the public and all partners. However, we are not waiting for recommendations from this review to make improvements. There are things we can start right away, this including updating the N.W.T. emergency plan, enhancing N.W.T. coordination, and community governments training, and increased capacity for emergency response and evacuations across communities. We have also started the most important matter of all, which is helping community governments recover from this wildfire season as we work to rebuild Enterprise and all other affected communities. Mr. Speaker, in closing, I'm so impressed by the tremendous amount of work undertaken by so many since May to protect residents and communities. The collective work done by hundreds of people over such an extended period of time deserves our gratitude and our thanks. To the brave firefighters, as well as the frontline staff and contractors who worked so hard on wildfire prevention and emergency response, thank you. To the residents who displayed such resiliency in the face of so many challenges and showed such kindness to their fellow evacuees, thank you. To the N.W.T. departments and agencies that supported all our efforts, thank you. And to the federal government, provincial and territorial partners who came to our help when we needed it most, thank you. We are in your debt for the kindness and compassion you have shown our residents. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Minister statements, member statements, member for Thabacha.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, tomorrow is September 30th, which is the National Day for Truth and Reconciliation. This day recognizes the dark history and legacy of residential schools, the missing children, and the survivors from these institutions. This date is a date of remembrance and of reflection for all Canadians across the country. It's also a day to acknowledge our country's colonial history and all the trauma, pain, and suffering that has been done to Indigenous peoples. It is also a day that we commemorate the families, communities, and survivors of those impacted by residential schools. Mr. Speaker, the National Day for Truth and Reconciliation is a very significant date. So it is extremely important that we observe this day and we never forget or try to erase this history from our collective consciousness. It is important that people understand and respect the significance of this day, and people take time to educate themselves and each other about why this date is on our calendar. Mr. Speaker, I would be remiss if on this date I did not take this opportunity to once again state that Fort Smith is home to one of the last remaining residential school buildings that is still active use in Canada. I am referring to the Brennan Hall at Aurora College, the Batcha campus. It is unfortunate, upsetting, and uncomfortable for many people in my community to see that building still standing and remains active use in Fort Smith. This building is the first thing that needs to be come down and be replaced when the new headquarters of the future Polytechnic is established in Fort Smith. Regardless, Mr. Speaker, I hope that all people will take a moment tomorrow to consider what reconciliation means to them and to this country. I know that for some, this may be an awkward or difficult subject to talk about. However, I would encourage everyone to move out of their comfort zone and have a conversation with somebody about this important topic. It is vital for our country to be able to engage in this type of dialogue, as that will help in the healing process and in moving our country forward in a good and positive way. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Thabatcha. Member statements. Member statements. Member for N.W.T.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. National Day of Truth and Reconciliation is tomorrow, and I'd like to just thank all the communities in my riding and across the territory that's taking part in having remembrance of it. The opportunity to encourage all residents of Northwest Territories to spend time with their family and friends, to take the time to appreciate each other, get out in the land, talk to elders, most importantly, listen to those who want to speak. I'm very proud of my N.W.T heritage, my culture, and I'm a residential school survivor, and so many of my brothers and my grandfather and my mother that went through this, and we all were traumatized in one way or another, the effects that it had on our family, but we're still standing. You know, being a part of a community and watching our young people now hunt, fish, explore, and that don't have to go through this, that's what we've been through. I think it's a really, we're really blessed to be where we're at and where we're from. You know, our leaders, as members of our community, we need to encourage this, particularly within our youth, to keep forcing them. School's the most important thing, and helping them, encouraging everybody. Mr. Speaker, I know the impacts of the residential school system. I know the challenges faced by Indigenous peoples throughout Canada, especially to the north. I always like to say, you know, Mr. Speaker, honor the past, live the present, and create the future. I know the challenges we faced, that and reconciliation means that we could work together now. Everybody's on the same page, and now we could just work together and move up and not look back. But it's pretty tough to do. That's why this day and this weekend is so important. It's a reminder of what we should always be thinking and doing. The reminder of the importance of culture, family. It is a reminder of difficult path of Indigenous peoples that we faced, and also a reminder that here today we work for the better and brighter future. Mr. Speaker, I want to wish everyone in N.W.T and across the country a meaningful weekend, to take the time for each other and reflect. You know, I always reflect because you, Mr. Speaker, are a residential school survivor. We have other members in the House that are residential school survivors, but when we see our brothers and sisters that we lived with for 3 or 4 years at a time, it's like you never skipped a beat. And today, you know, I reflect on a couple of my friends I've lost. Clifford Takazo from Delaney, one of my good friends. He was crazy, and I loved him. He was an awesome guy. And one of my good friends that I lost in the 1990s, when we first were at residential schools, my good friend Raymond Bernard, he passed away at Christmas time. But things like that you think about on these kind of days and reflect. And you know, we're blessed, we're still standing, and we just want to make a brighter future for our youth and our communities that we represent. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Nunukput. Member statements. Member for Decho.
Merci, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, tomorrow, Saturday, is a federally recognized statutory holiday in recognition of the National Day for Truth and Reconciliation. This holiday falls on September 30th each year. This day honors residential school survivors across Canada and the thousands of children who never made it home. The federal government contracted the Catholic and Anglican churches to operate the residential facilities in order to assimilate Indigenous peoples into the white man's culture. One of the ways was to separate Indigenous peoples from their families and homes. Our people were not allowed to speak their native language or practice their traditions and culture. They were trying to take the Indian out of Indigenous peoples. This was recognized in the White Paper of 1969, published by the Liberal government. The physical and psychological impacts from the residential school system continues to this day. It has impacted many generations. The annual day is set aside to reflect and remember all of our ancestors who have passed and to reflect on the many children who have lost their lives in the care of the residential school system. This day is an important step in the reconciliation process and recognized as one of the 94 calls to action by the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. Please join in on the festivities to mark this all too important day to commemorate all residential school survivors. Merci.
Thank you, Member for Decho. Member statements. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as we wrap up 4 years in office, many of us, including our constituents, find we are fighting the same battles, which include that of healthcare recruitment and retention, lack of housing, homelessness, addictions, cost of living, access to labor and tradespeople, decrease in economic activity, affirmative action, and several other important issues. For now, I want to zero in on healthcare and ask why it is that we continue to have trouble recruiting and retaining doctors and healthcare professionals in our communities. Mr. Speaker, I will use Hay River as an example. The Hay River Health Centre provides services not only to the residents of Hay River, but also to those surrounding communities, which include N.W.T First Nation, Enterprise, Fort Resolution, Kikiza, and Port Providence. In essence, we may be a healthcare centre in name, but we are seen as a hospital to many of the residents accessing services. People rely on services that are quickly disappearing or not available due to lack of doctors and qualified healthcare professionals. This is placing residents' health at risk, and we should be concerned. Mr. Speaker, residents are tired of hearing of doctor shortages or that a whole department is closed due to lack of staff. That reality must change. The N.W.T was once competitive with Southern Canada when it came to wages and benefits for health workers. We now find ourselves in a position where we are no longer competitive. Instead, we are only comparable or in a wage deficit, which does not work when it comes to recruitment in communities with high living costs and limited accommodations. Mr. Speaker, the Hay River Health and Social Services Authority considers itself a separate and distinct organization from the NTHSSA. Yet during union negotiations, tells its employees that they cannot provide benefits above and beyond what the NTHSSA and GNWT provide. Mr. Speaker, if it looks like a duck, swims like a duck, and quacks like a duck, then it probably is a duck. Using that analogy, The Hay River, the HRHSSA facilities are owned by the N.W.T. The cost of managing, operating, and maintaining the facility is covered by this government. Contract negotiations require support from this government. So why would we not look at amalgamating the HRHSSA with the NTHSSA so that all workers are treated equally throughout the healthcare system in the N.W.T. and most importantly, residents are provided with timely and quality healthcare. Thank you.
Thank you, member for Haver South. Member statements. Member statements. Member for Frame Lake.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. The Minister of Education, Culture and Employment knows that I'm a big fan of the N.W.T. archives and the Territorial Museum here in Yellowknife that also needs a name change. I visit the archives once or twice a year and have always received great service from the staff there. However, I'm becoming increasingly worried about the state of the whole building constructed in 1977 and our management or lack thereof of the archival and documentary heritage of the N.W.T. I have seen so many studies about the need to replace, expand, and upgrade the building in my almost 8 years here that I've lost track of where we are with this important work. Many important records covering the early years of the government of the Northwest Territories are not even stored at the museum building due to lack of space. These records are stored in the government warehouse on Burn Road. That building is totally unsuitable for any long-term storage. Lack of temperature or humidity controls place our archival records at considerable risk. Just think of the heat inside that building this summer. It would be unbearable and definitely not good for paper records. These documents cover the transfer of authority from Ottawa to the Northwest Territories and other political development of our territories. They document the rise of Indigenous governments, negotiations over land rights, devolution, and many other significant events for the Northwest Territories. It's not just the government records that the N.W.T. Archives is responsible for, but at least 21 other boards and agencies and numerous private records that have been donated and or acquired. When I review the antiquated Archives Act, which seems to date from 1981, there are virtually no standards or requirements for the archival heritage of the Northwest Territories. Section 5.2 says, quote, "The archivist is responsible for the safekeeping of every public record that is transferred to the archives under this section." End of quote. That's it. That's a lot of responsibility with what seems to be not enough resources to actually do it. I also know that the Archives Act has been on the list of legislation to be updated in both assemblies I've been part of, but it continually gets bumped. I'll have questions later today from the Minister of Education, Culture and Employment about GNWT's archival practices and whether they comply with the law. Merci, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Frame Lake. Member statements. Member statements. Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The beautiful autumn season is upon us. This is a time for harvesting, storing away our summer items as we prepare for colder months ahead. It is a time of wrapping up projects to make room for new work and new stories. We end one season with a sense of gratitude for the memories we have created and look forward to making more over the coming months. However, for many, the fall season is a stark reminder of the time when children's voices, full of play and laughter, ceased to be heard in their community. Fall was the time when children, as young as 3 years old, were forcibly removed from their loving homes. Homes where they were nurtured by their parents, grandparents, and extended family members. Homes where they spoke their language, harvested their food, honored their culture and ceremony, and had laws and teachings of their own. Children were taken away by boat, plane, or vehicle and placed in residential schools far away. Parents were arrested if they did not hand over their children. The Indian residential school system was designed to assimilate, to kill the Indian in the child, by removing them from all connection to family and culture. Established by the federal government and run by the churches, the very people charged with the care and handling of all students subjected them to every abuse possible, and many did not return home. Marking September 30th as the National Day for Truth and Reconciliation is one small gesture that has been made in the attempt to begin righting the wrongs inflicted on the Indigenous people of Canada, who were here long before the first colonizer ever set foot on Turtle Island. It is important that we take it upon ourselves as settlers and newcomers to learn about the legacy of these institutions. We must create spaces for dialogue with our families and friends, educating that this isn't something historical, something of the past. In fact, Mr. Speaker, residential schools were in existence as recently as 1996. The trauma from these institutions is rippling through our communities, and we owe it to everyone to learn what this day represents so that we can all be part of the process of healing and reconciliation. I stand here today with love and respect to honor all former students of residential schools, their families and communities, and in memory and honor of all the children who did not return home, may this never, ever happen again. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Great Slave. Member statements. Member statements. Member for Tunadee-Welldee.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today marks more than a year since a deeply troubling and unconstitutional event has cast a shadow over my riding of Tunadee-Welldee. I speak not to dwell on the past, but to demand justice and healing for our friends and the neighbors who are Indigenous people that have suffered greatly at the hands of this government reckless action of the raid in N.W.T First Nation Timber Bay Culture Camp on September 15, 2022. 1 year ago, the unthinkable happened when N.W.T First Nation Culture Camp was raided, violating the very essence of our Constitution, Section 35 rights, the sacred Dene laws, and the very principle of reconciliation. Our Chief and Council, along with the entire community of N.W.T, bore witness to this outrageous injustice as an effort to our shared commitment to truth and reconciliation. Today, the people of the Tunadee-Welldee stand united to demand accountability and justice. We cannot let the anniversary pass without raising our voices for silence in the face of injustice. It's a betrayal of our values and our commitment to a more equitable future for First Nation people. The lack of progress in the investigation into this tragic event is deeply concerning. 1 year has passed, and we're still in the dark about what truly transpired, and now that infamous day. We are still waiting for answers for transparency and accountability, and for the genuine commitment to healing the wounds that have inflicted upon our community. Equal distressing is the continued absence of an apology from the Minister of Environmental and Climate Change, who bears responsibility for this disturbing incident. An apology is merely a matter of courtesy. It is a vital step towards acknowledging the pain and suffering that has been caused. It is an admission of wrongdoing and a commitment to do better. To the Chief and Council of N.W.T and the entire community, I want to say this: your pain is my pain, your fight is my fight. I stand shoulder to shoulder in solidarity to demand justice, accountability, and sincere apology from this government. To the Minister, I saw and will not rest until the truth is brought to light. Mr. Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to conclude my member statement. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Tunadee-Welldee. The member is seeking unanimous consent to conclude his statement. Are there any nays? There are no nays. You may conclude your statement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, colleagues. To the Minister, I saw and we will not rest until the truth is brought to light, until the justice is served, and until the Minister of Environment and Climate Change acknowledges the wrongdoing that has occurred. We will not waver in our dark commitment to reconciliation and healing. We will not allow this dark chapter to define our future. Mr. Speaker, let us remember that it is the duty of government to protect and uphold the rights of all citizens, and it is our duty as a community to hold our government accountable. When those rights are violated, together we can ensure justice is served. That healing can begin, and we find the strength to stand together and demand the justice we deserve. I will have questions for the Minister of Climate Change. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Tunadee-Welldee. Member statements. Member statements. Member for Inuvik-Twin Lakes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, one of this 19th Legislative Assembly's priority was to increase the number of affordable homes and reduce our core housing need. The mandate said it would increase the stock of quality, energy efficient and affordable housing, especially for vulnerable persons, by 100 units over 4 years. And it would transition 100 individuals and/or families to home ownership. I think we can all agree in this House that housing is a crisis in our country, and especially in our territory. Lack of affordable housing for people throughout the territory hasn't gotten any better, even with this as a priority. I cannot speak to the details in all the communities, but I will bring up again what I do know in Inuvik. There are many vacant units, and they have been vacant almost the entire 4 years that I have been an MLA. Mr. Speaker, why do we still have these units sitting empty? We approve money for renovations, major and minor retrofits, and we have never seen them worked on. There are units the minister said that they were going to sell to make room for new units on those lots. This has not happened. We have a wait list of people that could benefit from these homes, but yet they sit empty. Even sit empty, heated, with no tenants. I know this, Mr. Speaker, because I pass them every day when I'm at home. I am pleased to see that we have 1 unit being constructed by Housing NT, other than RCMP units that have been completed pretty much in our community. And I am sure the 2 families that will move into this duplex will be very happy as well. However, Mr. Speaker, 1 duplex in 4 years is not going to fix the current wait list of the single and the family units that are waiting for homes in my community. I will have questions for the Minister of Housing, N.W.T. Thank you.
Thank you, member for Inuvik Twin Lakes. Member statements. Member statements. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We hired an independent panel, and they did some really good work on procurement, and they delivered their report in June 2021. And Mr. Speaker, I somewhat naively thought that, within a few months after that, we'd see changes to procurement. I reviewed their report. I thought they did good work. I didn't really disagree with any of the recommendations. They made a few recommendations to change the thresholds in BIP, increasing the top one from 1 million to 2 million, recommended creating a local labor adjustment and a few other tweaks. They recommended a new definition of northern business, ones that a company would either have to have 51% ownership or a majority of its employees in the Northwest Territories. Importantly, they recommended using that definition, which would then get rid of Schedule 3 and finally remove Walmart from BIP. Yet here we are, Mr. Speaker, at the very end of this assembly, and we still have not amended our policy. Additionally, they recommended the creation of an Indigenous procurement policy. As far as I can tell, that conversation went completely off the rails, and there was no Indigenous procurement policy any hope in this assembly. I personally would have just created a target similar to the Yukon and called it a day. I think getting everyone in the room who probably was never going to agree in the first place did more harm than good. But, Mr. Speaker, here we are, and in August 2023, the government released finally its response to the review on procurement, and there are some hope in there. Apparently, we have a new definition of northern business. We seem to be making no changes to the BIP threshold, and it doesn't look like Indigenous procurement is going anywhere. But maybe, just maybe, Walmart will finally be removed from BIP if we get that policy passed in this life of this assembly. I'll have questions for the minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Yellowknife North. Member statements. Member statements. Member for Mumfui.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the National Day for Truth and Reconciliation is tomorrow. It signifies a time of the year when Indigenous children were taken from their homes and placed in residential school. The mission was to take the Indian out of the child. We must honor all these children. The residential school survivors, the children who never returned home, as well as their parents, grandparents, families, and communities. Wearing orange is to remember these children and to acknowledge the impacts on Indigenous families and communities. Mr. Speaker, I ask all people to reflect on the painful history here in the N.W.T. We cannot forget the little children and the little boys who cried at night alone for their parents and grandparents. We cannot forget the parents and the grandparents' pain who cried for their children. Mr. Speaker, I also ask that we all take meaningful action to reconcile this painful past and work together to build a stronger territory for our children and grandchildren. We have begun to acknowledge the discriminations faced by Indigenous children, but more needs to be done, especially for our Indigenous youth in the Child and Family Services system. Today, 98% of children in the N.W.T, Child and Family Services, are Indigenous children. Mr. Speaker, we need to start to focus on real change and give Indigenous families more support, more educational opportunities, and more resources so that they can be successful. Many residential school survivors did not receive the life skills they needed and were more comfortable in institution rather than home. That is so sad. Our jails are full of too many residential school survivors who have said being in jail is easier than living in a residential school. We need to think about having appropriate support for these residents as well. Mr. Speaker, we all want a territory where each person has fair opportunities to build a good life and contribute to their communities. I hope that your reflection on the National Day for Truth and Reconciliation lead you to positive actions for every child and person in N.W.T. Mr. Speaker, the Truth and Reconciliation is about how we face the past and move forward. We need to do this together as a territory with the government of the Northwest Territories, Indigenous government, non-government organizations, and most importantly, all the people. N.W.T has a population of 44,000 people. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Mumphy. Member statements, member for Kamloops.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, climate action is reconciliation. We're on the heels of a dry summer season of record heat and wildfire in many parts of the world, spurred by a rapidly warming planet and marked by a significant absence of global climate action ambition. Yesterday, we heard an excellent synopsis of this government's persistence to overpromise and underdeliver on climate action and the grim reality of the progress of energy alternatives. Globally, Indigenous people protect 80% of the world's biodiversity, but account for less than 5% of the global population. The true costs of climate inequity are disproportionately paid for by Indigenous Canadians, where the impacts of climate injustice threaten human rights over life, water, sanitation, food supply, health, housing, self-determination, culture, and development. Climate change is disproportionately impacting the North. But globally, people are mobilizing, especially our children, who are increasingly turning to the courts to hold governments accountable in the fight against climate change. This summer, 16 Montana youth brought forward a suit against the state of Montana and won. The youth said the state violated their right to, quote, a clean and healthful environment, as well as their rights to dignity, health, and safety, and equal protection in the law. In April, Ontario youth took their province to court in Martha versus Ontario. The case was dismissed, but not before the judge agreed that Indigenous people and youth are disproportionately impacted by climate change and that the government is risking the lives of its residents by not going further. These are just two examples of hundreds of climate litigation cases being adjudicated around the world. Globally, courts are helping people hold governments accountable to their climate action responsibilities. By 2050, there will be over 1.2 billion climate refugees worldwide displaced by extreme weather, rising temperatures, and damaged ecosystem. What people pass off as just a few degrees difference equate to massive shifts in weather systems, food supply, and way of life closer to the poles, or here in the Northwest Territories. N.W.T. residents have quickly become statistics as climate refugees, temporarily displaced by the unmitigated impacts of climate change. Lack of true climate action jeopardizes true reconciliation as it risks further threats against treaty and land settlement agreement rights, charter rights, and threatens culture, traditions, and customs. The climate crisis is gaining speed, Mr. Speaker, and the work to mitigate it needs to be transparent, aspirational, funded, and fulfilled. Mr. Speaker, what would an N.W.T. judge say about this government's climate action and its infringement on human rights and treaty rights? Thank you.
Thank you, member for Cam Lake. Member statements. Member statements. Member for Satu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Tomorrow is a historic day in Canada, acknowledging truth and reconciliation for Indigenous people across Canada and across our territory. Today, I would like to recognize the members in this House today who are the last residential school survivors. Yourself, Speaker Blake, Emily Jacobson, Emily Semler, my colleague, Minister Archie, and myself, Minister China. And to our interpreters as well, too, that I could recognize, that I could just remember at the top of my head, is Sarah Cleary, Teresa Echinelli, Lillian Elias, and Jonas Lafferty. It's been a historic movement from our country, but I also want to acknowledge us as people, as Northerners, who are here today working to help and work towards the resilience of Indigenous people. I'm here today because my grandmother, Jeannie China, survived, and my mother, Martha China, survived, and also my foster mothers, Peggy Day and Sherry Gordon, both of Inuvik. As an Indigenous woman and a survivor as to what the country calls us, we are here today. We are healing, we are resilient, and I take most pride in this life and being a part of the opportunity to be a part of repairing us as a nation and as a territory. We are resilient, and to our grandmothers, we will make you proud. We are healing. We are still here. And when I show up, Mr. Speaker, I don't show up alone. I show up with the 10,000 Indigenous women that weren't here today. I speak for the ones that weren't able to speak for themselves. My seat, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Satu. Member statements. Member statements. Member for Nahende.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Alice Jane Pelosi was born on June 30th, 1947 in Port Wrigley to Wilson and Caroline Pelosi. Alice is one of 13 siblings, and she was considered the matriarch of the family. Mr. Speaker, I can tell you that Alice was instrumental in helping raise her sibling. She was always trying to help her parents. Alice was a residential school survivor and attended Grolier Hall in Inuvik. As she got older and wanted to go on her own, she moved from Wrigley to Yellowknife to help her auntie. Her family and friends would always describe her as a hard-working, happy, friendly person. She was always about helping people, regardless if they were family or friends. This attitude and work ethic was passed on to her son, Wesley James Pelosi. Wesley was their pride and joy. Later in life, Wesley met the love of his life, and they moved, and they gave her 4 beautiful grandchildren. She loved them very much and would say that they helped her stay young. She was always speaking highly of her grandchildren, son, and daughter-in-law. Mr. Speaker, her son shared the moment his mom passed away with me. Wesley and his wife were at her bedside throughout the time at Stanton Hospital. At about 2 a.m., he woke up and knew she was going to pass soon. After a bit of time, he went to his mother and told her it was all right for her to go be with her husband. He explained to her that he and his family were going to be okay. After saying this, she left this world to be with her husband. He described feeling the energy leave her body, and most peaceful feeling he's ever felt. The time was 2:17 in the morning. Mr. Speaker, her sister, Lena, described her being woken up and being told that Alice had passed on. All the sisters cried, got dressed to go to the hospital, say their last goodbyes. It was very hard for them to lose her. Mr. Speaker, she was preceded by her loving husband, Eddie Sundberger, her parents, and brother, George. Mr. Speaker, the family would like to thank the Stanton Hospital for all they did for Alice when she was there. They will be forever grateful. After she passed, the family took her back to Wrigley so she would be buried in her home community. Her son and his company prepared her gravesite using his own equipment. One last thing he could do to honor her. On behalf of the family, they would like to thank the community of Wrigley, family, and friends for their support during this difficult time. Mr. Speaker, she will be sadly missed, but never forgotten.
Thank you, Member for Nahende. Our thoughts and prayers are with the family and community. Member statements. Member statements. Returns to oral questions. Returns to oral questions. Recognition of visitors in the gallery. Recognition of visitors in the gallery. Madam Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to recognize Mr. Darrell Delaney, the former MLA of Range Lake, and I will be the next former MLA of Range Lake. Welcome to the gallery. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Range Lake. Recognition of visitors in the gallery. Member for Yellowknife Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to introduce some of the people who are working in the field of seniors advocacy. We have, of course, Mr. Darrell Delaney, CEO and President of Avens, a community for seniors. Welcome. And Ms. Terry Hawkins, the Chair of the Advocacy Committee and a board member for the Yellowknife Seniors Society. And my constituent, a very avid advocate for seniors, Margaret Marshall. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife Centre. Recognition of visitors in the gallery. Member for Yellowknife South.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to recognize Ferdinand Martins. I'm not sure she's actually a constituent. This might be in the wrong spot, but she is a resident of Yellowknife, Mr. Speaker. She's here as the Senior Advocacy Advisor from the Northwest Territories Cancer Society. She's here today because there is a motion, of course, on the floor today around taxation of vaping motions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife South. Recognition of visitors in the gallery. Member for Great Slave.
Speaker, not to be repetitive, I would also like to welcome Mr. Darrell Delaney to the gallery. He is my constituent of Great Slave. Unfortunately, where I sit, I can't see whoever else is in the galleries, so if there are other constituents of Great Slave, I welcome them and thank all of the senior advocates for their work and bringing this strategy forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Great Slave. Recognition of visitors in the gallery. Recognition of visitors in the gallery. If we've missed anyone, welcome to the gallery, and I hope you're enjoying our proceedings. It's always good to have an audience with us. Thank you. Acknowledgements. Acknowledgements. Oral questions. Oral questions. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I asked the Minister of Health and Social Services, what are the barriers to incorporating the HRHSSA into the NTHSSA? And I asked this question as residents of Hay River are concerned that this separation is, in part, one of the reasons the community cannot attract doctors or fill vacant health positions, which in the end impacts timely and quality health care for our residents. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Hay River South. Minister responsible for Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there is flexibility within the Health and Social Services Administration Act to bring Hay River Health and Social Services into NTHSSA, but in the meantime, they are part of an integrated health and social services system in the N.W.T, where people from Hay River receive treatment anywhere else in the Northwest Territories, and vice versa. If someone's in Hay River, they get treatment there. There are a couple of significant barriers. One is that Hay River Health and Social Services has its own collective agreement, and so their staff are not N.W.T staff. So that issue was last looked at in 2015 when a working group examined the implications and costs of bringing HRHSSA into the Territorial Health and Social Services Authority. At the time, the cost of bringing the Hay River Health and Social Services Authority in was $20 million, and the government of the day decided it was beyond its capacity to accommodate that. So I think the time has come to strike again a working group to look at what the cost would be so that the next government can make an informed decision about this. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions, member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, can the minister tell me if incorporating the HRHSSA into the NTHSSA was to proceed, what would the process be and the timeline to complete such amalgamation? Thank you.
Thank you, member for Hay River South. Minister responsible for Health and Social Services.
Yeah, thank you. Just to reiterate what I said earlier, functionally, there is already amalgamation in service delivery, but specifically the work that needs to be done involves the public service. So there would need to be some work done with regulators, pension providers, and the Hay River Health and Social Services Authority to complete a detailed cost analysis of the cost of bringing that health authority in. There would need to be negotiations with the Union of Northern Workers because they hold the collective agreement with the health authority staff. And then there would probably need to be some work done on job evaluations and job descriptions and so on. So it is quite a comprehensive list of things to be done. But I think the kickoff point is having the leadership of the Hay River Health and Social Services Authority ask us formally to join NTHSSA so that preparatory work can be done. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions, member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, incorporating the HRHSSA into the NTHSSA, I see an opportunity to formally expand health services to those communities outside Hay River, which I expect would result, and I would hope would result in an increase in staff in Hay River. Can the minister confirm if this is something the department would consider in such an amalgamation process? Thank you.
Thank you, member for Hay River South. Minister responsible for Health and Social Services.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, I certainly acknowledge that Hay River is a hub, and Fort Resolution uses Hay River services. They're part of the Yellowknife Health and Social Services Authority. Fort Providence uses Hay River services. They're part of the Dutcho Health and Social Services Authority. So it is a hub for service in the South Slave, and that is something that we acknowledge. But again, the action required is the action of the next government to strike this working group and decide that it is a priority to figure out the cost and then commit to paying it. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Final supplementary, member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the underfunded pension appears to be the main deterrent when we're talking about incorporation. Will the minister commit to identifying the financial amount we are talking about and whether it would have to be allocated in one fiscal year or could it be accomplished over several years? Thank you.
Thank you, member for Hay River South. Minister responsible for Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I can't make that commitment for the time that I have left in my term. But I will say that there have been some favorable changes since this issue was last discussed. So the projected cost of bringing Hay River Health and Social Services into the public service when it was last calculated in 2015 was $20 million. And that was based on the functional costs of amalgamation, but also on the pension liability. My understanding is that the pension is now in a much more positive position, so it's likely that that number has gone down. But as I said, I think the next government in making this decision will need not just a rough idea, but an exact idea of how much it would cost to bring the health authority in. In the meantime, there's no loss of service, including recruitment of doctors to Hay River Health and Social Services Authority. Functionally, we are one healthcare system, but formally, we're separate. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Framley.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. My question is for the Minister of Education, Culture and Employment. I mentioned in my statement that I've lost track of how many studies, reports and proposals I've seen regarding the inadequate and sad state of the 46-year-old Territorial Museum building. Can the Minister tell us what the current plans are for replacing, expanding and or renovating the space occupied by the N.W.T archives in the museum? Merci, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Frame Lake. Minister responsible for Education, Culture and Employment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And of course, we are currently deliberating the capital budget in Committee of the Whole, so I don't want to go too much into that because that document is properly before Committee of the House. But I can say that ECE has undertaken work to explore the renovation or replacement of the Prince of Wales Northern Heritage Centre, and in particular, as the member mentions, the need for archival space. So there has been a comprehensive planning study, the development of estimates to explore various options, ranging from replacing the entire museum to pursuing more targeted upgrades, including and focused specifically on the archival space. There's been a schematic design for a standalone archives building with a Class D estimate. Given what I've seen on Class D estimates, I don't put too much stock into what that says, because prices have been changing, daily. They seem to be going up. But with all that said, we understand better than anyone that there is an issue and that we do need to pursue upgrades in order to meet our legal obligations. And there have been upgrades proposed. There are upgrades that we are hoping can start in the upcoming year. And ECE will be pursuing a standalone archive building in the future capital planning process, likely in the 25-26 fiscal year. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Frame Lake.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. I want to thank the Minister for that. I'm excited about a new archives building and can hardly wait for the opening. So, the Archives Act, though, appears to have not gone through any kind of substantive review in over 40 years. To say it is outdated and does not establish a proper framework for our archival heritage would be an understatement. Can the Minister explain why the Archives Act has not been updated and whether there are any plans to do so? Merci, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Frame Lake. Minister responsible for EC&E.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I don't want the member to get ahead of himself. Proposing that a new building be built and having a grand opening are two very different things. So we'll see what happens in the future. Every year, the government proposes a slate of legislation that they would like to see proceed. About half of that legislation actually makes its way through an assembly and is passed. So I can't speak for previous years, but there's been a number of pieces of legislation, and the priorities of the assembly have dictated what has made its way through and what hasn't. And unfortunately, despite recognizing the need to update the Archives Act, it has not been updated. But once again, in the next government, ECE will bring this forward as a piece of legislation that needs to be dealt with. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Frame Lake.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. I want to thank the Minister for that. And of course, when he comes back, I'm going to be happy to help him with the ribbon cutting and getting the Archives Act drafted up and ready to go. So in my statement, though, I mentioned that very significant archival records on the history of the political development the Northwest Territories are stored in a totally inadequate government warehouse. We're kind of lucky it didn't burn down this summer. So can the Minister tell us how long these records have been stored there and whether there are any plans for proper archival storage and preservation of this important historical legacy of the Northwest Territories? Merci, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Frame Lake. Minister responsible for EC&E.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I understand that It was back in the 90s, sometime in the 90s, I'm not sure exactly when the archives, they started storing archives off-site. And as I mentioned, there are some minor upgrades planned for next year. Hopefully the member will support funding for those upgrades, and those would include at the off-site space minor space improvements, fencing so to secure access to the documents, new racking so they're more stable storage, as well as some temperature and humidity control improvements where possible. So given the situation and the needs, EC is moving forward with attempts to better preserve these documents. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Final supplementary, member for Frame Lake.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. I want to thank the Minister. The current Archives Act places the burden on the territorial archivist for the safekeeping of our documentary heritage. That's a lot of responsibility on one person who clearly doesn't have the resources to carry out this important work. It would be a stretch for anyone to conclude that N.W.T is taking proper care of our archival records. Can the Minister tell us whether there has been any advice received on whether the N.W.T is in compliance with the Archives Act, and can he share that with us? Merci, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Frame Lake. Minister responsible for EC&E.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And of course, legal opinions aren't shared on the floor of the House. But I will say that the territorial archivist, boy, I would feel for them if they were alone. But in addition, there's 2 senior archivists, 2 digital record archivists, an archive and library technician, and an audiovisual archivist. Given all that, though, I know they're still quite busy. And that team knows better than anyone that we do need to upgrade our facilities and work on the Act because, the things that need to be stored under the Act are part of the issue, actually. So this has been an issue since I took this role. There have been advancements made. Government doesn't move as quick as any of us would like, and this is one of those situations, but we are marching forward and there is progress. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions, member for Inuvik-Twin Lakes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as I mentioned, my questions are for the Minister of Housing NT. Can the Minister tell me how many homes of the 100 that's in the mandate that they said they would build in the Northwest Territories were built, not including any RCMP units? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Inuvik-Twin Lakes. Minister responsible for Housing N.W.T.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member for the question. We do have a 100-unit rollout that is currently underway right now. Mr. Speaker, 47 of those homes in the communities are close to final inspection and would be available for occupancy. Another 14 of those units are being constructed and being delivered to various communities as well. And 17 are occupied today. 32 of those units are at various stages. And I would also like to include, Mr. Speaker, like during the 100-unit rollout, we did have the supply chain issue, the delivery issue, our barge issue that has happened, COVID, and restrictions of people coming into the communities. Despite all of that, Mr. Speaker, we are still on time. Merci.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions, member for Inuvik-Twin Lakes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the Minister for that. And I'm glad that we do have some of those houses done and people are living in them. Can the Minister tell us how many, I know that another part of the mandate was transferring homes so people could become homeowners, and that way some of the, units to offset some of those units so we could build more and have more. So how many units have been transferred from Housing NT to individual families in the Northwest Territories? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Inuvik-Twin Lakes. Minister responsible for Housing N.W.T.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member for the question, because this was a priority of mine as well, too, that I take right into my own riding. We didn't have a very strong interest in people taking over their public housing units and not being able to afford those units as well too. I don't have the number specifically in front of me the amount of units that have been transferred over, but I know we did have some difficulty, and hopefully housing is listening to me right now so they can send that number over to me quickly so I can provide that to the member. And also that, you know, I don't want to set people up for failure as well too, Mr. Speaker. I don't want to take too much of the members' time, but to be honest, a lot of our units are not in fair condition. We need to renovate them. We did get additional $60 million from the federal government, and in the next government, we are committed to be repairing those units in the next assembly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions, member for N.W.T. Lakes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And, you know, I know this question is not something that I sent over to the minister, but just looking at my community alone, the Inuvialuit used some of the money that they received from the federal government to homeowners, like Inuvialuit beneficiaries in the ISR, to retrofit, put new windows, new siding, new insulation, windows, doors, roofs, you know, and they did it by starting with seniors. And so I'm looking at our units, and the minister just said that our units are old, they need to be fixed up. How did this department work with some of our Indigenous governments? Did they work with our Indigenous governments to maybe transition those homes to homeowners with working together? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for N.W.T. Lakes. Minister responsible for housing N.W.T.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member for the question, because she is speaking about the distinction-based funding. And once again, I hope my department is hearing me, because I want to get an update on the working table between IRC and Housing N.W.T. What Housing has done differently is that they've repaired the relationship with Indigenous governments and with community governments as well. And the funding that the member is speaking about, there was approximately $400 million that was distributed amongst the Northwest Territories directly to Indigenous governments. My conversation with the federal government was, if you're not going to fund the territorial government directly, please recognize our partnerships with the Indigenous governments. And in respect, the Canada had responded, and this is the response as to getting houses on the ground. We are working in collaboration with them as well too. There is an established working group. My apologies to the member, I didn't get the update, but I will provide that to her separately. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Final supplementary, member for N.W.T. Lakes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. She just makes me want to ask way more questions, so I hope I have time to afterwards. Does the minister have the current wait list for housing and the empty units available, and when are those units going to be filled with our wait lists? Thank you.
Thank you, member for N.W.T. Lakes. Minister responsible for housing N.W.T.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and respectfully, I'm enjoying the questions that are coming from the member as well. There's been a significant progress within the portfolio, and this gives the opportunity of really highlighting the struggle that we do have with the funding that we do receive territorially, but it also highlights the strength we do have with Canada as well too. And just for the numbers, we do have 57 applicants for a one-bedroom. We have 12 applicants for a two-bedroom, 7 applicants for a three-bedroom, and 4 applicants for a four-bedroom. Must see, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions, member for Tuna-de-Welde.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Tomorrow is the National Day for Truth and Reconciliation Day. And it's Friday. You know, I think everybody's been tired and want to go home and that kind of thing. So I'm just hoping the minister is feeling good today. Mr. Speaker, after a year with no further progress on the supposed investigation into the caribou harvesting in Wawzonek, will the minister now recognize the wrong that was done under his watch and apologize to the community of Wawzonek and start the reconciliation process as mandated by this government? Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Tuna-de-Welde. Minister responsible for environment and climate change.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, these incidences are still being investigated for suspected illegal harvest in a mobile zone and wasted edible caribou. I can tell you that I met with the chief last fall and have written to him to offer to work on reconciliation efforts once the investigation is completed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Tunade-Welday.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the minister provide an update to the House on the status of this investigation? We were told it's going to take 6 months. Here we are a year later. We still don't see anything. And we're concerned that the court already made a decision. This was unlawful. And we want to know here today that if you could give us an update on where things are at. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Tunde-Welday, Minister responsible for Environment and Climate Change.
Mr. Speaker, like I said previously, these incidents are still being investigated for suspected illegal harvest in the mobile zone and wastage of edible caribou. At this point, as it is still an open investigation, I cannot speak further to this matter. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Tunde-Welday.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday, the minister offered to come across this House, and Mr. Sims will go across. I was hoping that will happen and we would have this thing resolved. Mr. Speaker, has there an internal review taking place internally into the unconstitutional violation of the Wawzonek Timber Bay Culture Camp raid? Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Tunde-Welday, Minister responsible for ECC.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it seems that some people on the other side think being on this side is easy. I'd love to be on that other side to ask those questions and hit them, and say, when are you going to get it resolved and how are you going to do it? And I know members over there say, well, we got to fix it. We have a process. We have investigations going on. So, Mr. Speaker, a terms of reference has been developed, and we have identified an independent party to conduct the review, and the review will be conducted once the investigation is completed. Again, this investigation is ongoing, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Final supplementary. Member for Tunde-Welday.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, in other words, we're not going to get no report in the end of this session, and it's going to be carried over to the next government. Will the minister drop this pointless investigation and own up to his mistakes that were made by offering the community of Wawzonek a sincere apology to this House? And for the record, I just want to say simple yes or no today. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Tunde-Welday, Minister responsible for Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, usually I'll do yes or no, but I do need to follow up with more information here. I've acknowledged that the search at Timber Bay was very difficult for some of the people at the camp who were not harvesting wildlife or who were harvesting wildlife in a respectful and lawful way. Investigations are done independently by officers, not by myself. We allow officers to do their work. The investigation into suspected illegal harvesting in the mobile zone and waste of edible caribou is ongoing. So, Mr. Speaker, once this is all said and done, I would like to be able to say, here it is, this is what we're doing. So, until that is done, Mr. Speaker, I need to follow the process. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Kamloops.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my questions today are for the Minister of Environment and Climate Change. Mr. Speaker, I'm wondering to start off if the Minister can confirm what N.W.T department is also ultimately responsible for climate action mitigation here in the Northwest Territories. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Kamloops, Minister responsible for Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Department of Environment and Climate Change is the N.W.T lead for climate change, using a coordinated interdepartmental approach that is outlined in the 2030 N.W.T Climate Change Strategic Framework. Under the framework, the Department of Infrastructure implements the energy strategy, which is how the N.W.T addresses reducing greenhouse gas emissions related to energy supply and consumption. The Department of Finance implements the N.W.T. carbon tax approach. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions, member for Kamloops.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we heard yesterday a very honest portrayal of where the Northwest Territories is in its production of alternative energies and how also the low water levels this year are having an impact even on what's happening right now with our current energy usage. Right now we have a huge dependence still on fossil fuels in the Northwest Territories, and that's only going up with our low water levels. And so I'm wondering if the minister can speak to how this additional usage of fossil fuels even in this year is going to have an impact on our climate target goals. Thank you.
Thank you, member for Kamloops. Minister responsible for ECC.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, our goal is to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by 30% below the 2025 level by 2030. As of 2021, which is the latest data that has been analyzed, the N.W.T. has reduced its greenhouse gas emissions by 25% since 2005, with COVID pandemic and a slowdown of resource development activities being the main factor driving emissions down in recent years. Based on recent modeling, the N.W.T. is on track to achieve its target of reducing emissions by 30% below the 2005 level by 2030. Unfortunately, still emissions in the territories are largely driven by industry and transportation sector. An anticipated reduction in mining activity in the late 2020s is one factor that will contribute to the realization of this target. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions, member for Kamloops.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. So if one of the things that we're relying on in order to meet our targets is for mines to actually shut down, but on the other hand, we're going out and we're proactively trying to get mines to open up and do more in the Northwest Territories, how are we ultimately going to reach this goal if all of a sudden one of our hands gets what it wants and it has a direct impact on the other hand? So I'm wondering if the minister can speak to how we're actually going to support both development in the Northwest Territories and our energy and climate change goals and our targets. Thank you.
Thank you, member for Kamloops. Minister responsible for ECC.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, with those type of questions, I would encourage the member to reach out to the Minister of Finance or the Minister of Infrastructure to answer the energy and finance. I know members on the other side think that I have all the answers, but other departments have the work and do the work on this area. So I would encourage the member to reach out to them. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Final supplementary, member for Kamloops.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, what I was trying to do is ask the lead department on climate change what's going on and to help me paint this bigger picture as to how we're actually going to get to our goal. When I have to jump around from department to department, I don't actually get the full picture in one answer, and so it's nice when we can ask one department to help us paint that picture for residents. And so my final question is in regards to a dashboard that was actually mentioned yesterday and has been mentioned in this House multiple times before. Is there an intent and is there a deadline on when this government will potentially put together a public dashboard that outlines the progress on climate action and the N.W.T. reaching its climate targets so that we can see a more fulsome picture of what our targets are and our goals and our results are looking like? Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Kamloops. Minister responsible for ECC.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when the member says, yeah, no, it'd be great if one minister can answer the question. Yeah, it would be great if we got all those questions so that we can get that information. If you ask me a question about infrastructure, I'm not going to be able to give you that information unless I get the question ahead of time. And I understand, and it's the prerogative of the other side to give the questions or not give the questions to do that. So I appreciate that, but if you ask the question, it's going to be multiple departments, and if I don't get it ahead of time, I won't be able to give you the information. And I apologize for that. In regards to a dashboard there, I will have to get back to the member on the timeline on that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Mumfui.
Mr. Speaker, thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a question for the housing. Mr. Speaker, I understand about the process, and they are the minister. They can direct. We know that nothing is done without their input or their direction. So I want to ask the minister, can the Minister of Housing, N.W.T, explain why her department does not have a policy supporting the sale of market rental units? I still have, currently there are some constituents who are living in a market rental housing in my region, and they would like to become a homeowner, and they have been living in those units for over 20 years, and they really want the market rental unit that they have been living in for over 20 years. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Mumfui. Minister responsible for Housing N.W.T.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member for the question. I just wanted to explain, market housing was created to address the high-income earners. Not only that, but the recruitment of N.W.T employees to provide programs and services in our smaller communities. The units that are for sale now are the public housing units, but I am getting some pushback from the clients as well that, are they able to afford the units? Are units in conditions that they're ready for sale? And also, Mr. Speaker, there is a consultation that is being done right now for the market housing units as well too, that letters have gone out to the Indigenous governments acknowledging would they like to work with us? Are we going to address this market housing unit need in the smaller communities together? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Mumfui.
Mr. Speaker, in small communities for many years, there's people do not want to build because there's no market. So that's why housing was the only the landlord in many of the small communities. So now many of these people, we know what happened when a person who is not on the lease, when the elderly parents pass on. We had a lot of those because of those policy that was in place. Many of these people became homeless, and some are on the street here, and some have passed on being homeless because of the policy that's in place. So yes, I understand about that now that she mentioned why the market rental is there, but it's just that why not make if that change the status of the market rental, they are the minister, to public unit. Can the minister commit to changing a lot of those public market rental unit to public housing unit? Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Mumfui. Minister responsible for Housing N.W.T.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member for the question. I just want to be very honest and say, no, I wouldn't be able to do that. Because we do need the programs and services in the smaller communities. We need to be able to house teachers, social workers, nurses in our smaller communities. So there needs to be housing set aside for them as well. But just looking at what the member had said as well for the generational homes, and I do know what she's talking about, where we have families that have been raised in these units. These units were built in the 1970s. Going into the next government, this is one of the priorities of housing, is how do we transition and how are we going to be dealing with these units that were built in the 70s. I myself personally, but I've got to work with the department, is I would like to see them all transferred. I would like to see them all transferred, and I would like the federal government to recognize that we need a replenishment of 23, maybe 5,000 units in the Northwest Territories, and hopefully this is going to be a working document for the next government. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Mumfui.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, many of these houses, just like she said, yes, they are over 50 years old. No social worker or nurses or teachers coming from the south would want to live in many of these condemned houses. And many of our people are living in those units, and nothing is being done. And there's a lot of boarded up house in my community, in my region as well. So that is why I'm pushing for all those units, if they can change their status from market rental to public housing unit, because Klitschko government and other organizations are providing housing for many of their staff, because we want to keep many of those people, so to educate and to help and work with our people. But many of them are not going to go into the housing that's available. So that is why I am saying that. So would the minister commit to selling the units to people based on their commercial value and take into consideration the amount of rent already paid and future maintenance costs when determining the purchase price? Thank you.
Member for Mumfree, Minister responsible for Housing N.W.T.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member for the question, because that's a mechanism that we are actually working with right now. We need to determine whether the client can actually afford these units and being able to take care of the operation and maintenance of these units themselves without government subsidy. And we're finding it very difficult throughout the Northwest Territories, but trying to work with them fairly. And also, I just wanted to speak about the Klitschko government as well, and the working table that we do have established with them. They did get a distinction-based funding announcement, I want to say, in the spring of $47 million to address their housing need. And like I had said earlier, is that there is $400 million across the Northwest Territories that has been allocated to Indigenous governments. And this is where we as a territory and we as Indigenous governments, we work together in partnership. And for the agreement that's been signed with the Klitschko government, these are the type of conversations that are actually happening to address the housing crisis in the members' riding. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Final supplementary, member for Mumfree.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we lived here forever and we survived, you know, and it is not right the government determining or making, you know, going directly and saying people are making a decision of who can and cannot afford the housing. So I just want to ask the minister, would the minister consider giving existing public units to the people who live in them and use the money that's saved to build more houses in small communities? We do need more houses in small communities. We have people that are on the wait list. I have families. There's 5 families that are waiting in Bichiko alone. There's 9. One family has 9. There's 9 of them waiting for a house and living in a one-bedroom unit with other family members. Thank you.
Thank you, member for Mumfree, Minister responsible for Housing N.W.T.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member for the question. You know, like I had said, that this is a strategy that we're using within housing and trying to have our clients become successful and having them to own their own units. And we're finding difficulty, to be honest, very much. You know, we're not having people that are able to repair their own stairs, pay for their heating, and it's a difficult time right now. And all of these units, they're drastically subsidized. You can be living in a unit that's going to cost us $20,000, maybe even more, for us to operate and maintain, and the client would only be paying $75. So we need to find a balance where we're able to have the clients to become successful in operating and maintaining their own home. And acknowledging that we do have a 100-unit rollout. In Bichiko alone, the community has received 6 additional units, 9 throughout the region as well. It's probably, you know, just to give her an idea of what we are facing within the Northwest Territories, we are in a housing crisis, and housing has done what they possibly can do, working with Indigenous governments, working with the federal government to address this housing need. And like I had said, altogether for the portfolio, there's $400 million that's been allocated, $200 million from this government. There's $600 million throughout the Northwest Territories, and that's still not enough. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions, member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I really do not like leaving things to the next assembly. I think if you look at the last assembly's mandate, a lot of the things that were very close, and it's clear hundreds of hours of staff time went into them, and there was perhaps some last-minute disagreement, never got done. We didn't take them on, they didn't make it into our mandate, and all of that work disappeared. There's quite a few things in our mandate that I'm sure the next assembly will let die as well. I'm hoping that the business incentive policy is not one of them, so my question is for the Minister of ITI, are we going to make any changes to the business incentive policy in the life of this assembly? I know there's only a week left, but perhaps I can dream, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Member for Yellowknife North, Minister responsible for Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the member has asked made quite a number of statements about the procurement review, and there has been quite a lot done. In July of this year, a report was put out publicly. It's online through the N.W.T's Department of Finance website, detailing all the many changes and improvements to procurement in the Northwest Territories that have been made in the life of this government. Within that, with respect to the business incentive policy, and I know the member goes on at length about how much he likes the review itself says that the question of how to define a Northwest Territories business is one of the most complex components of the procurement review. The good news is, Mr. Speaker, I'm glad the member really likes the recommendation. I like the recommendation too. But that has to go to modern treaty partners. Any changes made must go to modern treaty partners first. It is part of our obligations under those treaties. So the recommendations that we've put forward to make some changes are with them. It's been for review. It's had its time. Little extra time, given what happened this summer, was probably not inappropriate, but I believe Sketty will be getting its own letters in very due course, and we'll know exactly what's happening before the end of the Assembly. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions, member for Yellowknife North.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It sounded like we're not going to quite get there in the remaining week. I am skeptical that the next government will take that on. I know the definition of northern business is complex, and I think you really just have to make a decision and commit to it. I don't suspect there's agreement. But in reviewing that, it says, the minister's report tabled in July, or released in July, says a new definition of northern business which will result in the removal of Schedule 3 from BIP has been created. I understand it's been shared with Indigenous governments. Can the minister tell us what that new definition is of northern business? Is it the same one that the procurement review panel recommended 2 years ago, or we come up with a new one? Thank you.
Thank you, member for Yellowknife North, Minister responsible for Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there are protocols within a consensus government. One of them is that when we're releasing new information like this by government, that it goes to one of the standing committees first. So until I can release it to standing committee, it's very difficult and would not be appropriate for me to stand in the House and make the announcement here. Otherwise, I would love to do it, Mr. Speaker, but I'm afraid the members are going to simply have to look at their inbox and wait for the letter to come, pursuant to the rules and the procedures that we all operate under. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions, member for Yellowknife North.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. In addition, in that July report, it kind of just says that the work to create an Indigenous procurement policy is ongoing. There's no kind of timeline on there. I'm wondering if we have any sense of, I know that's not going to be done in the next week, but is there any hope of us getting that done in some sort of timeline? Or will we have an Indigenous procurement policy as a government? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Yellowknife North, Minister responsible for Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Indigenous procurement policy is one that is being developed and co-drafted and proceeded together along with Indigenous governments of the Northwest Territories. It is not something that's going to be singularly led or dictated by the government of the Northwest Territories for the benefit of others. It's the people who are going to benefit from it who are the ones that should be at the table driving what it looks like. And Mr. Speaker, while it might seem nice and easy to just create a target and call it a day, Mr. Speaker, right now the Yukon is having quite a lot of trouble with its procurement policy. It's in fact been to court already. So the process we're using goes through established processes within this government, within the consensus model, and within the Intergovernmental Council model. Their first step was to get together, to meet, to determine what an Indigenous business should be and how to define that. It is not for the government of the Northwest Territories to singularly do that. As I just said, defining a northern business is one of the most complicated and complex parts of procurement review, no less so when we're looking at who is an Indigenous business or what is an Indigenous business, but that work is underway. It's being led by EIA. Other departments are involved. My understanding at this point is while it won't be done in the life of this government, significant progress is made, and all of the partners are very much committed to seeing it through. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Frame Lake.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. My question is for the Minister of Environment and Climate Change, who also conveniently serves as the Minister of Municipal and Community Affairs. Later today, I'll table a request for proposal for a Northwest Territories 2023 wildfire response review. It appears to be a standard after-incident review, but I just want to get it on the public record that this is not the comprehensive, independent review of fire and emergency management that we've talked about in this House. So can the Minister confirm that there will be a comprehensive and independent review of fire and emergency management beyond this request for proposal? Merci, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Frame Lake. Minister responsible for Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you. That's kind of both portfolios. So we will be both departments will be doing an after-action review of what the situation is. With ECC, we deal with individual situations that are impacting communities. So there will be, I call it a number of chapters that we're having impacted communities that were with wildfire. So we'll be doing that, and then we will do an overall review of the impact of the fire season itself. Now, in regards to municipal and community affairs, it's going to be independent report. We will be going out to the public. We will be going out. We will be getting an independent contractor to be doing this. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Frame Lake.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. I'm a bit alarmed at what I'm hearing. It sounds like there's going to be contracted so-called independent reviews. That's not what we've been talking about here. So there are a number of options, though, for an independent review of fire and emergency management. These could include a public inquiry with a very formal legal process, a joint special committee with regular MLAs, cabinet, and perhaps others involved, or an independent group or task force with an agreed-upon terms of reference that it could include input from regular MLAs and maybe even the Council of Leaders. It probably should include the Council of Leaders. So can the Minister tell us what options Cabinet is considering for this independent review? Merci, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Frame Lake. Minister responsible for ECC.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I've had a conversation with the member about this very topic. So, Department ECC is going to be doing what we consider our part of the action review. Each situation and then an overall. Municipal and Community Affairs is going to be doing an independent, getting a person to go out there, and it's going to include general public, council leaders, regular MLAs, cabinet members, whoever wishes to talk about that. However, I have had conversations with this House here and talked about the opportunity, and I think the member talked about the special committee, which would be cabinet and regular members or AOC, so it would be a team, a special committee, so it would be like 3 and 2, that would meet together, come up with the terms of reference to look at this. So that was what I'm looking for and recommending in the next assembly to my, whoever gets this portfolio or the MACA portfolio to do that. Work with the committee to come up, when I say committee, AOC, or what it will be called next assembly, to work with them to come up with the terms of reference of how we're going to do it within a time frame of 6 months. We don't want to interfere with the other work that ECC is doing and Municipal Community Affairs is going to do. I think it can be worked together and it can be part of a good solution. But again, I think we don't want to, I guess, handcuff that special committee to do the work that they need to do. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Frame Lake.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. I want to thank the Minister for that. I think it's very important that careful consideration be given to who and how this independent review of fire and emergency management should be conducted. I also realize that this is all very fresh and some of it's still ongoing, but this Assembly and government are coming to the end of its life. I don't want decisions made by this Cabinet alone or even during an election. So can the Minister tell us how and when decisions are going to be made about who and how this independent review of fire and emergency management will be carried out? Merci, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Frame Lake, Minister responsible for ECC.
I guess I didn't make myself clear, and I apologize to the House and the public out there. It's going to be my recommendation to the next Assembly. I repeat, the next Assembly, not this Assembly here. We only got 2 weeks left. So there is no way we could do justice to the work that needs to be done. So what we're saying is that we were making the recommendation to the next government, whether Cabinet and AOC, to look at this, develop terms of reference, develop a special committee to do the work. It can't be done, and we don't want to shortchange the work that needs to be done. We need to be respectful of it. It's a long season, and to get the information correct and to get everybody's viewpoints on how we can improve the things we were able to do. I agree with the member. Work has to be done, but it's not going to be done by this Cabinet. It's not going to be done by AOC or SCEDI, this Assembly. It's got to be done for the next Assembly. And I agree with the member. But as I said, I will put it in my transition binder that this work needs to be done. And whoever gets re-elected, one of the priorities that they need to stress is that work needs to be done first and foremost so we can get moving forward, because we're going to have another bad season next year, in my opinion, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Frame Lake.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. I want to thank the Minister for clarifying that. He's just got it on the record that this Cabinet is not going to be making a decision about this independent review, and that it's not going to happen during the election. That's good. It's going to be a decision made by the next Assembly. So, and I'm certainly grappling with who and how this review should be carried out. Personally, I don't think that MLAs, whether regular MLAs or Cabinet, should probably be leading this review. It needs to be independent third party. So, and they have to have access to the resources and experts to do it properly. So I don't think it should be MLAs. That's what my thinking is. But I'd like to hear from the Minister whether Cabinet has any preferences as to who and how this review should be carried out. Merci, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Frame Lake, Minister responsible for ECC.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I can't speak for Cabinet. That's the Premier's role and responsibility. But what I'm saying, my personal opinion, is that the next Assembly, the next Cabinet, the next AOC sits down and has that conversation. If they feel it needs to be led by X, then great, I agree. The next Assembly needs to do that. And it's not going to be a Cabinet or an AOC directive. I believe it should be the collective when they meet at the very beginning and they talk about some of the mandates that they need to do and some of the things that they need to task the next Assembly to get done. They need to follow that. I'm not saying what should be or shouldn't be done. I don't think it's my role. I'm just saying it needs to be discussed. The way we do it, in the next Assembly, it needs to be done. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Oral questions. Member for Haver South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And these questions will be for the Minister of Infrastructure. And they're fairly easy questions, so she'll be able to answer them off the cuff there. I can see her getting ready. I'd just like to get an update on the status of dredging in Hay River, since we did have, approximately 3 weeks where people were away from the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Haver South, Minister responsible for infrastructure.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, and the member is correct. I mean, we've been going back and forth since the beginning, perhaps this assembly, where the members been wanting to do dredging in the community. I went and met with the community members, with both the MLAs, had good feedback. It was a room full of people with, really strong interest in dredging. So as a result of that, we put a proposal together. We met with the federal ministers and, really stressed how important this project is. So the members asking where we are with this. We have permits in place. We can dredge until October 7th. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions, Member for Haver South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I thank the Minister for that response. And I guess since we lost 3 or 4 weeks here, will we be able to accomplish the scope of work that was set out in the RFP, or are we going to have to come back to this next season? Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Haver South, Minister responsible for infrastructure.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, so far we're doing good. We're on track. Yes, we did have some delays at the beginning during the fire season. So, we have until October 7th, the contractors on site. So I am hoping that we can be able to get most of the work done this year. I did apply for a 5-year proposal for this work. So hopefully, we're able to continue year after year for the next 5 years. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions, Member for Haver South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd ask the Minister, considering that we've had much lower water levels in the Hay River, I guess, and in the lake as well, to the point that where we had people actually, from the Catlodeche ride bicycles across. That's how bad it was. So with these lower water levels, are we going to be looking at an extended area that's going to be requiring dredging beyond what we're doing? Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Haver South, Minister responsible for infrastructure.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we will return next season to be able to accomplish some of the work. We have kind of mapped out of the river. So we are looking into it, and just to be able to assess what we've done now, where our next steps are, and I'd be happy to share an update with the member in terms of what our plans are, because we do have plans in place. I just don't have it right in front of me right now, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Minister, final supplementary, Member for Haver South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yeah, I just wanted to do these off the cuff here to make sure that I was satisfied that the Minister was up to speed on this file, and she seems to be. So I guess I would, and the good thing is that I hear that we are looking for funding or support from federal government, I think, for ongoing harbor maintenance. And I just want to make sure that, that we don't let off in that, and that the Minister keeps after the feds for that, because we got a fairly big harbor there, and there's a lot more work to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Minister responsible for infrastructure.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, yes, of course. I mean, we continuously look at the feds' help. I mean, really, we ask for their participation and some of the work that's done, and I think we will continue. I don't think about it. We're going to continue to look for federal funding for harbor restoration. I take the dredging word back. It's harbor restoration. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions, Member for Inuvik Twin Lakes.
I just got in under the gun. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like to finish off my questions that I had for the Minister of Housing. Can you tell me how many housing NT units in Inuvik that are sitting empty currently? Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Inuvik Twin Lakes. Minister responsible for housing N.W.T.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member for the question. I did not receive that number yet. I will follow up with the member separately. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions, Member for Inuvik Twin Lakes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I know this House, the minister has stated that there are units in Inuvik that they were planning on selling off because they needed to get them and move them off the land that they currently are on. They have been disconnected from the utilidor system. The minister is very aware of this. When would you be selling off these units to make room for new units? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Inuvik Twin Lakes, Minister responsible for housing N.W.T.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Right now, we do have units that are sitting empty. According to what I've received from housing, is that we have 3 units that are vacant, 2 which were allocated to the Housing Authority yesterday, and the remaining seniors units should be allocated in the next coming days. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Oral questions. Colleagues, our time for oral questions has expired. Written questions. Written questions. Returns to written questions. Returns to written questions. Replies to Commissioner's address. Replies to Commissioner's address. Petitions. Petitions. Reports of committees on the review of bills. Reports of committees on the review of bills. Reports of standing and special committees. Reports of standing and special committees. Member for Kamloops.
It's you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, your Standing Committee on Social Development is pleased to provide its report on Bill 75, Council for Women and Gender Diversity Act. Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by the member for Great Slave, that Committee Report 72-19(2), Standing Committee on Social Development report on Bill 75, Council for Women and Gender Diversity Act be deemed read and printed in Hansard in its entirety. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Kamloops will need a different seconder.
Read it all over again? Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, your Standing Committee on Social Development is pleased to provide its report on Bill 75, Council for Women and Gender Diversity Act. Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by the member for Inuvik Twin Lakes, that Committee Report 72-19(2), Standing Committee on Social Development report on Bill 75, Council for Women and Gender Diversity Act, be deemed read and printed in Hansard in its entirety. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Kamloops. Motion is in order to the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? Any abstentions? The motion is carried. The committee report is deemed read. Reports of standing and special committees. Member for Kamloops.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by the member for Inuvik Twin Lakes, that Committee Report 72-19(2), Standing Committee on Social Development report on Bill 75, Council for Women and Gender Diversity Act be received and adopted by the Assembly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Kamloops. The motion is in order to the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? Any abstentions? The motion is carried. The committee report has been received and adopted by the Assembly. Reports of standing and special committees. Reports of standing and special committees. Tabling of documents. Tabling of documents. Minister responsible for MACA.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wish to table the following 2 documents. Northwest Territories 911 2022-2023 Annual Report and Municipal and Community Affairs Wildfire 2023 High-Level Chronology. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Tabling of documents. Minister responsible for ITI.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to table the following 3 documents. Mineral Resources Act Regulation Development Status Report, 2022-2023 Annual Report, Northwest Territories Business Development and Investment Corporation, and 2022-2023 Interim Financial Statements. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Tabling of documents. Minister responsible for Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wish to table the following 2 documents. Government of the Northwest Territories N.W.T. Senior Strategic Framework and 2023-24 Health and Social Services Authority budgets. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Tabling of documents, member for Frame Lake.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. I wish to table the following document. It's a Northwest Territories 2023 Wildfire Response Review Request for Proposal. Merci, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Frame Lake. Tabling of documents, Notices of motion, Motions, Minister responsible for Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, whereas the federal government implemented a tax on vaping products effective October 1st, 2022 under the Tobacco and Vaping Products Act, and has extended and offered to enact an additional duty on vaping products with the revenues to be received by the government of the Northwest Territories. And whereas the federal government has presented the Coordinated Vaping Products Taxation Agreement with Canada, which the government of the Northwest Territories desires to sign, and whereas, as a condition of a Coordinated Vaping Products Taxation Agreement, the government of the Northwest Territories must confirm its support for the government of Canada to levy an excise tax on vaping products on behalf of the government of the Northwest Territories to receive 50% of the federal vaping products excise tax duties levied on vaping product sales in the Northwest Territories. And whereas the authority to tax residents of the Northwest Territories resides with the Legislative Assembly, now therefore I move, seconded by the Honourable Member for Yellowknife Centre, that the Government of the Northwest Territories should agree to receive revenues from an excise duty in respect of the Northwest Territories as imposed as part of the federally legislated vaping products excise tax.
Thank you, Minister. The motion is in order to the motion. Member for Frame Lake.
Yeah, thanks, Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have some questions about this, if I could. I think I'm trying to remember if I actually saw this motion before, but can the minister tell us a little bit more about what this is actually about? What kind of revenues we expect?
Sorry to cut you off, member for Frame Lake. There's no questions, but you could have debate on your concerns and anything you have. Member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do have a few things I'd like to know a little bit more about, and perhaps the minister may get up and actually provide some more information about this. But I'd like to know a little bit more about what this agreement is all about, what level of revenues our government expects to receive, and where those revenues would end up. I suspect they'll probably just go into the Consolidated Revenue Fund, which, quite frankly, I always have a little bit of trouble with. And of course, people at finance really hate targeted revenues, but I do think that we owe it to the public to give a little bit better explanation about what this is all about. And I look forward to some further information, and I hope that the minister would provide some explanation here. But I do support this. We dealt with vaping in the last assembly, and I think it might have even flowed over into this assembly, if I remember correctly. This is a real problem for our youth. It's causing severe health problems with our youth. It's very addictive stuff, and we need to deal with this more seriously. I know that there's people in the Department of Health and Social Services that are working on this, but this is really bad stuff, and we got to help our youth understand that and get off this kind of stuff. And if this money can help do that, I'm all for it, but we need to do more and better. Merci, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Frame Lake. Motion is in order to the motion. I'll allow the minister to close debate.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This motion is of importance to the people of the Northwest Territories. I did intend to make some brief remarks this morning. I'm not entering, obviously, into any sort of a question period. There has been a process by which the House would follow to keep committees apprised of their work and respond to correspondence from committee relating to any uncertainties about what was proposed. But for the sake of the public, Mr. Speaker, on April 7th of 2022, Canada announced the implementation of a federal vaping products excise tax that would be effective in October of that year, of last year. And provincial and territorial governments were invited to join a coordinated vaping products tax regime that would then apply an additional duty on vaping products for those participating jurisdictions. It's that which we are now looking to participate in. And under this approach, Canada is responsible for administering the collection of the tax, which comes at no additional cost to the Northwest Territories, but it does also then share some of those revenues with the government of the Northwest Territories. More specifically, we're expecting right now, based on current projections and current sales, that it's somewhere in and around $500,000, but obviously, ideally, Mr. Speaker, it would be less, because ideally there's less products being sold. And on that, just a couple final notes, Mr. Speaker. We are hopeful that the additional tax and the fact that it's enhanced by participating in this regime will in fact discourage the use of vaping products, and particularly for youth who would hopefully be even more sensitive to an increase in the prices of these products. It certainly is something that is of concern. It's concern to the government of the Northwest Territories, and that is one particular reason we would want to participate in Canada's regime. Again, I would note this was supported by Canadian Cancer Society, and certainly we do look forward to ongoing efforts by the federal government, by our own Department of Health, and by nonprofit organizations to discourage the use of vaping. And hopefully this is one more tool in that toolbox. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. The motion is in order to the motion. Question has been called. All those in favour? All those opposed? Any abstentions? The motion is carried. Motions. Member for Thabacha.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move, second by the Honourable Member for Hay River North, that when this House adjourns on Friday, September the 29th, 2023, it shall be adjourned until Tuesday, October 3rd, 2023. And furthermore, that at any time prior to October 3rd, 2023, if the Speaker is satisfied, after consultation with the Executive Council and members of the Legislative Assembly, that the public interest requires that the House should meet at an earlier time during the adjournment, or at a time later than the scheduled resumption of the House, the Speaker may give notice, and thereupon the House shall meet at the time stated in such notice, and shall transact its business as if it had been duly adjourned to that time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Thabacha. The motion is in order to the motion. Question has been called. All those in favour? All those opposed? Any abstentions? The motion is carried. Motions. Notice is a motion for the first reading of bills. Notice is a motion for the first reading of bills. First reading of bills. First reading of bills. Second reading of bills. Consideration Committee of the Whole of Bills and Other Matters, Bill 23, 65, 74, 75, 78, 80, 81, 84, 85, 93, and 94. Committee Report 52-19 brackets 2. Committee Report 53-19 brackets 2. Committee Report 55-19 brackets 2, Committee Report 61-19 brackets 2, Committee Report 62-19 brackets 2, Minister Statement 264-19 brackets 2, Table Document 681, 973 and 974-19 brackets 2. By the authority given to me as Speaker under Rule 2.2 brackets 4, I hereby authorize the House to sit beyond the daily hour of adjournment to consider the business before the House with Member for Nivik Lake signature.
I now call Committee of the Whole to order. What is the wish of committee? Member for Frame Lake.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Committee wishes to consider table document 973-19's bracket 2, capital estimates 2024-2025, table document 974-19 brackets 2, supplementary estimates, committee report 61-19 brackets 2, bills 81, 93, and 94. Merci, Madam Chair.
Thank you, committee. Does committee agree? Thank you. We'll take a short recess and resume with the first item. I'll now call Committee of the Whole back to order. Committee, we've agreed to consider table document 973-19 brackets 2, 2024-2025 capital estimates. Minister, do you have witnesses you wish to bring into the chamber?
Madam Chair.
Sergeant at Arms, please escort the witnesses into the chamber. Minister, would you please introduce your witnesses for the record?
Thank you, Madam Chair. On my left, Madam Chair, is the Deputy Minister of Finance, Bill McKay, and on my right is Perry Heath, the Director of Infrastructure Planning at the Department of Health and Social Services.
Welcome. Committee, yesterday we ended just before we're going to start. Turn to page 45. Long-term care and continuing care services with information items on page 46. Are there any member for Hay River South?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to talk about the long-term care facility for Hay River. It's something that's needed, and I'm glad to see it's still in the capital budget. I guess my first question is, has there been a need to update the cost and scope of work for that project? Thank you.
Mr. Heath, sorry, is there problems with the earpiece? Okay, I'll just have somebody fix that, and then I'll stop your time and you can just re-ask the question. Can you hear me? Okay. I'm just going to get the member to re-ask the question, and then I'll start the clock again. Go ahead, member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I just want to know if there's been a requirement to update the cost and scope of work for the project. Thank you.
Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. There was a requirement to do that, and the budget that's in the capital plan before you does reflect that. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess I'd like to know there what work I guess has been completed to date on the project, and is as well as the estimated completion date, is that still a good date? Is it still relevant? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister?
I'll turn that to Mr. Heath, please.
Mr. Heath?
Thank you, Madam Chair. As people are likely aware, we ended up changing locations of that due to the implications of the flood. I'm happy to report that we have an MOU with the town of Hay River, and the new site has been secured. We are currently in evaluations for the design services related to the facility in the new locations. We expect to have the design contract awarded shortly, with design to begin immediately. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess that was my next question. Has a site been secured for it? And you have answered that. Is that site, will it be adjacent to the current health center, or will it be accessible, I guess, will there be some type of connection between the health center and this facility? Thank you.
Thank you. Member Minister?
It'll be across the street, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I guess I'm just pleased to see that that we're moving along with it, and that we're hoping the completion date is still going to be good. We need those beds, as Hay River has an aging population, and I just want to make sure I got a bed when it's built. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further questions to member for Tabacha?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also want to just touch base on the long-term care facility for Fort Smith, the 24-bed. The planning process will start after the next election. I'm just wondering, there'll be public consultation with the Seniors Society and the caregivers with regards to this facility. Is that part of the process, Minister?
Thank you, member. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, Madam Chair, that there is an engagement process that will be undertaken. I don't have the details of it here, but certainly I would expect that the relevant organizations and of the community would be engaged. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Tabacha.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Also, I just want to ensure for the record that there's some assisted living accommodation within this facility. There's a lot of people that are kind of in between long-term care and having to have that extra care sometimes, and I'd like to see this facility going in that route because that's what the Seniors Society would appreciate. So I just want for the record to put that in. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister.
Madam Chair, right now the project scope does not have an assisted living. It contemplates the higher level of medical requirements that would be needed for individuals. So, as well as other facilities, kitchen, laundry, and communication systems. Some of those are included right now in what is being scoped out. But as I said, at the present time, it's being scoped for being an assisted living facility at a higher end need. So, again, I would say the first step is to just get the site, do the technical evaluations, and do this engagement. So, to the extent that there does require something alternative, this would be an opportune time for the community to be involved and to discuss what the needs of the community in fact are. Thank you.
Thank you. Did you have any further questions?
That because things change, people change. After the next election, things change. Thank you, Madam Chair. That's all I have to.
Thank you, Member for Tabacha. Member for Nunakput.
For page 46, I jumped the gun there. Or is
That's
no?
where we're at. Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
So anyways, Madam Chair, in regards to the long-term care facility design that they have in Inuvik, again, like I brought up in this house numerous times ago, my elders in the communities of Ulakaktuk and Polituk having to be brought in from the communities when care is too hard to give for families. And, they always say elders aging in place of their home community. I think that there's nothing in the books this go around in regards to go forward for those two facilities. I mean, I went to the extent of my office, getting designs and not built. But what I'm thinking, is there any potential again, I mean, for the next assembly or even us to put something in for long-term facilities in the communities for aging in place, because the only time that people get to see their parents, their nanak and dadak, is when they come in for medical, because the price of tickets are so high. You could go from Yellowknife to Disneyland and back for a one-way ticket from Inuvik to Ulakaktuk. So it's really, to me, as an Inuvik, we take care of our elders, and we don't want to send them out into a place where they're not, we think they're not cared for, but they give best care that they can. They're not eating their native foods, they're not eating, and they're not with family. And like I said before, it's harsh for me to say this, but when the elders go out, they say they go out and they come back in a box. And that's really tough. Over the last 12 years, being here, I've seen a lot of it. And I hear the families, especially in Ulakaktuk and especially in Polituk, Tuck, we have a road. Sachs Harbor, same thing. You know, they're caring for families that are, they should be nursing stay, like should be cared for 24/7. They are cared for 24/7, but you know, it's just the way they're not in a proper facility. It's hard for one person when usually it's one or two people. They got to wash them. They got to do everything for them, feed them, and they have no problem doing that. But when you send them out for respite care, if the people in the communities, they get tired, 90% of them will just stay there because they don't. The parent doesn't want to be a burden on the children no more. So it's give and take. But for myself, I think we're in a day and age where we should be able to, like I worked with the ministers in regards to looking and teaming up with the communities to get facilities in place, but I never got it pushed over the goal line, but it's something that we should be looking at in the long term instead of sending them to Inuvik. Because I see 20 beds going into Inuvik. I'm happy for Inuvik because there's a waiting list to get in there, but half that waiting list is people for my riding. We need to be able to have our elders age in place and give them the respect that they deserve. And I really think that it's a good news story in regards to it. I know it, and I think there's no way to add, but you know, I'll support today in the budget today. I'm supporting it. But I want the cabinet and the members to know, the ones that come back, they should be, it's so easy to have elders saying elders aging in place, but they don't back it up. They have to back up our elders because they were the ones that made the path that we're on today. And I really think that we should be working with the community corporations and IRC to make this happen, because we're more than capable of making it happen. It's just a matter of working together. Because I have family, say in Ulu, I have an uncle that has dementia. And my auntie and my cousins, they watch him. And it's really tough for me when I hear that, and they say they're waiting for a bed in Inuvik. And it all kicks in, you know, for myself, that what's gonna happen? Proper care. They're gonna feed him, yeah, proper care for him, but he should be able to do that in his home community of Ulu or in Polituk. So the elders that we have and the people that we represent, the people that put us here, the voters, not the constituent, we should be looking out for their best interest, and the best interest is getting elders facilities in the communities so we're able to care for ourselves. So working with IRC and in our government in the next go-around, I think that should be a priority of looking right across the whole territory and seeing if flying communities are able to do that, and the community corporation or however they have their business arm set up for the Aboriginal groups, they should be looking at that. I really think something like this would go a long way and have people more happy in regards to, one, mom and dad are home, or your grandparents, you're able to go visit them, and you're not visiting them in Inuvik, sorry to put it like that, visiting them in Inuvik in long-term care. And I thank long-term care in Inuvik. The staff, thank you so much for what they do, because they do care and they do the best job they could do with what they got. But like I said, this is so easy for long-term care facilities in the bigger communities, in the city here. They're doing an awesome job here in the city because they have funds and it's easier to access. Going into communities, it's, you know, triple the cost. We've seen that over and over. But I have no issue, and like I said, I'm supporting this 100%. I'll support it today. But we need to start thinking outside the box in regards to how to get stretch our money and make it go longer, and that's partnering up with the Aboriginal groups across the territory if they want to go that way, and it's their choice. But having, for myself, like I said, I've been here since 2007. I have 12 years here in this building. I've been trying to do this to a point where I went out and I sought private business. And now we're close, but now it's the end of this assembly. And now, going forward, we start all over again. But members here, I want them to hear it loud and clear. Elders should be able to age in place with dignity and not away from family and in a room. And God forbid they're alone. And, and for the people that are going through this right now, my thoughts and prayers are with you. We're working as hard as we can to get it done. But I think that the minister and the members here that come back should put a lot of emphasis on working to make our money go further, because we got very little money going forward anyway. We're in a pretty tight situation for next go around. Going to be a lot of work. So, thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, member. I didn't hear any questions, but more of a statement, and thank you for that. Are there any further questions or comments on the page 45, 46? Seeing none. Department of Health and Social Services, Health and Social Programs, Infrastructure Investments, 15 million. Oops, sorry. This is Department of Health and Social Services, Long-Term Care and Continuing Care Services, Infrastructure Investments, 15,976,000. Does committee agree? Thank you, members. Please return now to the department summary found on page 39. Health and Social Services, 2024-2025 capital estimates, 56,997,000. Does committee agree? Does committee agree that consideration of Department of Health and Social Services is now complete? Thank you, committee. Committee, we will now consider the Department of Industry, Tourism, Investments. Minister, would you like to switch your witnesses?
Yes, please, Madam Chair.
Sergeant at Arms, please escort the witness from the chamber. Minister, would you please reintroduce your witness for the record?
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's Crystal Mellinson back again, the Director of the Management Board Secretariat.
Welcome back. Committee, we will now consider the Department of Industry, Tourism, Investment, which begins on page 47. We will defer the departmental totals and review the estimates by activity summary beginning with page 48. Economic diversification and business support with information on items on page 49. Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I note that this money, the $750,000, is for the Robertson Drive dock rehab, which is in my riding. It's my understanding it is through the ISIP fund, which means at this point it's been 100% funded by the federal government, which I think is great. I do note, though, that it doesn't show up anywhere in the parks area, so my guessing then, or my question for the minister is the dock money or this money earmarked just to repair the dock that's there, or will this be an expansion to sort of the day use and other area around that? Thank you.
Member, Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. No, Madam Chair, this isn't being turned into a territorial park, but there is a recognition that right now the dock that is there is quite unsafe, is being used. And so as a matter of primarily a safety concern and safety issue, that's the thrust behind this. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can the minister tell me then, is this a replacement of the existing dock that is there or just repairs to the dock that is there? And if it is a replacement, will the dock be larger than it is now? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I actually don't have confirmation as to whether it'll be a full replacement or not. I'm just trying to see if I can see the detail here. I think at this point there was an assessment done, and so I just don't have the details of the project here. I'm not sure if members of the Department of Finance have it, but I'm not sure that we do, Madam Chair. Sorry about that.
Thank you. Member for Great Slave.
Thank you. I'm willing to take that at a later date. If the minister could provide me with a bit of the details around the plan work, I would assume that some of that is still being figured out, but as much as I could get ahead of time, that would be great. I definitely know this will be a concern to people in the upcoming election, and they are going to want to know what that use is. And I guess I just want to take the time to make a plug on behalf of my constituents and advocate for the whatever happens there, replacement or repair, that there is a portion of the dock that remains accessible to the public for fishing by the shore. I don't know if that has a specific name, but casting from the dock itself. I know that a lot of my constituents walk there with their children. They'll catch dinner for themselves off the dock, and currently with the houseboat or whatever it is that has been taking up half the dock for the last I don't know, however many years, it has become harder and harder for people to use the area that live there. So I don't really have a question in that, but just want the minister to hear that and ensure that it still be able to be used by residents and not just the fishers. Thank you.
Thank you. Minister of Finance, did you want to comment?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, it is just to be able to confirm that at this point it's really a repairs project, and it's done. It is in following to the recommendations that were received as part of the larger environmental, not larger, but the environmental assessment that was done. So we've taken those recommendations, and that is what we are planning to act upon. And the first round of funding is to do the planning to undertake that and to get that going. There's still other work happening at the dock with DFO. That is DFO's that they are working on as to whether or not this could be a site for a small craft harbor. But that, again, that responsibility lies with DFO. For now, recognizing the use as already described, it is quite clear that this is unsafe, and so those repairs do need to get done. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Great Slave.
Thank you for that, and I do appreciate that it's a weird one with the double jurisdictions and such, but it would be a great area, put the plug in again, for some sort of recreational use. Can the minister at least confirm that the houseboat will be removed and that it will no longer be allowed to be anchored at the dock, which really is inhibiting industry and recreational use? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Not strictly in my capital books, but I can say that my understanding last I heard was that the boat in question, or the whatever it is in question, had in fact been ticketed, and that, you know, obviously enforcement measures do need to then be taken, and those enforcement measures can be, I believe, up to and including removing forcibly. That is some cross-jurisdictional, but I can follow up again with the member directly. That certainly is not lost on me, the challenges that vessel was creating. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Great Slave.
Thank you. The minister has my empathy with that, as I worked at Giant Mine and dealt with a houseboat that was sitting in the mouth of Baker Creek for over a decade, as well as we're all aware of the ones that were off of the point there at Rotary Park. So I'm hoping the city's going to get that harbor plan going that's been talked about for the last decade, but that's not this minister's problem. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. You don't have any further questions? Okay, thank you. Member for Frame Lake.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. The Robertson Drive dock, I'd like to know whether that's within the surface lease area that Miramar Khan has. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't believe it is, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Frame Lake. Member for Frame Lake.
Yeah, I guess belief is one thing, but I guess I'd want a definitive answer. My concern is that the property is still under active remediation as far as I understand. And I'm just wondering what responsibility, if any, does Miramar Khan have for remediation of the dock? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister of Finance.
Madam Chair, I have confirmed this is N.W.T land, not it's not something belonging to another entity. So the Department of Lands at one time transferred this to ITI. It is one way or the other N.W.T owned, and therefore the stock would then be our responsibility, which is why it's coming through this process. Thank you.
Member for Frame Lake.
Okay, thanks. So did that transfer happen within the last 5 or 10 years, or do we know? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I mean, there's transfer from lands to ITI, I can say, I believe was within the last 5 years. Where and when it became a N.W.T asset, before that point, I don't know.
Thank you. Frame Lake.
Okay, thanks. I guess I'm just a bit concerned that there might be potential contamination in the fill that was used for the dock, around the dock, and that we may have incurred some liability in accepting that property, which wouldn't be the first time, or at least the property back from the mining company. And I don't know, is there, what, if any, responsibility does Miramar Khan, residual responsibility, does it have with regard to remediation, the dock, if there's contamination there and so on? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Madam Chair, just point of clarity, that Miramar does have its own dock, so the two aren't to be confused, that there are different facilities in that area. This particular dock, when the Stantec engineering assessment was done in 2022, they did take into account what remediation may be required. And so, as I say, the amount that's being proposed here is taking into account what remediation work was recommended by the engineers in that assessment. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Frame Lake.
Okay, thanks. I'm interested in seeing the Stantec report. Can the minister provide that to me? Even if it needs to be confidential, that's fine, but I'd like to see it myself. Thank you.
Thank you. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't think there's any limitations to doing so under cover of confidentiality, subject to being corrected, but assuming that that's fine.
Frame Lake.
Okay, no, that's fine. Look, I understand the value of the area. It is important. It's used recreationally now. I want to see it developed. I just want to make sure that it can be done safely, and that in doing this project, we're not going to expose people or workers to stuff that they shouldn't be exposed to. So that's why I'm asking these questions. And I just am wondering whether the company has any residual responsibility, because I think it's adjacent or part of their original operations over a number of years. So that's why I'm asking these questions. And these are the kinds of questions our government needs to. Oh, somebody's singing happy birthday. I love it. But these are the kinds of questions that our government needs to ask and be sure of before they accept sites or even transfer sites back within and between departments and getting leased lands back from companies or individuals. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I can say we have departments of ITI, infrastructure, lands have all been involved, and Stantec's professional engineers out of Vancouver who do marine assessments are the ones that were involved. So I am hopeful that the information we get to the member will allay his concerns. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions? Member for Frame Lake.
No, thanks, Madam Chair. I thank the Minister for that. And of course, since we've got only about a week left, if I could get it before then, that would be helpful. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further questions under the economic diversification and business support? Member for, sorry, Mr. Member for Decho.
Merci, Madam Chair. Yeah, this dock rehabilitation really caught my eye here. I wasn't aware that N.W.T did this type of work or had funding to rehabilitate docks, because I imagine there's many docks up and down the Mackenzie River. And specifically, the dock at Fort Providence is in need of major repairs. And also the boat launch too is just a single little launch, you know, considering the amount of usage that area has, especially with lots of tourism in our community. And they're launching out of every little nook and cranny that they could get at, which are not recognized boat launch. But the one in the community, what's the process to have to get dock repairs and have boat ramps built?
Thank you. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I would also be very keen to see more small craft harbors and accessibility to the waters all around the Northwest Territories, not the least of which would be around the Mackenzie and in Fort Providence and throughout the area. A lot of this does require the Department of Fisheries and Oceans, which is the federal Department of Fisheries and Oceans. I can say over the last couple of years we had hoped to have them more engaged and more involved in determining additional sites and locations for small craft harbors. But first there were some delays because they couldn't travel here during COVID, and then the last couple of summer seasons were not necessarily the smoothest, if I may. So, I mean, that process of getting access and changing accessibility to the waters really does involve a conversation with them. I can say that DFO does have an office now in the Northwest Territories, which hopefully will make the process of engaging with them a little bit smoother. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Decho.
Merci, Madam Chair, and merci to the Minister for that. I'm just wondering why, you know, if our community, I was asking for a process of how we could get that in. Now, you only mentioned one part of it there, getting DFO involved. What's DFO's involvement in anything like this? Merci.
Thank you. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. DFO or the Federal Department of Fisheries and Oceans has the jurisdiction over waterways, so they control the access and control that parcel of not land, but that area is under their authority and administration. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Decho.
So what triggers DFO involvement? How do we get that process going? That was my initial question, was what is the whole process to get from point A to point B in this application process or whatever to get infrastructure in place? That's it.
Thank you. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, I mean, there are two parts to it, I suppose. Firstly, if there's an interest in having DFO involved, I mean, the Department of ITI can be a liaison point where, whether under tourism, whether under fisheries, potentially the Department of Municipal and Community Affairs, I imagine, could certainly go and advocate to our counterparts to say, look, we would like your officials and staff to come to a region and look at what prospects there might be, do their own internal assessments and government processes that exist within the federal government. We would not be in a position to build things in a waterway without the Department of Fisheries and Oceans approving that. You've probably heard the Minister of Infrastructure talking about the harbour restoration happening outside of Hay River. It required approval from the Department of Fisheries and Oceans for them to be able to go and do that, even while the Coast Guard is the ones that needs it. So it's really getting them to be taking an interest. Again, I can say it has been a bit of a challenge to get them to take an interest in putting some additional collection points for fisheries, notwithstanding that we have all this potential in the north for a strong fishery. It's been very challenging to get their attention on this issue and to get them to come up and identify potential sites. And then we go through our capital planning process so that we could build the docks or build a marina or build a site. But we're not, to get through our planning process, we would certainly want to not go too far down that path if the Department of Fisheries and Oceans is only going to say, no, you cannot have access to that waterway. So, they give us the okay, then we can build whatever it is on the land piece to access it, but we really need them involved to identify an appropriate site in the water, and then we can build on the land. I hope that makes a bit more sense. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Decho?
See, so to trigger that whole process, the community would have to request through ITI for the boat and the ramp, or the dock and the ramps.
Thank you. I'm just going to remind members to end your question with Madam Chair, just so that we can make sure that the sound and the mics go on in the right order. Minister of Finance.
Madam Chair, that is definitely one path. I think I'm starting to realize here where this is going. Yes, look, I think it would be wonderful news to have, again, as I said, more access to the waterways, whether for a tourism for the sake of the communities or for fisheries. So one way is for the community to reach out to ITI to be partners in that, and to then take the interest to the DFO to say, look, get your officials out to the community of Fort Providence. There's an interest locally. I know there's an interest in the fishery locally there. What can be done to have better access? And if they can identify a site, ITI could then start to go through the capital planning process that brings a project to this House to try to request funding through the current process we're in to build the associated facility on land. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Decho?
Merci, Madam Chair. Also, does it take an engineering firm, because you mentioned Stantec was involved in the Yellowknife one, would that include an engineering firm to look at it too also? Merci, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, it doesn't, not necessarily, but maybe. I guess it depends. In the case of the Robertson Dock, because they were rehabilitating an existing structure, the Stantec folks were involved to determine whether that structure could be rehabilitated or had to be replaced and what the parameters of that would be. But if it's, again, if we're building anew, then that is a new building process. If you're rehabilitating, that's a different process. So not necessarily is probably the best I can give, unfortunately. Thanks.
Thank you. Member for Decho.
Back to that Robertson dock rehabilitation, did somebody have to apply for it, like the city of Yellowknife, or was it just an engineering firm that said, hey, here's a dock, rehabilitate? Merci.
Thank you. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. No, Madam Chair, this piece of infrastructure that is owned by the government of the Northwest Territories is dilapidated. It is dangerous. People are going there and using it despite signage that we put up last year, and this has a risk to life. So that's one of the first risk categories when we do an analysis for the capital plan and when we're building the capital plan, is to determine if there is a risk to human activity. This one fell in that category. And that's where it then advances through the peer review and ADM review process of a capital planning, and then ultimately comes here. So that's how the Robertson Dock advanced. Other initiatives, such as something in Fort Providence, could potentially proceed through a very different process if it's a new build for different purposes. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Decho.
Merci, Madam Chair. So can you send an official to Fort Providence to have a look at that dock? And you'll find that it's in dire need of repair. Merci, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am certain that the South Slave region would be happy to send somebody, and I know ITI is listening now. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Decho.
Masicho.
Are there any further questions to the ITI Economic Diversification Business Support? Seeing none. Department of Industry, Tourism, Investment, Economic Diversification and Business Support, Infrastructure Investment, $750,000. Does committee agree? Thank you. Members, please now turn to page 50. Department of Industry, Tourism, Investment, Minerals and Petroleum Resources. Questions? Seeing. Industry, Tourism, Investments, Mineral and Petroleum Resources, Infrastructure Investments, $700,000. Does committee agree? Thank you. Industry, Tourism Investment, Tourism and Parks, Infrastructure Investments, $2,978,000. Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I can't let the last sitting go by and not ask about outhouses. So I know that this could also follow under the infrastructure area too around highways, but I note that there are a lot of parks work that are along the Highway South, and it was really highlighted during the evacuation. The facilities are woefully lacking down the highway and such. And so I note that there is one outhouse construction being planned here for Fred Henney Territorial Park, but I'm wondering, has anything happened with the evacuation that has made the minister feel that perhaps we do need to have more park outhouses and washrooms along our highway, our only road out? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If the issue is around an evacuation route, that probably does not fall within ITI. Certainly during the evacuation, infrastructure did take the lead in terms of providing some additional porta potties along the route and ensuring that there was some additional cleaning, as did ITI, to ensure that for the parks that are there, in the parks along the way, that the outhouses that are there, that they were receiving additional cleaning. I have received both sides of this coin, in that I certainly did receive some complaints, but I also had other people that I was checking in with along the way to see, and some were saying that facilities were fine, and then of course I know that others would perhaps get there at a different period of time. So it's a long answer, Madam Chair. I am, again, if it's an evacuation situation, infrastructure was the lead on that. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I guess it's just one of these areas where I don't see it like as being kind of one department or the other, given that most of the parks do come off of the main transportation routes or evacuation routes. It makes sense that we would be looking to double up and put that kind of infrastructure in those locations. I'm not sure if this is where it would fall under, but I know that over time in the Chair, your own region, there's been questions around the pullouts and such along the N.W.T Highway, and whether or not there was going to be any sort of facilities or areas put in there. I know we went out to RFP a few years ago for that. Could the minister give us an update on whether, I don't think I see anything here that falls into that. So will that be in the next year's plan, or where is that at? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, there was money at one point notionally allocated for pullouts along the N.W.T Highway. Madam Chair, the challenge that we've run into is identifying the appropriate location and getting the Hunters and Trappers associations from the regions to, in fact, agree on a location along with elders. Last I know, there was some work and some progress made towards bringing those parties together. I would like nothing more than to see what really is a tourism flagship, or could and should be a tourism flagship, have those kinds of facilities. Without them, it's not quite the flagship that it could be, sending folks down an hour-plus long road, hour-and-a-half long road, without any kinds of facilities. So, you know, I think there is now a staff person that's been seconded into Tuktoyaktuk to help support their community with some of their tourism planning, and that may well be an opportunity to bring those interested in tourism in that region together to get that moving and to find agreement between those who are the owners of the land. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Great Slate.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I totally appreciate the complexity of that as well, because I know those pullouts and those recreational use areas will become quite popular with the public. So you definitely have to make sure that they're in the right spots. Just looking at some of these things here, I did have an opportunity to see some of the new work that had been done around the North Arm Park in the last couple of years, and thought it was pretty good, and everything was looking quite good in a lot of our parks over the time. But I just wanted to point out too that not only not having the sort of pullouts in areas along the Inuvik Highway is not just a sort of a discomfort thing, but it also becomes like an environmental and health issue as people do use places for the washroom that they should not be. And I do believe that was another complaint I did hear through the evacuation, that some of the sort of sandpit pullout areas along the highway became basically large outhouses for people. So I do think it is something when we do emergency response and such, that if we are going to evacuate people 15 hours south, we need to ensure they can go to the bathroom somewhere. I think my other question has to do with, has there been any talk around installing things like Wi-Fi or cellular service into the territorial parks along the highways south, or the egress routes? I get again that this is ITI, but again, duplicating effort. It would make sense that people could go in and use Wi-Fi at campgrounds, and I'm not sure if that might already be existing, and I'm just not aware. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, it is my understanding at this point that well, I don't have any information that we're putting that forward as a plan, as an idea, in terms of having Wi-Fi as a set available thing at a parks. I mean, I think some parks do have access to it, and the extent that park users can then go and use it is, you know, I guess up to them. I think it's based on the Starlink program in most parks, to the extent that, again, I believe most of them have it. They are often operated by contractors. So if I'm hedging a bit, it's because it does somewhat depend on each contractor, but they do have access to Starlinks. They were being used during the evacuation process. And again, while we are in the ITI capital, Starlink was also made available for others along the route during the evacuation. And I think there's an understanding that is, if anything, being approved upon, having gone through the recent experiences that we did. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Great Slate.
Madam Chair, and I think I just wanted to ask a little bit about the Canal Trail and the emergency shelters. I'm not super familiar with where this is at, but I did know at one point there was a lot of remediation that was still left around the Canal Trail. And without, you know, asking for too much detail, is that coming to completion to the point where the Canal Trail is going to be more of a tourism destination, or, you know, have more areas opened up as a result of remediation? I know there was a lot of challenges remediating it because it's very inaccessible to heavy equipment, so a lot of it would have had to have been done by hand. So if maybe the minister could just give us a bit of an update on that, that'd be great.
Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, the Canal Trail is another one that could frankly be a bit of a flagship, or should be a flagship, not a bit of, but should be a flagship in the Northwest Territories. It does have a lot of sections that were still under ownership by the federal government, and there's some concern around overtaking that without doing the kind of proper due diligence to ensure that there's not an excessive amount of remediation that is required. So these, ENR is the department that would be the lead in terms of that discussion with the federal department, or with the federal government. This capital project is for shelters at miles 175 and 200. I also at one point had a big large map in front of me on this. I don't have it memorized, but we are doing work just with some of these emergency shelters. So they're not really camping shelters per se. They're really meant to support those who are using the trail in the event that they needed an emergency shelter, exactly as described. But there's still quite a bit more to go on this to make the trail, I think, really what I think probably the member and myself would like to see. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Great Slave.
Yes, I very much agree with the minister on this one. It is such a rich part of our history and really could be, yes, like you said, she said, a flagship for that. I guess just wanting to confirm that these 2 North Arm projects that are done in the region for Betchico, those are both all done under the Clecho Infrastructure Agreement. Can the minister confirm that?
Thank you, Minister.
That's correct, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Is this the end of the work for the North Arm Park, or is it expected to continue into 25-26? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I believe, Madam Chair, I think this is the end for these 2 projects. Now, I don't have in front of me whether or not there's any future project lists or future projects outstanding, but I know there had been some delays, so I just want to confirm if I could. No, I think from what I am seeing and reading, Madam Chair, I think this is the end. Thank you.
Minister, are there any further questions under tourism and parks? Member for Decho.
Merci, Madam Chair. I see that there's some group camping areas being constructed. I recall for the Fort Providence campground, around 2018, there was plans developed to expand the campground for another 8 sites, I believe it was. That was 2018, and so far, I know they didn't go with it at that time. I don't know what ITI's excuse was at that time. I'm just wondering where it is in the capital plan, because we're getting quite a bit of, influx of tourism in our community, and they're going into the overflow camp area, which is not developed with all the power stalls and everything. But even that can get full too itself. So there was room to expand, because I know they have the plans. I was a project officer on that one there. So I'm wondering where it is in the capital plan and why it hasn't been constructed yet. Merci.
Thank you. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't have a Fort Providence campground in the capital plan, so there isn't anything anticipated for Fort Providence in the 24-25 plan. I'm not sure if there was maybe a surrounding area campground, if that's what the question was about, but nothing for the community of Fort Providence. Thank you.
Member for Decho.
Merci, Madam Chair. Yeah, I was hoping to get it bumped up somewhere, but it's wishful thinking, I guess. The other one too, I recall ITI renovated a building in the community to have a microfish plant. I'm wondering what is the status of that, and are there any future plans? What was happening there? Merci.
Thank you. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I know there was quite a bit of work done at one point with the community in terms of looking at a microfishery. I don't think there's anything, again, in this plan. There was some training offered, and the training that was offered to community members from Fort Providence around, particularly in the winter fishery, as well as with respect to the summer fishery, but that would be running out of Hay River. And the last I understand is that there was an asset within the community for a small-scale fish processing plant for local usage, but I believe that is a Fort Providence banned asset, not N.W.T. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Decho.
Merci, Madam Chair. Yeah, I just thought maybe ITI was on top of everything that they do, especially having to do with fisheries, as they're promoting fisheries around the plant. Around the lake, I should say. So, because I'm wondering, people start initiatives and then it just dies, just like on the order papers or something. So I thought ITI would be more, because I'll be asking those questions. I guess I'll be sending an email so that we keep everybody accountable. If we're spending public dollars, then we should know what's happening with it, and the community should know what's happening with it. Also, at the same time, the MLA, even myself, I should know what's going on with any ITI projects or any ITI funding that's going into my community, whether it's First Nations or anybody else. Instead of me finding out through the grapevine, it would be a common courtesy to us as MLAs, and you know how we felt about that before. That was brought up, so I'm just wondering if I could be included moving forward in all correspondence. I know it's only got 2 more weeks to go, but a lot of things could happen in 2 weeks and projects moving forward, but I would really like to be copied on or notified of what's going on in my region with these public dollars.
Thank you. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Madam Chair, my understanding is that, firstly, that the Department of Tourism and Investment did provide seed funding to the band at their request. They made an application for a contribution to their fishery initiative, which is what gave them the opportunity to put this asset into use. And then, as I said, that's quite common that, whether it's a community band or community government or local organization or individual or business, they approach ITI through seed for access to funding, whether for tourism initiatives or other, and in this case was for the microfishery. And then separate and apart to that is the fishery initiative, which is where the training and some funding for supplies was also provided. Madam Chair, we do typically, all of the information about what capital projects the N.W.T is paying for in communities is provided in the infrastructure acquisition plan, which is provided in advance of becoming the capital budgets. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Decho.
Merci, Madam Chair. No further questions.
Member for Mafui.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, okay, here, where is it? I see here North Arm. I know Territorial Park accessible shower and electrification. I know this project has been ongoing for quite some time. And I know my colleague did ask too, do we have an estimate date of when this project will be completed? It says 24, 25. I know it's not going to be this, but it just that, do we have a date and how much is it going to cost?
Thank you. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There have been a few delays with some of the work happening in the North Arm Park. Madam Chair, this was one of the earlier projects that was going through under the Cleacho Infrastructure TIC. The agreement that is with the Cleacho government with respect to procurement and work undertaken on Cleacho lands. So that process just took, therefore, a little bit longer to go through procurement because trying to work under a new program and to do so in a way that was respectful of maximizing that, it just took a bit longer in the first few goes. So, but it is for this particular project, the shower, it is my understanding that this is the total budget anticipated and that it will be constructed in the 24-25 within that fiscal period. Thank you.
Thank you. Member from Mafui.
Okay, thank you. I know this year was, we had some people staying in North Arm Park area this year. And same thing like what my colleague said regarding the washroom, because I did heard quite a few complaints from the local as well, because people are using that area and the outhouse is in terrible condition. And there was a lot of complaint, and I did send an email to the minister on that if there's a contractor, whoever's looking after it should be going out there. And we're aware of the fire ban and all those things, but that place was very popular this year. And to YELLOWKNIFE, there's an all-season road going to YELLOWKNIFE, and we've seen quite a few people going to YELLOWKNIFE during the evacuations. And there's going to be, next year it's going to be the same. Like there's going to be tourism coming and going. And YELLOWKNIFE does not have any outhouse or anything like that along their highway. I just wanted to know if the minister is working with Klitschko government or investment corporation regarding installing an outhouse along that highway and on Highway 3 as well. There's nothing there for people. Thank you.
Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, there was a contract with a Klitschko business for the cleaning of the facilities at the North Arm Park. I anecdotally would not be surprised if the usage was far and away what that cleaning contract was anticipating in the circumstances. But again, I know that there was also a number that was available for users to call, and that there was a path by which folks would then attend and provide services. With respect to YELLOWKNIFE, Madam Chair, that's a topic that hasn't come up in a while, but again, in speaking somewhat outside of capital planning, but more about operations, the idea of tourism to YELLOWKNIFE, I agree that it is a great opportunity for the community. That's obviously an unexplored region and comes with the opportunity for an authentic experience that I think many people are seeking. But it is Klitschko lands, and it would be Klitschko-led. I know that ITI has been involved in the past to going into the community and offering. There's mentorship programs. I believe Klitschko citizens have taken the tourism mentorship. There is, again, there's engagement locally in terms of asking what they want to work on, but it really will need to be led by the community, and then ITI is there to, whether through seed or through the tourism funds, provide operational support. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Nunavut.
Thank you, Madam Chair. No, just a couple of quick comments. I'd like to thank my colleague, Ms. Knockaby, for bringing it up in regards to the pullouts for the Tuktoyaktuk Highway. More importantly, is the Hamlet of Tuk is still having to pay for the uncover their costs, trying to recover their costs and using Hamlet funds to provide rental for RVs that are coming into the community and staffing. I know we put in a visitor center that we still never really officially opened yet, but it's open and we're thankful for that. But I think I would like to know what's the plan, because I don't see anything in here. We're putting cabins 200 miles out in places, but which is really needed because my buddy Norman Yakalaya walks on that trail. But and I have no issue with that, but the issue I have is, are we looking at helping Tuktoyaktuk, the hamlet of Tuk, to provide services there for the RV park, or are we going to hire somebody there through the government to do that for the tourism? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister of Finance.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. And Madam Chair, at the risk of repeating myself, I've had the opportunity to be on that highway and be in the community, and this is truly a gem for the Northwest Territories tourism industry. It should be, it's a gem, and it would be such a wonderful opportunity to see it flooded with tourism, but with the facilities there to properly receive the tourists and to maximize the opportunity for the community. So my understanding is that the visitor center, albeit small, is open. I agree there was there wasn't quite the flash opening that any of us had perhaps hoped for, but this summer certainly wasn't what anyone expected it to be. There is right now a secondment from one of the ITI staff to the community of Tuktoyaktuk to help really vision what a bigger picture for tourism might be. For example, the opportunity for a cultural center in Tuktoyaktuk, which I have an impression that the federal government has taken some interest in as well. So I think there is more to come, but as I was just saying with YELLOWKNIFE, it really ideally should be the community that says, here's our vision and idea. ITI can then provide some of the supports whether through, again, tourism funding and/or with liaising with the federal government and being a kind of co-champion to the federal government. So I think there's a lot of opportunity. I agree. There's nothing in the capital plan because there's not, again, the tourism center right now is open. The RV park, again, too, Madam Chair, I don't have an answer on the IV park. I think there was some disagreement on location, and that involved the federal government land's location. So quite a few things, not that I can fix with the capital plan here, Madam Chair, but it's one that I hope this is a discussion that continues for whomever's back in this House. Again, my view is that Tuktoyaktuk should be really, again, an absolute gem. I will one last note, Madam Chair, tourism numbers were big this year, notwithstanding the fires along the Dempster, notwithstanding the challenges. Numbers were up already, and they'll hopefully continue to go up, but they're going to need proper resources. I don't disagree with that. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Nunavut.
Chair, no, just in regards to that, I think the one that we have seconded into the community, I think she should be focusing a little bit more on working with the Hamlet of Tuk in regards to the RV park and getting a plan ready instead of, focusing wholly on the visitor center and trying to find funding. I think that the community of Tuk, the Hamlet of Tuk, is stretched to the limit already, and they're providing a service that should be provided by the territorial government as an RV park. I see we got a list here, 2 pages long, in regards to different projects that are happening in the communities, but I don't see nothing. They say it's a gem. Yes, it is a gem in regards to it's on Tuk 718 lands through the IRC, which, like I said, we have to make a plan to get the locations picked through the HTCs and for the pullouts, access to Husky Lake to finish off that program. We have to help the community in regards to, we have at the visitor center, but I think more emphasis has to be put on actually helping the community in the Hamlet of Tuk instead of letting them utilize their own money to provide a service that this government should be providing. So are we working towards getting funds for, I guess, an RV park in the community of Tuk? It's already made. But at the end of the day, though, the bottom line is the Hamlet of Tuk is paying for it, not the N.W.T out of their funds. Are they able to look at that in the future? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Madam Chair, the complicating factor here is there are no N.W.T lands that can be turned into a territorial park, nor unless there was to be some sort of land swap. But right now this is not N.W.T land. They are IFR or Inuvialuit lands, or Tuk Community Corp lands. So, in speaking with the department over the last couple of years and wondering why there isn't more development, quite frankly, in Tuktoyaktuk and/or along the highway. Part of it is, again, that's not our land to develop, and it's not our land to do anything with. We can support the community, provide the funding. We've provided a staff member. The staff member is now theirs. The staff member's been seconded. She can do as is directed by the community corporation. That's how this covenant works. And can be applying for tourism funds, can be applying to do different things. That's entirely at the behest of the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Nunavut.
Madam Chair, Minister could correct me if I'm wrong. The RV park is in the Hamlet of Tuktoyaktuk, in the Hamlet boundaries. So in the Hamlet boundaries, the Hamlet falls under the N.W.T. The N.W.T should be providing this service. Am I wrong? Can she correct me? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I understand there was an RV park that was privately run and may have burnt down, but again, I'm not from Tuktoyaktuk, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Nunavut.
Madam Chair, no, there is a private RV park in the community of Tuk. We have, and then we have because there's so many RVers and tourists that come up to the community, the hamlet of Tuktoyaktuk came upon themselves to try to solve the problem, because it's just been too much vehicles coming in, nowhere to park, parking everywhere. So they put allotted from 1 to 25. They're paying for that out of their hamlet budget. So under the Hamlet Act, they fall under the government of the Northwest Territories. They should be getting funds. Are they going to start being able to get funds for the community of Tuktoyaktuk for the RV park in the community? Thank you.
Thank you, member. And I think that would be under operations. And so as this is capital, but I'll give it to the minister, and then since if she has any comments or not, then thank you, Minister.
Madam Chair, I'm not going to create a new project sitting here in the chair, but what I can do is I know we do have a new regional superintendent. I believe I hope in place already and for the Beaufort Delta, or soon to be in place in the Beaufort Delta, and that seems like exactly the kind of thing that individual should be going into Tuktoyaktuk and really, making it their flagship project to sort this out. It's the first time there are community infrastructure funds for tourism that the community may want to be applying for, and they could be getting the support of the regional office to do that. Thank you.
Small final question, member for N.W.T.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for that, because it's a lack of support in the community of Tuk for that tourism. It's a lack of support our government has given them, using their own money that's taken away from the community, and that for their roads, for their water, their sewage, for sporting events. It's not that we're not creating a new expenditure here. It's just what we're not doing. And I see 2 pages on this of everything else being covered, but that. Tuk shouldn't, the mayor and the council shouldn't be picking and choosing what they could do with what little they have. It's not a new project. I want to make that clear. This is a project that our department fell short on, and we need it sorted out. So it's got to be looked at in the future. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, member. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to, we had the fire here this, I guess in the spring and in this last one here, and some of it impacted some of the parks. I'm just wondering if any of this infrastructure, or any of these infrastructure projects have been impacted by the fire. Are we seeing anything being pushed back because of that? Thank you.
Thank you, Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So what we've seen some delays to the 23-24 plan. Obviously, what we're looking to see approved now is a 24-25 plan. So looking forward, there have been certainly delays in the current fiscal year's plan, and I can certainly provide a bit of a list to the member if that's easier. I mean, there's delays, but hopefully, again, I can provide a list if that's helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I guess just to use, say, Alexander Falls campsite and Louise, there was some extensive damage, not to the structures themselves, but to the area around it, which I suspect is going to compromise the use of it, possibly this summer. And so that's kind of concern to me, because tourism is going to be very important in the South Slave. With the low water levels, shipping problems and all that, we're seeing a decrease, I guess, in opportunities there. So, we're going to be losing stalls and that. So I'm just wondering if, and this I guess is more of an operational, I'm sorry, but we have, 2 tourism operators that we could be supporting who do have beds to take up that slack. Is that something that we're looking at doing to kind of offset some of that? Thank you.
Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. What I have with me is the 22-23 delays, and with respect simply to Hay River and to parks in particular, I don't see that there's been any express delays there. There was a bit of a delay in getting the fish processing plant online, but it wasn't damaged. As far as any damage to facilities and damage to park facilities specifically, that would likely be coming in either in a supplementary appropriation under the infrastructure budget or into a future infrastructure budget, because that damage assessment hasn't been done yet. Obviously hoping that it would fall under the disaster assistance policy and see funding through the federal government. But again, without the assessments done, I certainly can't put it forward here. And then more generally, I mean, yes, tourism broadly speaking is really more of an operations issue in terms of what supports are there. I'm quite live to it, Madam Chair, and the week after we are done here, I have one more FPT and it's in tourism, so it's not lost on me. Thank you.
Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I just wanted to make sure that, that we talked about, the fire damage and the impact on tourism. So I'm glad that, your department is on it and watching it and understand the importance of tourism in the South Slave and throughout the Northwest Territories. Thank you.
Thank you, Member. Are there any further questions under tourism and parks? Seeing none. Department of Tourism, Industry, Tourism, Investment, Tourism and Parks, Infrastructure Investments, $2,978,000. Does committee agree? Thank you, members. Please return now to the departmental summary found on page 47. Department of Industry, Tourism and Investments, Infrastructure, Department of Industry, Tourism, Investments, 2024-2025, capital estimates, $4,428,000. Does committee agree? Does committee agree that consideration of Department of Industry, Tourism, Investments is now complete? Thank you, committee. Did you wish to switch out your witnesses, Minister?
Yes, please.
Sergeant at Arm, please escort the witness from the chamber. Please introduce your witness for the record.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I now have the pleasure of introducing Gary Brennan. He's the Assistant Deputy Minister for Regional Operations for Infrastructure.
Welcome. Committee, we will now consider the Department of Infrastructure, which begins on page 55. We will defer the departmental totals and review the estimates by activity. Beginning on page 56 with asset management, with information items on page 57 and 58. Do you have any questions or comments? Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First off, I just wanted to note again that something I had said in the opening remarks for the capital estimates is that we see a lot of 100% dollars this time around in the Investing in Canada Infrastructure Plan, which is a huge chunk of these large capital projects that are $82 million here. So that being said, it's great to see that this is not, even though it's an $82 million sum, the majority of it is not our money, which is great. It's going to be an influx into our territory and our communities, which is sorely needed. When I look at all the highway reconstruction jobs that are going on, again, the only one that's not at 100% funded is Highway 10, which is at 75, which isn't too bad either. I guess just to get into some of the details of this, I'm really quite concerned, given our summer and my statement the other day about climate change and our lack of preparedness. I'm seeing that the Fort Simpson liquefied natural gas plant is in here, and it's only at $500,000 right now. Am I in the right spot or am I in the wrong spot? I think I'm in the wrong spot. Oh, you know what? Sorry, I'm in the wrong spot for that one. My apologies. Sorry, I'll go back to the Frank Channel Bridge. The Frank Channel Bridge, it's my understanding that the last, when the minister gave us the update, was that they were awarding the owner's engineer for the contract. I see that is closed. Can the minister tell us if that work has actually been awarded and is now started? Where is that at? Thank you.
Thank you, Minister of Finance.
I'll take that to Mr. Brennan, please.
Mr. Brennan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yes, I can confirm that the owner engineer contract has been awarded. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can the Minister or Department tell me who was awarded that contract and how much it was for? Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Brennan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, so it was awarded to Associated Engineering Limited, and I do not have the amount of the contract here today. Thank you.
Member for Great Slave.
Madam Chair, that's fine. I'd like to just ask a little bit about the Red Knife River Bridge replacement. It's my understanding that the money for this work will be coming from De Beers in exchange for some sort of a regulatory offset that they were doing. Can the Minister speak to whether that is the truth and how much that project is going to bring in? Thank you.
Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, so De Beers Canada was required by the Department of Fisheries and Oceans Canada to do a fish habitat compensation, and that was just part of the regulatory process that they went through. They worked with, I gather, multiple departments of the N.W.T in order to identify an appropriate site where they could maximize the usage of that prospective funding for a project that was in need here for the Northwest Territories, and they identified that the Red Knife River Bridge, which was built back in 1971, was way beyond its design life and was not providing adequate fish passage for migratory fish coming from upstream. So having landed on that site, there's now 3 culverts that are being replaced, and the total value to the N.W.T, I understand, is $9.5 million. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Great Slave.
Madam Chair, I appreciate that information, and again, always happy to hear other people are paying money for things that we need. I'm just looking at the highway reconstruction projects, and like I said, great to hear they're at 100%. I note that the Highway 3 is not on there. So is any work that would needed to be done in order to the approaches, et cetera, with regards to the bridge, would that come in under the bridge replacement costs, or will there be a separate piece at some point under highway reconstruction or highway costs? I guess I'm just trying to get a feel for, is the Frank Channel Bridge amount that was given to us by the federal government the all-in cost, or will we see some accommodation costs on the highway that we need to take care of ourselves? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister?
Not here. Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I am looking at the document, the table document. I do actually have an amount, so I'm not sure what has gone wrong. I do have $3.5 million for 24-25 showing here for the Highway 3, and specifically contemplating the fact that there would be some sections that would require strengthening in order to service the potential here, so, or to service that highway in light of what is going to be happening with the bridge. So. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would be remiss if we were talking about bridges and I didn't bring up the Great Bear River Bridge. It has, I have to say, been a disappointment for me to not see this project advance at all, really, in the 4 years, considering I had actually tried to be part of the team to build it in 2018 or 17. So knowing the money has been sitting around for that long, it's quite concerning to me that we're not advancing that. And I guess just to kind of get a little bit of a plug-in for anybody listening that may want to sit in the 20th, to me, I can't stress an infrastructure project that's more needed than the Mackenzie Valley Highway. If I could go back now, and this will make my colleague from Frame Lake happy, if I could go back now, I would scrap the other 2 infrastructure projects and have focused ourselves only on Mackenzie Valley Highway. I have noticed that over the last 4 years, the just absolute inability for those regions to move forward without having a proper accessible route for their supplies, for their building materials, having tried to execute projects in Toledo, in Norman Wells, and places where I only had limited access to equipment. It was very, very difficult, costly, and quite frankly not even necessary often, because by the time you would do the work, you couldn't do enough of it to really have any impact. So that's kind of more just a comment that I wanted to make, but But could the minister please give us an update? Are we actually going to see anything happen? I'm very struggling with the word planning that's in there, and that makes me think that this is just going to be yet another round of consultants' reports that go nowhere. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, it certainly has been a long road coming. That is the wrong choice of words there. But it is still in planning. But staying in planning is important, Madam Chair. Sometimes these projects, as we've seen, advance too quickly without adequate planning and then wind up getting bogged down at the environmental assessment stage or in the geotechnical stage or whatnot. So it is my hope that that won't yet continue to happen here. As I understand it, there were some challenges in terms of determining what type of contracting and what kind of final routing there might be here. And it is unfortunate that that it has gotten to that point. We did need to identify also parcels of land in an area where there are different ownerships over the parcels of land. If that is resolved and settled, then the next step is to actually get ready to build. And of course now the estimates that were in place at one time are several years old and very much predating all of the inflation that we are now all laboring under. So again, having the planning budget here, if the land issues have been resolved and some decisions within the communities are resolved as to where the placement of the bridge might go and how the contracting might take place, then the planning dollars here can bring about a new estimate and a higher estimate and figure out exactly what this is going to cost. It's the entirety of the Mackenzie Valley Highway is, I mean, we're into a very large number, and this bridge will be a very large part of it. And we're going to have to get a new estimate because what we have right now isn't accurate. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I'm super aware of how long cost estimates last and quotes even. I mean, you're lucky sometimes if you even get 3 months out of a company after they've given you a quote. So I guess I just would be very remiss if I didn't speak a bit further to this and general projects around the Toledo area and the very big feeling of lack of engagement that I hear from the community, including on this bridge. I have members of that community come to me on numerous occasions to ask for updates on what is happening there. And the mayor has told me he does not feel engaged and such. And so, and not just with this project, but with the healthcare center, which I missed in the earliest portion. So to me, I'm kind of starting to feel like the Great Bear River Bridge is going to be this nebulous, it's going to be the Tulston of the next project because it's just going nowhere. So has the minister, the department considered an alternative here rather than building this bridge on treacherous waters and such, maybe going towards a ferry system instead, in which they could then employ about 12 people seasonally on the ferry, as well as creating a tourism opportunity. So I guess I'd just like to know, are there other things being now thought of instead of this bridge that's never happening? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In the last few years of sitting here, I have not seen anything come across in the capital plans that would have been considered as a ferry option, so I don't know what the full history of that might be. But I can tell you with respect to the other part of the question and public consultation, there actually have been some recent public consultations in the region around specifically the land and the access and the lead points on the bridge. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Are there any further questions under asset management? Seeing none. Oh, Member for Decho.
Madam Chair, I note that that the Decho Bridge repair work is not listed in here. I think it's probably repair work, but that's the one dealing with the cable failure. I'm just wondering if it's a bigger task than originally expected, if they have to bring in an expert from the United Kingdom, and what's the projected estimated cost to repair that project, and what's the timeline? Must see.
Thank you. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, it is still, would certainly be my hope that we'd actually be able to get compensation for any repair work as a warranty on the bridge. Obviously that or some form of insurance on the bridge. I don't have a final on that. The issues arose only just this summer. And then the final completion of any repairs will be in June of 2024. But as I think the member has previously mentioned, or the minister has previously mentioned, there was certainly work done adequate to ensure the safety of the bridge for continued usage and passage between now and then. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Decho.
Mercy for that one. Also, infrastructure highways went into the community to shore up the riverbank where it was about 5 feet from the road, the access road into the community. And what I noticed that they did there was they just compacted fill in that area. And that's right next to the river where the ice, when you look on the river banks of in that area, the ice really chews up the banks there pretty, a significant amount. And why did infrastructure just put compact fill, knowing that when you do stuff like that, it's going to slump anyways once the ice hits it? If you can provide details on that, Masi.
Thank you. Minister of Finance.
Madam Chair, we're beyond my skill. I'll turn that to Mr. Brennan, please.
ADM Brennan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, so there was some erosion of the banks last year with the ice there, and it was noted last year. We did send a team in to take a look at it from the operations side, and we did do some short-term work on there, replacing some fill until we can get some engineering studies completed to determine what we need to do with that embankment going long-term. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Decho.
Merci, Madam Chair. Has the department hired engineers, or they're using in-house engineers, and have they been to the community yet? What's the expected timeline for this type of work here? Merci.
Thank you. Member ADM Brennan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, so we have not been into the community with our engineers yet, so we don't have an anticipated timeline. We had hoped to try to get something this year, but with all the activity around evacuations of wildfires, we never quite got to it. So it'll be a 2024 issue. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Decho.
Merci, Madam. That's all I have right now. Merci.
Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'll just be brief here. Just want to make a couple comments. Is that when I look at this part of the the capital budget, it's a big chunk, and it's really meaningful to contractors in the Northwest Territories. They're relying on this portion of the budget to continue operating through the transition period of government and going forward as well. So I just want to make sure that that government is aware of that, and that this is needed. And the other thing as well is that we got to make sure that the Indigenous governments have a strong role to play in that part of it as well, to make sure that they are getting some of this work. And if they get that work, I would hope that they would actually joint venture, if they're going to do that, with northern contractors versus southern contractors as well. So I guess it's just more of a comment there, just to keep it up front, that we want to make sure the work stays in the north and it actually happens to keep businesses alive here. Thank you.
Thank you. I didn't hear any questions in there, so I'll go to the next member. Member from Offway.
Thank you. This is further to the Frank Channel Bridge, Dike. It says here the completion date is going to be 26/27, and now that we know that the contract was, the engineer contract was awarded, that it's just been mentioned. So I just want to ask, when is the actual work going to start for the construction of the Frank Channel Bridge?
Thank you, Member. Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, I mean, this is right now in the 24-25 plan. So we are, there's already crushing happening this year with a significant expenditure for the 24-25 plan, which is that, I mean, that's when that will begin. I don't know if the member's looking for an exact month. I don't have that in front of me. If she'd like a month, I can see if Ms. Ian Brennan has that. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Brennan?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, so we did award a crushing contract for 23-24, the current fiscal year, and in 24-25, we're hoping that we will get the design work done and start on the actual procurement of goods for the construction. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member from Mountfree.
Yeah, another one too is that, so who will be supplying all the materials for the constructions? Like from the steel to the gravel and all that, you know, to build the bridge. Like, I just want to know because it should, will it be supplied by the Indigenous government?
Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So again, at this point, only the crush contract has been completed. That one is being done by the local community contractor. Anything on the Frank Channel Bridge would have to go through the Clecho Infrastructure Cooperation Agreement, which there's a presumption in a way that, or an initial attempt to negotiate directly with the Clecho government or a subsidiary thereof. If there's an inability to reach conclusion, then even so, any outside agreement that may be reached would still then be subject to having provisions within it for employment and I believe also for procurement of some materials, goods, or services. So point of which is either way, whether it's a direct contract with the Clecho or their subsidiary development arms, or whether it's private, there are guarantees within that process to ensure that there's benefits directly to the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Mountfree.
Okay, thank you. Okay, the Frank Channel Bridge is beneficial for everybody for the Northwest Territories. It's a busy bridge, and I'm very grateful for that because it's going to be providing employment for the people in the regions. It's, you know, like from YELLOWKNIFE as well too. So there's going to be a lot of people benefiting from that. So, and that is part of North Lake region. So we are part of North Lake. And so there's nothing actually in the budget for Clecho region alone. If Clecho region alone was identified, there'd be nothing. And we even have in there where N.W.T want an all-season road. They did identify that. And YELLOWKNIFE identified that as well. And they really do support, you know, like what they're asking for. But I just wanted to ask the minister if there is a plan in place, and if there is a plan in place, do they have a date of when the actual work, or if there was an agreement made with the Clecho investment or infrastructure agreement, or with the Clecho government, or with the tech, or was there any agreement made? I just wanted to ask the minister that.
Thank you, Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the Clecho region or the Mountfree riding I can summarize, they're getting $36.615 million this year. It is actually 10% of the total capital estimates, and that is not including the territorial portion, which may well include some of the highway work if that is deemed as territorial. So I can provide a breakdown. I only have that number right now. I don't have a breakdown. And as for an agreement, I mean, again, I'm not sure I'm entirely understanding the context, but the Clecho Infrastructure Cooperation Agreement does exist between the Clecho government and the government of the Northwest Territories. So, I mean, beyond, and just to confirm, Madam Chair, indeed, the capital estimates that I'm saying, the 10% that's going to Mountfree is, it is actually quite far and apart beyond the bridge, which, although it is on Clecho lands and so subject to the agreement, quite rightfully does have a tremendous impact and benefit to the whole of the territory. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Mafui.
Yes, thank you. Yes, I know that it would be nice if there was a Klitschko region. All the project that they're going to be working on within this upcoming fiscal year identified, it would have been great because I know that the people in my region, they would like to know. And we have a lot of people there with their own business that they will, if they were aware of some of these things, I think they would plan better. Because all we see in this budget is a small project, large projects, and there's no other, they don't identify what is under the small project and large project. And there's no an estimate, there's no numbers beside it, the budget. So that's why I asked, because if we had that, it would have been great. And even like she just said, the 36 million, I would like to know what kind of project is that's going into Klitschko region. Is it the school? Is it the health center? All our we have a lot of aging infrastructure in our communities, water pipe in Edzo. So it would be good if those were identified, so then that people, they know. So that's all I want to ask. Thank you.
Thank you. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will send a consolidation of the list of projects to the member for Montfouille. Part of the challenge, of course, is, for example, that there's a housing N.W.T project that is taking place in the Montfouille region. There is runway and apron overlays at one of the airports that's under infrastructure. There's the North Arm Park that is under ITI. So each and every one of these projects is listed in the capital estimates with its budget and the location, but because they're in the different departments, we organize by department, so you're seeing them in each department. But again, Department of Finance can put together a list here, and I can send it to the member so she can see them, and then would have that cross-reference stability. My understanding under the Klitschko Investment or Infrastructure Cooperation Agreement is that the Klitschko government themselves do take a leading role in communicating and identifying contractors in those communities. I may be overstating that. I don't mean to put them on the spot, but I think that is a part of the understanding is that they are the lead on their lands. So, and then in addition to that, Madam Chair, there are contracting seminars that are run fairly regularly for contractors, and the dashboard that we have for all of the details of what's coming up. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Are there any further questions? Member for Montfouille.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, thank you. Thank you for the information, and it's good to know. And I just want to know if for next fiscal year, will the minister commit to create, our own Klitschko region, part of their budgeting, so that way we will know, don't include us in the North Lake, because North Lake includes Yellowknife and, Tuna Day, Wella Days, riding, my colleague here. So, and then, we need to get away from North Lake. We need to have our own region or our own, so that way we will know, how much is being spent to Klitschko region. And right now it's at 20%, but that's not, doesn't say much for Klitschko region. So that's just more of a comment. Thank you.
Thank you, member. Are there any further questions under asset management from members? Seeing none. Department of Infrastructure, Asset Management, Infrastructure Investments, $83,595,000. Does committee agree? Thank you. Next, turn to page 59 for Energy and Strategic Initiatives with information items on page 60. Are there any questions? Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you. I see we have some pre-construction, engineering, regulatory activities for Tulsan expansion pre-construction. Do we have a rough cost estimate of what we think the Tulsan expansion will cost? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, the member might recall that a preliminary business case was shared with the standing committee and did have in it some initial cost estimates for both generation and transmission. More recent to that, as of May, a final business case was prepared. It does, however, first go to the MOU signatories, who we are contemplating as being the partners on the project. I understand that members may wish to have access to that. I don't have the ability right here to speak to that, so I'm not able to speak to the numbers that are in that cost estimate. But again, I can assure the member that that work has been done, along with quite a lot of other work to get us to the point where we are looking at doing some of the pre-construction, so engineering, environmental, and regulatory activities, which is what is contemplated in the 25-26 or 24-25 plans. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Yellowknife North.
Can I get an over-under on $2 billion? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. No, I'm not doing over-unders. Thank you.
Member for Yellowknife North.
Yeah, I don't want it in confidence. I think this is just completely undemocratic. We're heading into an election, and the next assembly has to make the decision to do the same thing we did, where you put the 3 major infrastructure projects in your mandate, or to pick one. And there's strong arguments on either side. There is some argument that the way you get these built is you just kind of always keep them on the books, and you play the lottery with the feds, and you try and get the money based on what their priorities are. There's also an argument that maybe we should just pick one and try and get it done. But I think it's really unfair to the public, to everyone who's running into the next assembly, to not have an idea of the costs of the projects. It's worth noting that almost every hydro project everywhere goes over budget and over time. I don't think one's been built in Canada in the last decade that was on budget. So even if we're saying it's $2 billion, I think like 2.5 we'd be lucky. But I'm making these numbers up because the minister will not share them. And I don't want them. I want the public to know how much it costs to build the Tulston expansion. I guess I'll try and ask some other questions. It's 60 megawatts. We did this over a decade ago. At that point, it was $1.2 billion, and we abandoned it because we couldn't get any long-term power purchasing agreements. Do we have anyone who wants to buy this power? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So part of what a significant portion of the work that was done was an analysis of the potential mining needs for the entire region. I think people sometimes presume this is for slave geologic only, but it does go far beyond that. I know that NTPC have already entered into MOU agreements with Pine Point, and I believe with Norzinc, although I could stand to be corrected about that, but are also in discussions with some of the other mines in and around in the South Slave, but also then through the North Slave, and again, not only with respect to slave geologic, but also with respect to some of the gold mines and gold projects, examples being, Nighthawk, for instance. There are similarly interest of late, the mining project, and I don't have it in front of me, I'm forgetting the name, just outside Yellowknife, a gold project, and then also the lithium companies that have been coming in and looking in and around Yellowknife. So the challenge that we do get into, Madam Chair, and I think, if I may, 30 years ago got into is, do you build it and then hope that someone will buy the power, or do you wait for someone to promise you that they're going to buy either power? We are at risk of being in that situation yet again, and at risk of missing out on the opportunity to resolve the energy sustainability challenges that we have in the Northwest Territories, whether that is through an expansion of the hydropower capabilities that we have, or whether it is because we decide we need another alternative. One way or another, in the next 10 years, we need an alternative. Because what we're doing now is not going to work and is not green, and it is not cheap, and they're only taxing, the federal government, are only taxing us more. So we can certainly come to the conclusion of expanding the hydro capacity that we have in a way that will not include any further flooding, looking at that as an option and considering whether that's a priority, and then putting a final number to it when we've made that choice or not. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Member for Yellowknife North.
Yeah, that's all fine. I get the debate. I get the debate whether to build it, and this debate of if you build it, they will come. I just don't understand why we can't have a rough estimate of what it's going to cost. It just doesn't. It's like I'm having a debate with no idea. I don't even know what to ask next. Do we know the route yet? Did we make a decision on whether it's submarine or going around the lake? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Madam Chair, that is, I think, probably the critical decision that needs to be made at the steering committee. And so, again, just I suspect the member knows, but for the public, there's a steering committee that is composed of the signatories to the original MOU, aside from the Salt River, who at the present moment have opted to not participate, although are certainly welcome back. And that the steering committee is composed of leadership, and then the working group is composed of the officers or officials from N.W.T. as along with those other governments. And that is part of my struggle. I don't disagree that the public has the opportunity in a territorial election to state their preference for the future economy, for energy resilience, for how we go about building big projects. But we are in a situation where if this project is going to be done differently and done right and done well and not get into a situation of, extended blockages or concerns amongst the governments on whose traditional lands the project would be, doing it through the MOU and the steering committee process is taking some time. That is, back to the original question, it is precisely that, is to ask when, what that routing would be. We're down to a couple of choices, and with that in hand, it's deciding what that might look like in terms of an agreement between governments. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you. I think this requires a very fulsome public debate. How much are we selling the power for? How much power are we selling? How long? How many mines do we need to exist to buy it? What's the payback? What are these projects doing in other jurisdictions? How much are their cost overruns? How much is it roughly going to cost? I just can't believe I'm being asked for money without any of that information. I guess, can I have, how much money right now is the government asking for this Tolston expansion pre-construction? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister of Finance.
Sorry, Madam Chair, let me take that to Mr. Brennan. I may have just missed the question there. Maybe he's...
Thank you. Mr. Brennan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For 24-25, we're proposing $3.5 million. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Yellowknife North.
Yeah, thank you. And I get that's the nature of these. You got to do a lot of planning work, and you got to spend a few $1 million. I mean, we've been spending, I think, since the 16th Assembly, we've been spending a few $1 million every budget on Tolston to do some engineering assessments. And I get the project is kind of evolving, and it's, no longer going to the diamond mines, and it's relying on a bunch of metal mines. I guess, I know Pine Point in their preliminary economic assessment says they're buying power from the Tolston at 11 cents a kilowatt hour, which is very, very cheap compared to everyone else. Do we have any idea of what we would sell the power at Tolston for? Is it going to be significantly lower than everyone else in the territory pays? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, as if I recall, there are estimates and ranges built into the business case that depend upon what the market may be doing at any one time. I don't, in front of me, have whether it's above or below 11 cents. Madam Chair, if I might just, and I am conscious of time, but if I might just venture, I think if the MOU and steering committee partners can make a decision on the routing and then be able to say, here's the project. The challenge we're in is we don't quite have the project, and that's where the planning money that's being requested is to get to that point where we can come forward and say, here's the project. I fully agree that when you can say, here's the project, that should be then part of fulsome debate here before the final big dollars are actually agreed to. I'll stop so the member can ask me one more. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Yellowknife North. Quick one.
Yeah, I guess I understand we've been asking for the federal government for money for this, so they must have a guess of what it's going to cost. And actually, at one point, the minister, Dan Vandel, said the money was very close. Like, he almost said he was giving it to us. I think it was coming out of the Canada Infrastructure Bank. So I'm assuming the feds know how much the project costs. And I mean, I don't know how they can if we haven't picked a route, but they must know something. Are the feds giving us any money for Tolston anytime soon, or did that kind of disappear with this whole, first we have to go through the MOU process? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, they are quite keen on the project. The project has a sense of, so many senses of being chicken and egg, whether it's with the mineral resource industry or whether it's with the federal government. It is difficult to make a decision amongst ourselves and the Indigenous governments within the territories and say, here's our project, and go to the federal government without knowing what the federal government is going to put on the table or just how much at the table they're going to sit. So those are two challenges, I think, with this. I want to emphasize that when there is a project with a route and a commercial structure to be proposed of who's involved, it won't proceed and can't proceed until this House approves that money to go and to be spent. And at that point, there will be a project to be debated. There are, of course, earlier points in that decision-making. I'm mentioning some of them now, routing, for example. But again, given that the project partners are Indigenous governments, that's where the time is being spent right now, is there with the notion that with the knowledge that the project would then come forward here. Right now, all of the funding is 100% federal, and wouldn't it be wonderful it stays that way? Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. And with that, members, we're going to take a short break, give our interpreters some time to rest. They're the ones that are constantly speaking while we get to take turns. Thank you. Back to order, committee. We are on infrastructure, energy, and strategic initiatives. Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Now I'm in the right place to ask about the Fort Simpson LNG and such. In a presentation we were given, it was told that the relocation of the diesel plant was changed, but it had a $3 million price tag. I'm a little bit confused as to where the two different projects are at. Are we still relocating the diesel plant? Is that not happening now? What's going on? Could the minister maybe speak a little bit more to that situation? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister of Finance.
Let's go to ADM Brennan, please.
ADM Brennan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, so we are still planning to move ahead with both projects, but in 2021, and I believe it was, an assessment was done to combine both projects, so to plan to relocate the diesel plant and combine it with a new LNG plant. So right now we have some money for the LNG, but we don't have any funding for the diesel, so we're basically looking for federal money to complete both projects at the same time. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this seems to be something different than the last time we were sitting here talking about this project, because at that point, it was just one standalone supplementary LNG, and we were told that it would be going back to get a full amount of money for the LNG plant. When did this change to become a co-locate of the old diesel plant with the new LNG component? Thank you.
Thank you. ADM Brennan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's my understanding that that decision was made, and I have in my notes 2022. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's been a long week. That's pretty broad in 2022, and just makes me think that perhaps it was not communicated to us properly in the last sitting what was actually going on with this project. I struggle to see why we are continuing to waffle or go back and forth on what's happening here, given that really our increased flooding and climate change-driven emergencies are likely going to mean that that diesel plant where it is now is no longer going to be usable. Can the Minister of the Department speak to the fact of why a decision was made not to move to full LNG and remove the diesel component altogether? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'm going to go to ADM Brennan one more time, but it certainly can, yeah, just do that for now, please.
ADM Brennan.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. So essentially what happened was there was a risk assessment done at the existing site of the diesel plant, and it was decided that it had to be moved as well. So at that point in time, a decision was made to combine both projects and move it off the island. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Okay, so that does make sense to me with what we were talking about last time. However, then, I was not aware that the plan was to reuse the existing diesel plant in the new combination one. And if there is a relocation with the $3 million, is that still happening? So we are going to be repurposing old equipment or infrastructure from the old plant rather than going to new diesel equipment. Thank you.
Thank you. Minister of Finance.
Madam Chair, I certainly could take this back to ADM Brennan, but the information I have is that is actually part of the challenge right now, is NTPC is trying to still work through the relocation and get a proper cost estimate as to how that relocation takes place, given that with a relocation you may or may not be able to reuse the equipment. So again, happy to redirect though as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Great Slave.
Yeah, that would make sense. I guess my concern is what is our contingency plan should NTPC in all of their infinite wisdom struggle to find a solution here to what is going on. And then we have all these supply chain challenges that are only continuing to get worse as we have disruptions to services through fires and flooding and other events. I'm very, very concerned that this is being left in NTPC's hands and that at some point the diesel plant will fall into the river or at least become unusable and unsafe, and there will be no LNG plant to replace it. So are we going to then pay for everybody to have solar panels in Fort Simpson? What's the contingency plan here? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I would suggest that asking about the contingency plans for N.W.Ts and really the N.W.T's energy security is probably a reasonable question for every community in the Northwest Territories. I don't know that there's anything particularly more or less urgent here. The current plant does still have life. It is still functional in that regard. It is at least at the planning stage to move forward for a more secure, long-term and sustainable location. We, again, are taking that message to the federal government because any projects that we had planned, in this case interrupted by a flood, now the costs of everything have gone up quite significantly. So, the backup plan is to get this plan moving and to make some decisions so that it can be relocated in a way that makes sense to use the assets that are there if possible, and if not, to have an estimate that is current so that can be brought back here to determine if that's where we want to go. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Madam Chair. with all due respect, I wonder if the minister's actually gone out and seen the roadway and looked at the amount of erosion that has occurred at that site in the last 2 years. And I think it's all pretty safe to say that it's not going to get any better. You know, I just have to reiterate, I have no faith in the fact that this is a department that over 4 years has failed to spend hundreds of millions of dollars in money to the point where the federal government has said they'll cut our funding off and we have to use pots that have already been promised to us, that we get no new money promised because we can't spend what we've got. And then here I see that we've had money, we've known about this problem. I knew about this problem as a consultant in Fort Simpson when I worked there in 2012. So for us to now be sitting here waiting on NTPC to figure out what they're going to do with this falling down plant and can they salvage some of it because they have no financial stability, I have to wonder what the village of Fort Simpson is going to do. Yeah, I think they're all going to find themselves with no power at some point in the next few years, or a very piecemeal together project. And really, this is a failure of this department to exercise and to get their mandates and their work done. This department hasn't moved for 4 years. And that's not all the pandemic. That is not all the fires. That is a lack of will and push to get things done and get the money spent that could have kept our economy going through COVID and other things. I have nothing else to say. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Great Slave. Member for Frame Lake.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. I want to thank my colleague from Yellowknife North for raising a number of concerns and issues, particularly around the Tolson expansion project. But I guess I just want to go on record as well. This is the area of the capital budget that I have the most difficulty with. And folks in this House are not going to be surprised to hear me say that I think many of these projects are of very dubious value. I don't think it's not possible for them to go ahead at the same time. I think it was a mistake to try to say to the public that we're going to get these 3 projects going at the same time, the 3 big ones in particular. And through the work that I've done here, when you actually see the contracts that are out for certainly Tolson expansion, the Slade Geological Province, the planning work mainly goes to southern companies. So I think the economic value of these is really quite dubious. And I would much rather see the money being an effort that's going into these projects put into housing. We need to start treating housing like it's a big infrastructure project. I've said that many, many times in this House, and just water off a duck's back. Now, I do want to talk or ask some specific questions about the Slade Geological Province funding that's in here. I'd like to know how much of this is our own money for the next year. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Let me go to ADM Brennan. He'll know, I hope, the exact numbers or the exact cost sharing ratio. Thank you.
Thank you. ADM Brennan.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. So the SGP is 75% feds, 25% is N.W.T. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Frame Lake.
Okay, thanks. I think I knew that, but how much are we spending of our own money then in 24-25 on SGP work? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We'll just get that number for the member. So, well, looking at 9 million, but then that's the total that's being spent, though, Madam Chair. That's inclusive of the amount coming from the feds. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Frame Lake.
Yeah, okay, thanks. Yeah, so there is some of our own money going in here. This is one that's experienced very significant slippage. Quite frankly, I just don't think we should be doing it for a whole variety of other reasons. I might get into some of that, but at what point will this project be in by the end of 24-25? What's the status of the work going to be, and what will we get out of the $2 or $3 million of our own money that we're putting into it? Thank you.
Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The federal money that was secured was intended to support work up to the point of an environmental assessment. Anticipating where this may well go, there of course is the regional strategic environmental assessment that is now also underway. That is not falling under the same pot of funding, but that to the extent that there's, I wouldn't say slippage, but perhaps a delay in the work, as that work also needed to get done and needed to be considered. But that again, the funding is provided for the purpose of being ready to put forward the environment or to complete the environmental assessment work. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Frame Lake.
Yeah, I think that's a big mistake, quite frankly, and I've said that before in this House, and I hope that future governments will listen to this as well. This government cannot have it both ways. You cannot trigger an EA for the Slade Geological Province or Lockhart All-Season Road while it's in a regional study. What's the point of doing a regional study? Clecho government, others have asked for the regional study so that we don't make irrevocable mistakes. So why trigger an EA while the regional study is going on? That would be just ridiculous. And quite frankly, contrary to good project management, good environmental management, sound public policy. So, and I've said this before in the House, if this government ends up triggering an EA while the regional study is on, that's really bad. I can't emphasize that enough. Why do the regional study? So, yeah, I just don't agree with this, quite frankly, and especially at a time where the caribou herds, the Bathurst caribou herd has not recovered. There's no evidence whatsoever of recovery in the last 4 years I've been here, and it's gotten worse. So I don't know why we would continue to push this when the caribou herd is in crisis while a regional study is going on. This is just bad public policy, bad spending. The benefits don't stay here. I just don't understand why we do this, Madam Chair. This is wrong. Now, I do want to say a couple of other things, and I think I've also heard it said in this House. If there's one project on this list this government should pursue, it's a Mackenzie Valley Highway. It actually connects communities. It's for the benefit of communities. This other stuff, a lot of this is not for the benefit of communities, some of this stuff. So if you're going to do the Mackenzie Valley Highway, the problem is this has been a project that is in environmental assessment now for 10 years because we submitted it way too early before we even had money. So we've been gobbling up regulatory time. The Mackenzie Valley Environmental Impact Review Board, they almost canceled the environmental assessment at one point because our government wouldn't submit necessary information. Why trigger an EA on something when you're not ready to do it? And that's what you're going to do with the Slade Geological Province application as well. You're going to trigger an EA before it's even ready. And you're going to gobble up, waste taxpayers' money on it. It's going to turn into a boondoggle. And I think the same thing will happen with Tolson. I have no doubt if the current attitudes continue to prevail here. So my advice is you concentrate on one project. That's what I've heard informally from the federal contacts that I have. Those guys, they just can't figure out what they want to do. They keep coming after us for all kinds of crazy things. If they had one project and they brought it to us with a real plan, we could probably work with that. This other stuff, crazy. Why do it? So that's my advice to the next assembly. Concentrate on one big infrastructure project and make it the Mackenzie Valley Highway and finish it. And do it in small enough chunks that communities will actually benefit from it. Don't try to do it all at the same time and gobble up 10 years of an EA before a board and waste taxpayers' money. Get the money in place and do it right. Thanks, Madam Chair. I think that's probably all I have to say. It sounds like a lecture, and quite frankly it is, because I'm fed up after 8 years of sitting here wasting taxpayers' money on these boondoggle projects. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further comments or questions under energy and strategic initiatives? Seeing none, Department of Infrastructure, Energy and Strategic Initiatives, Infrastructure Investments, $45 million $150,000. Does committee agree? Thank you. Next, turn to page 61 for programs and services with information items on page 62 and 63. Department of Infrastructure, Programs and Services, Infrastructure Investments, $72,334,000. Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just, trying to frantically scroll through my notes here, but I just wanted to talk a little bit about the Inuvik and Airport, the Mike Zupko Air Terminal Building, the runway extension project, and the adaptation for climate change. It's my understanding that these projects have come in under, I'm just looking, the Trade Corridor Fund? No, these are the D&D. Can the Minister confirm that these are all being 100% funded by the federal government? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister of Finance.
Let's go to ADM Brennan, please.
Mr. Brennan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the D&D runway extension is 100% federally funded. There's also a disaster mitigation adaptation fund project on the way at the runway that's 75% funded, and the airport terminal building is currently 75% funded. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Grace Slave.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I recall a couple of years back talking about this project, and there was a bit of back and forth around getting the project going. Can the Minister or the Department please give me just a bit of an update on where things are at? Considering it's been very quiet from the people that I was hearing from before, I'm assuming things have been moving along well, but if I could just get an idea of when, are things progressing on time and on budget? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister of Finance.
I think ADM Brennan has probably the latest numbers on that, please.
ADM Brennan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So for the runway project, things are progressing on time and on the adjusted budget. We recently signed the contract for, I think, about $82 million for continue the earthworks, and although the work will take us up to completion of the runway except for electrical and paving. I think that'll take us for another year and a half, I do believe. In terms of the airport terminal building, so that project is currently under negotiation. So the proponent did submit a bid. We're working through that bid right now, and that work continues. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can the Minister Department tell me how much of this money is staying with northern businesses? It is my understanding that the engineers on this project are not BIPT or northern businesses. Can the Minister or the Department speak to that? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I know we're just looking for, there's the three different projects here. The lead, of course, was a joint venture between the two landowners of the region, the IRC and GTC. So they would be the lead in terms of ensuring that their own beneficiaries would be benefiting in a maximum capacity. And I would have no sort of direct say in terms of saying to them who or is not a beneficiary. Let me double check with ADM Brennan, though, if there's anyone else involved. Again, there may well be some, particularly the technical supports, that we would not have the capacity for that here in the Northwest Territories, and so I'd just send it to him to see if I've missed any major players. Thank you.
Thank you. ADM Brennan.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. So I think the only thing I would add to what the Minister said was that our most recent report was that it was 80% local and N.W.T labor on that project. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to note, that is just the labor portion, not the materials and supplies. And I see that the ADM is not in his head, so it is not 80% of the total cost of the project for anybody listening. I do want to come back to this comment, the comment the Minister said that she has no direct say in the subcontractors used by the joint venture between the IRC and the GTC. This has come up before in other projects where, I believe under NTPC, where the N.W.T sort of washes its hands of its fiscal responsibility under the Free Trade Acts, as well as under our own policies to ensure that northern business is used and to ensure that it's going the right way. Can the Minister speak to what controls or measures are in place to ensure that what is happening for the within those groups is actually benefiting the people that it's meant to? Because I'm sure you're aware, and I've heard it too, there are a lot of beneficiaries in the Beaufort Delta that are not getting a piece of any of this pie, and that others are being brought in from outside and being deemed as northern and beneficiaries. Thank you.
Thank you. Minister.
Oh, Madam Chair, I am quite happy to talk about vendor performance management. So one of the many things that has proceeded under and in response to the procurement review was a move for vendor performance management. I certainly don't want to suggest that the government of the Northwest Territories doesn't play a role in managing its own contracts. However, up until the time of the procurement review, there wasn't anything in the contracts to say that they would be monitored, and then there was no mechanism by which to enforce, say, the BIP policies that businesses were using to bid on contracts. So with the introduction of vendor performance management initially a couple of years ago, which introduced the monitoring component and started to change our contracts so that contractors would know that they were being monitored, the last piece of the puzzle, if you will, was now to create and establish enforcement mechanisms, which would be up to and including the ability to hold back the holdback amounts if in fact companies were not meeting the obligations that they had purported to be meeting when they initially made their contracted bid. So I do certainly agree with that concern. Our bid program and procurement in general will only be as strong as our ability to monitor it and enforce it. Those tools are now in place. It has taken some time, and so I acknowledge that, but those tools are there now. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Great Slave.
Madam Chair. Yeah, you know, I have heard the minister say this before, but it's really disappointing that it took 4 years, or at least 2, in order to have a couple line items put into the contractor's reporting regarding things like per diems, which I raised with her numerous times and brought up in cabinet when I first got in. I ordered a procurement review to the Department of Infrastructure in the spring of 2020. We are now sitting at the fall of 2023, and a lot of the things that I directed them to do have not come forward and are taking 4 years to do. In order to have a reporting sheet, which the federal government has been doing on this type of thing for decades now, it has taken this government 4 years to develop that. And I can tell them right now that their contractor still keeps the incidental piece of the per diems from their northern workers. So I don't have a lot of faith in this enforcement that's been going on or been put forward. It took way too long to come forward, and I don't think there's any teeth in it. When members can move, or people can move to a community, rent a residential address, label that as their office address and become local to take away contracts from others in that region, and therefore then be able to actually establish a business location in that town, and I'm talking about your own town, Madam Chair, you know, they're very much gaming the system. So I really hope that the next Assembly takes this to heart, because a lot of our money is going to the South and to people that have worked for this government before and are sitting with cozy pensions and are also still now taking money away from people here. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, member. Did you have any further questions? Programs, infrastructure, programs and services. Any further questions from members? Seeing none. Department of Infrastructure, Programs and Services. Infrastructure investments, $72,334,000. Does committee agree? Thank you, members. Please return now to the department summary found at page 55. Department of Infrastructure, 2024-2025. Capital estimates, $201,079,000. Does committee agree? Does committee agree that consideration of Department of Infrastructure is now complete? Thank you. Committee, we will now consider the Department of Justice. Does the minister wish to switch witnesses? Witnesses?
Madam Chair, yes, please.
Sergeant at Arms, please escort the witness from the chamber. Minister, would you please, oh, sorry, welcome back, Ms. Melanson. All right, so members, we are Now considering the Department of Justice, which begins on page 64, we will defer the departmental totals and review the estimates by activity summary beginning on page 65 with corrections, with information items on page 66. Department of Justice, Corrections, Infrastructure Investments, $780,000. Does committee agree? Thank you. Turn next to page 67 for Court Services with information items on page 68. Department of Justice, Court Services, Infrastructure Investments, $700,000. Does committee agree? Thank you, members. Please return now to the departmental total found on page 64. Department of Justice, 2024-2025. Capital estimates, $1,480,000. Does committee agree? Does committee agree that consideration of the Department of Justice is now complete? Thank you, committee. Committee, we will now consider the Department of Municipal and Community Affairs. Minister, did you need to change your witnesses for this department?
Thank you.
This department begins on page 70. We will defer the departmental totals and review the estimates by activity summary beginning on page 71 with community operations with information on page 72. Department of Municipal and Community Affairs, Community Operations, Infrastructure Investments, $22 million, $201,000. Does committee agree? Thank you. Please, member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can someone just explain to me what's going on here with this line item? It was last fiscal, the actuals were 18 million, and then we revised, sorry, 2 fiscals it was 18, then we revised it to 66, and now it's 22. Can I just have a high-level explanation of what's going on? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This, I believe, arises because of the Investing in Canada Infrastructure Communities Fund, and that is where we have seen a significant increase in first the revised and then in the revised estimates for 23-24. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Yellowknife North.
Yeah, thank you. Can I just confirm? I think before that this was money administered on behalf of others, and then we changed the financial reporting and it shows up this way. And essentially we're just holding this money for the communities, and these fluctuations are based on how we get it out the door. Is that correct? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, this is, if you all think back to the time when we talked about a change in accounting treatment, here it is in real life form showing up here. So very exciting to learn about some accounting principles. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member, okay. Any further questions under this community operations? Seeing none. Department of Municipal and Community Affairs, Community Operations, Infrastructure Investments, $22,201,000. Does committee agree? Thank you. Next, turn to page 73 for regional operations with information items on page 74. Department of Municipal and Community Services, Regional Operations, Infrastructure Investments, $32,545,000. Does committee agree? Thank you, members. Please return now to the departmental summary found on page 70. Department of Municipal and Community Affairs, 2024-2025. Capital estimates, $54,746,000. Does committee agree? Does committee agree that consideration of the Department of Municipal and Community Affairs is now complete? Thank you, committee. We will now consider Housing Northwest Territories. Committee, Housing Northwest Territories is included in the capital estimates as an information item, and the totals are not votable. We will continue to review these estimates as we have for the previously considered departments. However, we will not vote on the totals. If members have comments or questions, they can be raised at the appropriate time. Committee, Housing Northwest Territories begins on page 75. We will defer the totals and review the estimates by activity summary beginning on page 76. with Finance and Infrastructure Services with information items on page 77. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I always find when we start looking at the Housing Northwest Territories budget, and I know that they're information items, but I always get very frustrated. Pardon me?
If I got to change out the witnesses. Sergeant at Arms, please escort the witness out. Minister, would you please introduce your witness?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have Mr. Jim Martin, the Vice President of Finance and Infrastructure Services for Housing Northwest Territories.
Thank you and welcome. Member for Cam Lake, sorry, can you start over?
Sure. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, whenever we review the budgets for Housing Northwest Territories, I find that I get very frustrated. And one of the reasons for that is we never have a really good indication of what kind of investment we're making in housing and what specifically we're getting for that, especially when we're talking to residents of the Northwest Territories. And so one example of that is if you look at the 2023 to 2024 capital estimates, the capital estimates were $35 million, 35.5. And then when you look at the revised estimates, all of a sudden we have 136. And so there was a lot of money that came from somewhere, and that's a really good news story. But I, sitting on this side of the House, there's no way for people who are reading this document in the public to know where that money came from, how the government got it. Did it come from the feds? We're assuming it came from the feds. We don't have an idea if there was federal monies that went directly to Indigenous governments and what housing in the Northwest Territories really looks like and what the investment in housing in the Northwest Territories really looks like. And so it would be really great if going forward, if there was some kind of a table that could go with these information items as additional information to help kind of paint that full picture of not only investment in the Northwest Territories, but what some of these numbers look like. And if you look back at all of the both main estimate conversations and capital conversations that happen on the floor of this House over a 4-year period, a lot of our questions are the same. A lot of the information that we're asking for are the same, and some of those questions, Madam Chair, you even asked today in your member statement and in question period again today. So my first question is, are we anticipating, in addition to this $13 million, any additional influxes of funding for housing from either the feds or somewhere else for the Northwest Territories? Because $13 million is not going to help us solve what we, up until, our wildfire crisis was really the conversation you heard frequently in the House, which was our housing crisis. So I'm wondering if we're expecting any additional funding for housing this year. Thank you.
Thank you. Minister of Finance.
Madam Chair, I want to say a simple yes. Housing is one that has a lot of attention, obviously, from the federal government. Housing is an area that has a lot of attention going to Indigenous governments, and there's been a significant growth in money going directly to Indigenous governments and community governments, not the N.W.T, which is a perfectly good solution and one that we have in fact advocated for because it allows communities to be in charge of delivering their own housing solutions. So I would say that there is one of the challenges here is that this number does not represent the total investment in housing in the Northwest Territories. And so I certainly would want that to be clear. Now, I'm not sure if there's some further details right now that Mr. Martin might be able to provide, obviously, but let me see if he's in a position to do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Martin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, so as the Minister noted, there is certainly additional funding out there for housing. The revised capital estimates for housings for this fiscal year actually include an additional $43 million that was approved since April 1st of this fiscal year. So there is a few projects that are included, and we included those to ensure that, we were able to give a full order of magnitude of additional housing investment occurring this fiscal year. But looking, and as was mentioned, in addition to the funding that is flowing to Housing N.W.T, we do recognize that there is additional funding flowing to Indigenous governments. Some previous public announcements indicated upwards of $400 million over the next number of years that reflect commitments made during the life of the 19th Legislative Assembly. So there is significant dollars still out there, and these all present opportunities for partnership with Housing N.W.T, and we continue to work very closely with Indigenous governments to leverage projects as they come forward. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. So what I want to be clear about is I am very much in support of dollars going from the federal government directly to Indigenous governments. This is absolutely a good news story. What I think would be very helpful and would also be a good news story for Housing N.W.T is to be very honest about the influx of dollars for housing, because they have a role in advocating for that. So they're doing themselves a communication and a public relations favor by ensuring that that information is publicly available and is tracked in these documents. And so what I'm going to say again, and I know it's been asked before, is for some type of information sharing that shows the information of public dollars being spent in the Northwest Territories, whether that comes from the GNWT or the federal government. My next question, though, is in regards to the list of major retrofits on the back page. It outlines about major retrofits to about 100 units, and so I'm wondering if the Housing N.W.T can now confirm, as at the last capital acquisition plan for this assembly, what their total stock is of public housing units. Thank you.
Thank you. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'm going to turn that number to Mr. Martin, but I do want to just note that with respect to the extent to which an Indigenous government or community government wants to tell us or make public the amount that they're receiving from the federal government is not entirely up to us, but the Council of Leaders Housing Group is, I believe, now up and running. I don't know what frequency or with which it's meeting just yet, but that will be a forum that is significant in achieving exactly what the member has suggested. As for total numbers, I'll go to Mr. Martin, please.
Thank you. Mr. Martin.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Currently, right now, we have approximately 2,700 owned housing units within our inventory. So it's approximately 2,300 public housing, 250 market, and about 100 and, well, based on the last count, 186 HELP, home ownership entry-level program units. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. What I'd like to know is if these units that are incurring major retrofits, are they currently empty or are they currently being lived in? If they're empty, then I would assume this will reduce the wait time, and so I'm wondering if Mr. Martin can also speak to that. Thank you.
Thank you. Minister.
Mr. Martin, please.
Mr. Martin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, like our programs, working closely with the districts, program staff working closely with districts and LHOs. Yes, as the units become available, they are allocated in a very timely manner. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I think the question was, are the units that are on the list currently empty or are they occupied? Thank you.
Madam Chair, I'm not sure if we have an occupancy list necessarily with respect to planning, but if we do, let me see if we can get it. I'm just conscious of the time. We certainly can provide that if we don't have it handy. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Martin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. According to a recent report, we have about 58 units that are vacant and now ready for occupancy. So they're in the process of being filled as soon as possible. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. So will this influx of $13 million and major retrofits reduce the wait time for housing in the Northwest Territories? Thank you.
Thank you, Member. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I mean, that is certainly, that is the logical conclusion. Thank you.
Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to go back to that one because I'd like to hear it from housing because I'm not going to make assumptions on that one. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Martin.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, most definitely. As we can complete our retrofits with the resources we have available, the units come online as soon as possible and allocations do occur as soon as possible as well. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I've got about a minute left, and so I'm wondering, there's about 100 units here out of the stock of 2,700. How many are still waiting or in need of major retrofits in order to bring our housing stock out of core need? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister of Finance.
To Mr. Martin, please.
Mr. Martin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Right now in the current fiscal year, we have approximately 300 M&I units that are undergoing repairs, retrofits, as was alluded to. We currently have about 175 units across the system that are vacant, requiring those repairs to be completed. They are being completed as soon as possible. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for N.W.T.
Madam Chair, no, just in regards to the increase on the increases that we're getting in regards, there will never be an increase in housing because of CMHC and the housing allotment from CMHC to the communities. Is our government looking at that to work with CMHCs to get the housing allotments in the communities risen? Because when the housing allotment or the house, if we're putting in new units into a house, or into a community, we're not able, they're taking one out of the previous or old stock. So is there any way that our government and our minister is able to try to get increases for the housing stock for the communities in numbers? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister of Finance.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. That is a bit out of the capital that I'd prepared for. I'll turn it to Mr. Martin, please.
Thank you. Mr. Martin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, the federal government is a very strong partner with housing, of course, and the N.W.T, and we were fortunate over the last several years to have support from CMHC. They provided us, for example, back in 2021, $25.5 million to put towards new builds and to put towards expansion of new public housing for the territory. CERNAC also came along shortly after that and provided about $55 million actually over a few years after that. These resources enabled us to resource the 100-unit expansion for the territory, which, as noted previously, are scheduled to be fully constructed in this fiscal year. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for N.W.T.
Thank you, Madam Chair. No, just in regards to that comment, I think with the CMHC, they might give us money, but they don't give us housing allotments. Who's got the authority to change the housing numbers per community? Is it the territorial government or CMHC for the funding that we're getting? Thank you.
Minister of Finance.
To Mr. Martin, please.
Mr. Martin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This additional 100 units that are being delivered, Housing N.W.T obviously did undertake a fair amount of review in terms of where these units would be appropriately allocated. And we did consider a number of factors, primarily the public housing wait list. And so those decisions certainly are made by Housing N.W.T, taking into consideration the input certainly from MLAs and the communities. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for N.W.T.
Thank you, Madam Chair. No, so with the housing numbers, who's in charge of increasing housing numbers? Is it CMHC for the funding that we're getting? Because they're saying we're getting a lot of money, but I don't see no new houses. I seen a new house going to Tuckton and one gets pulled out of the system. We have so many young people in the communities now. We have, for instance, there's a family back home and there's they're old enough and they all have a girlfriend or a boyfriend. They're all staying in. You have one house with about 15 people in it. It's sad to say. So what I'm asking for, who's in charge of getting these 100 new units into the communities? Who's in charge of putting the increasing the number of units? Say, for instance, Taxation has 176 houses allotted to the community. And if I get a new house in Tuck, they're going to take one out of the housing stock and put that new one in. The house, then the other one gets left behind. There's no increase. We're never going to see that growth that we try to talk about because of CMHC. But now the question is, clear as day, I want to answer. Who's in charge of increasing the housing stock in the communities? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I gather there unfortunately is not a clear as day answer, and the reason is that it depends on the operational funding associated to the housing unit. Again, I don't strictly have that in my preparations from the perspective of providing a capital plan. I understand the frustration, and I understand the question does sound like it should have a simple answer. So what I'd suggest, I can certainly turn it back. There's 5 minutes to Mr. Martin to try to explain that now, but I can also commit to providing in writing an answer as to how the determinations are made, because it takes into account factors more than just by a single authority. CMHC is involved. I gather the LHOs may be involved, as well as N.W.T. So there's 3 different levels of authority, and again, different funding mechanisms. But again, I'm happy to have maybe Mr. Martin try one more time, but I'd be prepared to make a commitment to provide something. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Martin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. No, I believe the Minister outlined certainly the key messages for today, but we will certainly support with that written response. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for N.W.T.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. You know, the federal government likes to make these big grand announcements of funding that they're giving to the territory, to everywhere across our territory in regards to housing projects and other projects. But that still doesn't change the CMHC's housing allotment per community. Until that changes, that's the biggest hurdle that we have to deal with in this government in regards to housing for the communities and the numbers. I could use another 20 houses in Paulatuck, another 20 in Ulu, same thing, 5 or 6 in Sax, maybe, and 20 in Tuck. We have no housing. Everything's run down. These retrofits, I'm getting retrofits for Paulatuck. I got 2. Tuck is 2. Major retrofit for Ulu is 1. Those in the outlying communities are the worst hit in regards to housing. And then we're getting a big federal minister comes in, oh yeah, we're giving you 64 million, but that don't mean nothing. The unit increased from CMHC until the federal government gets rid of CMHC and how they calculate their funds. That's when we're going to finally start getting some traction, start getting more housing, and that's what we have to push for as a territorial government. They say the LHO has requirements, and they look off of the housing list. Look off the housing list in Paulatuck, and all the young families that are having kids, young adults having children now, and they have nowhere to go. They all got to go to Nunavut. But at the end of the day, I urge this, like our government, I know it's coming to an end for you guys, but at the end of the day, on a go forward, the CMHC is the one that has to be changed. That's the problem. We're never going to have any increases. We're only going to get new units, and you're taking in and out of the housing stock. Our communities are hurting. We got no housing. People have to move to a Nunavut to get into a unit. And you have no units in Nunavut too. But at the end of the day, on the go forward, when the minister, the new minister, former minister, whatever, goes forward, that's the thing that has to be changed. The CMHC has got to be taken out of the picture in regards to increasing numbers into the communities, because we're not in 1960 or 70 now. and the housing numbers got to be brought up. That's just a comment, and for the communities that I represent, this is not enough. I got places we toured 2 years ago, and you could almost, just like jumping on a trampoline and some of the floors that we went in on. There's got to be, the LHOs, they got to start stepping up in the communities, in the ridings. And then with the federal government, want to come and give funds to our local governments. The biggest concern that I have is just like here, how do we track them? So the tracking is with the Council of Community Leaders. They're the ones that have to track this. They're the ones that have to apply the pressure, because we're sitting on money that's not being utilized, that's earmarked for housing. So we're failing. It's not so much my minister's fault in regards to numbers, in regards to getting more houses, because it's CMHC's fault and the federal government's fault for doing what they're doing to her, and she's wearing it, you know. So I thank you for the work you're doing, but Madam Chair, that's just a big rant, because this is such a important issue for my riding. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for N.W.T. Member for Trinidad-Willowday.
Yeah, thank you. No, I don't want to really beat this one up as well. I mean, it's a 2024-25 capital estimates budgets. You know, for what we're looking at housing this year, I'm not sure where to start, but I already voiced my concerns in March and about this issue of housing. You know, I guess as the finance minister, and the next government coming in, they're going to have some tough decisions ahead of them. Overall, you know, we get a budget of $2.2 billion. We're $1.6 billion in the hole with this fire season as it is. We're going to be reaching that in no time. You know, we got grants and contributions coming from Government Canada at more or less 75 cents on the dollar. But yet, you know, the communities in the Northwest Territories, the housing is still a #1 issue, no matter which community you look at. But to me, when I look at the Housing Corporation, you know, if I remember the last estimates, you know, I think the budget was $247 million, not including the cost share of the finance of 72 or 74 million. But overall, I mean, I can see numbers, but then on the ground in the communities, I don't see housing. I don't see new construction. Yes, we got some money from Suriname, which is $60 million over 2 years, and what's in here is, and compared to the last budget I looked at, on the side note, there were monies coming from Suriname, and I'm assuming that this is the same thing where that we're dealing with a housing crisis of 60 million, but yet the monies that are coming in are not addressing the housing crisis here in the Northwest Territories. You know, we as a government are not doing enough. You know, when I look at Nunavut, you look at IRC, it's getting to the point now where our own Indigenous governments are reaching out to Ottawa and getting their own money directly because we got so much hurdles, barriers that we have to jump through with this government. And it's really frustrating now. And so going forward, you know, maybe it's time that we review the Housing Corporation. You know, maybe it's time we bring back the Jim Burke report and start talking about a constitution. We got constitutional settled claims here in the Northwest Territories. And yet I think we need to start having those discussions. Because whenever you guys come back, all these departments come in front of me. Every time they come back, they want more money. Every department, year after year, it seems like that's the way it is. But we're still have no new construction in our communities. Home ownership repairs, we need. And we're not doing enough. So going forward, you know, the new government coming in are going to be faced with deficits. We're living beyond our means as a government. I mentioned that austerity is going to happen. It's concerning. When I hear the people in the communities are really frustrated with this government, it's not on this side of the house they're frustrated, it's on that side of the house. I hear it firsthand from the leadership. So, Madam Chairman, I just want to make this, say this because I don't have questions for the Premier or the Minister or anybody. I'm just saying that, you know, here we are again, approving another set of budget for this coming year, and I got small repairs here, and this is coming from CERNAC. So this government's competing with Indigenous governments to get money for housing from CERNAC. Is that our mandate? Yes, we signed a partnership agreement. That's not good enough. I think we're going backwards here. We got to start looking at building new relationships and partnership. But anyway, I just want to say that because I'm tired here. I see these budgets, no problem. My colleague says, ching ching, pass it, no problem. But the day is coming. The next government, we really need to take a look at how we're going to coexist here in the Northwest Territories. 75 cents on the dollar comes from grants and contributions. But yet we hide behind policies. Maybe it's time that we really review the whole government. That should be the mandate. We talk about consensus government. Today I heard consensus government a few times. I've made notes here. When I see this, and then I see that we don't go into the communities and engage with the community government on what their needs are. You know, we need ambulances in the community, and so on. We need a lot of stuff. But it's not my community is not on here. So when they talk about $2.2 billion budget, I get less than 0.5% of that budget. You know, shame on this government. So anyway, I just want to make those comments because as a MLA sitting here for a year and a half, I've been asking stuff from my community. It goes on to deaf ears. I was told that the train left. You want stuff for your community? Put it in a suitcase and throw it on the train. But the train's moving, it just bounces off. So, anyway, we got big problems coming up. And we're broke. This is not a joke. This fire here, we should learn from it. But I think going forward, I'm to the point now where I want to introduce a motion to call for an independent review of that fire. And we're going to look at how we're going to do it. We're going to talk about that next week. But we got to hold this government to account, and to me, it's not consensus government. Not the way it's been working. So, Madam Chair, I sat here, I listened to everybody today. I've been watching, listening, and I'm a little bit frustrated because, again, here I am, I'm going to be asked to vote on this budget. And how could I vote on it if I get less than 0.5% for my community? We got a big problem with mental health in our community. Alcohol, drugs. Where are the RCMP? I asked again, where are they? We buy a service, but yet at the same time, they don't even come out. In our own community, they just come out at certain times, drive around, that's it. So overall, we got to figure a way how we can fix these problems we're having. Anyway, Madam Chair, I just want to say those comments. Merci.
Thank you, Member for Tunare-Willowdale. Member for Great Slave. Sorry,
Thank you, Madam Chair. No problem. I just wanted to first reiterate a bit what my colleague for Cam Lake said regarding the way that this is all presented to me. Whenever I look at the housing budgets, I'm always wondering, well, where are the houses? I keep hearing for 4 years, we've built this, we've built that, and all of this. So then I looked at this that we have, and it's all this 13 million is just retrofits and a bit of like some boiler stuff. Now, that being said, I have since then heard the Assistant Deputy Minister make the comment that the 100 units will be completed as of this year. So that makes me ask, well, why are we not building more in the upcoming year? To me, it seems really strange that we would go an entire year without constructing any units or even starting on the construction of any units, given that, we are in such a major deficit to the point where, like, my plans after this, if I'm not successful, is to run away and rent my house. So it's actually becoming quite lucrative now to become almost these little sort of mini landlords and such, and live yourself in one room of your house and rent the rest of it out. So that being said, can the minister or the department confirm that there will be no building of any units for the Housing Corp in 2024-25? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I did just want to note the promise of 100 new units in the life of this Assembly will be realized by the end of the current fiscal year of 23-24. With respect to 24-25, sorry, and I actually realize I'm looking at 23-24. Let me take that to Mr. Martin to detail. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Martin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The proposed 24-25 capital plan at this time, the 13.47 million, it does include a few components here, but it does include 4 public housing replacement projects. So that's just 4 units being constructed. But we did want to highlight that the current revised capital estimates of 136 million for this year, that does include about 70% of federal funding that has been received over the last couple of years to help support the multi-unit delivery of our projects. And for 24-25, we have yet to receive and hope to receive additional federal funding to put towards additional builds in 24-25. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think, again, this comes back to the point that my colleague was making, that the communication out of this department is terrible. There is, the way things are presented to us, it's been impossible to figure out where things have actually been built and been constructed. I repeatedly have asked at times for updates for units in my own riding, and then to be surprised when an announcement is made with the federal government that, the Aspen Apartments is going to become public housing units, and I've had no update, even though I'd been asking for 6 months what was happening there. So it's kind of frustrating to sit here and we ask questions, and then the responses are coming back to us, well, there's all this other stuff, and sort of this, don't you know all about all of this, because we've been sending you these things over the last 4 years. However, it just goes to show that there is no real attempt to ensure that people on this side of the House understand where things are going. And so if we have to go and tease out every single little thing from the department to figure out where things are going, what's being built, then this as an informational item and the communication from the department has failed. I still sit here at the end of 4 years, and I'm on the committee that deals with housing, and I still could not tell you where units were built. I have been asking since like last year when people would be moving into the Nordic Arms, which I'm assuming is part of maybe either this major retrofit Yellowknife or whatever, but my constituent that was promised that she was going to move there has been strung along now for 6 or 7 months on that, as her son is continuously still exposed to crack smoke at Norseman Apartments. I do want to thank the department and the minister for listening, at least, and installing better security options when I did come to them 2 years ago. But the issue I have here too is that we hear from this department saying that there is, so many 300 units that are on M&I, and I know that's their acronym for things that are being retrofitted and fixed up. But I have to wonder, how robust is their assessment for the units that are remaining? So yes, they tell us, well, we've got 300 that we're working on, but who's to say that another one of like 1,000 of these 2,700 units are in dire need of repair, and it's a department that's just choosing to not assess that. I hear constantly communications about things with mold and issues and all of our things, the department, when I ask them why there's a window boarded up next to their unit, can't answer. And to me, that's concerning, because if you know even the basics of building science, you know that what happens in one unit affects the next unit. But this shows the mentality of the department to only focus on their small pieces and to treat that in an infrastructure type manner and a fiscal manner, instead of, like I said yesterday, acknowledging that they are a social department and that they need to be getting people housed. So I would like to ask, where is the assessment of the remaining units that are not on their retrofit or their I&M schedule? How far behind are they in looking at those units to ensure that they are habitable? And are they actually ever looking at the fact that they're liable for a lot of the health issues and that people in our territory are experiencing because they have not fixed these units? Thank you.
Thank you. Member, did you have any questions for the department? Or, sorry. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I caught it. I caught this one. Yeah, with respect to our assessment schedule, so there is an assessment schedule that is prepared year over year. We don't have the assessment schedule with us because that's not, I mean, again, I appreciate the connection to the capital estimates planning process, but I don't have the schedule that is for assessments for future years. I can certainly get my hands on it and provide it. That may also then, with that, we could probably speak to the rating and the risk assessment that goes in. So there's an assessment that is done, it's put through a risk assessment process that then allows for the decisions about which units are subject to retrofits and which ones wait for the next round of retrofits. So, and hopefully that will help to explain some of that. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I appreciate the Minister's commitment. I would like to better understand the process through which the assessments are made, including any standard operating procedures that are given to assessors to use. I guess the last thing that I feel the need to comment on is the conversation around the money that is going directly to Indigenous governments. And, you know, I've, again, sat here and listened time and time again to this Cabinet's talk about their great relationship with Indigenous governments, but then when push comes to shove and it's a time of actually sharing information, the Indigenous governments don't trust this department to share their information with them. So what does that tell you really about the actual work that's being done with the Indigenous governments? This is an area where nobody is disagreeing that it's important and it needs to be taken care of. It should be the one area where you think everybody would be on the same page. So I think it really speaks volumes to the distrust that Indigenous governments have for the Housing Corporation. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I did want to know, I'm glad I have the chance. I said it was the working group. It actually does have a new name now. It's the Northwest Territories Housing Forum. And I'm not sure whether or not terms of reference can be shared. Obviously, we'd be only one seat at that table, but let me make that inquiry. And perhaps that, again, also can demonstrate the level of commitment between all the parties at that forum and what they're attempting to do with that forum. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I do hope that there will be some transparency with this group. I think that if there is a hesitancy to share and to allow MLAs to have a part in this, I think the Cabinet and the Minister could be pointing back to the good work that's been done through the Forest Act and really a collaborative effort. And that's where we should be moving with all of our work between that we do in this House, is to have that triangle piece that we often hear about, where it is actually meaningfully be done, not where Cabinet sits as the go-between between the two and filters the information back and forth. I think a fulsome conversation with all three groups would be worthwhile. I just want to note that on my last comment is that this department, I think, really needs to get their communications under control. And I would suggest that they actually hire somebody that can facilitate these conversations, and not this person that we ended up with that was supposed to administer all these projects that was just one employee, again, situated in headquarters. They need to have people, elders, Indigenous leaders in communities employed by them to be the facilitator and go-between between the housing clients who are traumatized and the LHOs and the LHAs, because they are not operating in a trauma-informed way. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member. Are there any further questions or comments from committee? Seeing no further questions. Oh, Member for Montfouet.
Okay, I see here there's major retrofit, 2 units for public housing. There's 2 in Bichico and 1 in YELLOWKNIFE. And I said this morning too that, in all the Northwest Territories, I know there's housing crisis. And even in Bichico alone, we have a housing crisis where there's a family, it's not just this family, but there are other family, but this one has 7 kids, 7 children, age ranging from 13 years old to 1 year old that are homeless in my community. And we have lots of housing that need retrofit too as well. There's some houses that have been boarded up for over 10 years. And I just want to ask the minister or, the housing, I know she is a finance minister, but what is the housing is doing to trying to eliminate homelessness in small communities? It's not just my communities, there are other communities as well. And we do have a 1 homeless shelter, and it's, we do have, we do need more houses to accommodate the homeless, because this homeless shelter that we have, it's being used a lot by the communities, and sometimes when it's full, we notice that the homeless, the population do is that they go to jail. They go to the RCMP local station so that they can have a safe place to sleep. We do, this is like 2 retrofit and 1 in YELLOWKNIFE. YELLOWKNIFE also has the same problem as well. We do have a lot of family in that community that are waiting for housing. And for Klitschko region, with over 2,000 populations, I'm just saying over 2,000, Bichico is a little bit over 2,000, and YELLOWKNIFE is like close to 600 now, since the road opened, all-season road. But we do need more housing. So I just want to know, what is this government doing? Can they commit to build more houses to accommodate and to eliminate the homelessness? I know it was Premier's portfolios before it was the housing issues, it was the housing responsibility, but now it got transferred to Premier's office. So I just want to ask the minister, what are they doing? Are they going to be building more houses anytime soon? This one is for 24-25, that it's going to be completed in both communities. Thank you.
Thank you. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I have both the 23-24 and 24-25 plans in front of me. The 23-24 still does stretch into the coming few months before the turnover of the fiscal year. There are 5 new public housing units going into Bichico under the current fiscal year, and that is being done through the Klitschko Infrastructure Agreement. And then there were other additional major retrofits, both to Bichico as well as to YELLOWKNIFE, 2 different units, 2 units going into YELLOWKNIFE, again under the current fiscal year. Then we get into the present year, and that's where it is retrofits, not new units. But again, I know that some of those units, as we detailed earlier, are currently vacant. I don't know if the vacancy rates are in the Bichico and YELLOWKNIFE units or elsewhere, but that may well be. More broadly speaking, though, Madam Chair, the question with respect to the homelessness strategy, that did go to EIA and to the Premier's office. Obviously, I think reflective, as I think the Premier has said, reflective of the importance and the placed upon that strategy, and then placed upon resolving and reaching a place where we can be at a place where there's not functionally, that we are past homelessness. So obviously that reflects the importance of it. It does need to continue to be implemented. It's only a few months old. There's a lot in there with everything at the spectrum of housing, from homelessness to transitional housing to folks who may be looking to move up. So I'm not in a position here at the capital planning table to speak to the homelessness strategy, but there's still a few days left to ask questions, certainly to all my colleagues, about the status of the homelessness strategy, and the implementation of that strategy will take more than a few months. It will take a lot of time. And as you will all recall, we, in the course of our main estimates, actually we're able to put money to that homelessness strategy so that it's more than just a plan. It is actually a plan with some dollars attached to it. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Montfouille, did you have any follow-up question?
Yes, thank you. Yes, there's 165 units that's being retrofitted, and 3 in Clicho region, and with the highest population of all the of the Indigenous communities. I mean, that is a shame because it's really sad that, you know, some of our homeless populations, when that warming shelter is at its capacity, that they walk over to the RCMP station and check themselves in. I mean, that's wrong, you know, like, I mean, it is sad. It's really sad. I don't like that. So I just, yeah, and I know that she did say that there is some this past current fiscal year, but there were some houses that were supposed to be, there were some houses, new houses that were allocated in Pacheco and in N.W.T as well, but we haven't seen any of those houses. When are those houses going to be in the communities for families to move in? Because there are, like, with this family of 7 kids, there are some others with children that are still waiting. And the minister has my email of all those that I submitted within the last 2-3 weeks, that families are waiting for housing, and winter is coming, and we have nothing. And that is a shame that, you know, that we're not doing enough. And there are some units that housing has 14 units that Clicho would like to take over so they can help with the homelessness too. And that nobody, they're not even going, they don't want to transfer those units to Clicho government as well. So it would have helped with the homelessness issues too. Now we're, you know, like, I mean, we have no housing. We have lots of housing that are boarded up. That's been boarded up, some of them for over 10 years. And I don't know why it's still there. If they're not going to fix it, give it away. And that's what we've been saying for quite some time. And the housing is slow at giving those units away to some people. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further comments, questions? Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess as I sit here and I listen to, you know, the comments and the answers from the minister, is that, you know, there's no doubt that, you know, there's no doubt we need housing. And it seems like the only game in town is the Housing Corporation. And I think that's, you know, it's a good approach, but I think we have to expand that. And we, you know, we talk about it, you know, we talk about Indigenous governments. I don't see them in front of us to tell me personally what they're doing to increase housing stock. You know, we've got to tie housing into economic development. When we're looking at providing land and resources to companies, maybe part of the component should be providing housing to communities where they're getting workers from. You know, we've got to look outside the box and find other ways to do it. The other thing we've got to do is jobs. You know, we've got to be able, if we can provide jobs to people, that's another way to do it. We can, you know, we can assist people and make it, you know, buying their own homes. I don't really care how people get their homes. We just need them to get it, and we have to look outside the box. I don't, you know, I understand housing has a role to play here, and you know, we have, you know, and they have units that go sit empty for, you know, for months or years. We realize that our utilization rate for a public housing unit should be near 100% all the time. If we're doing retrofits, we should be doing them quickly, and we should be using local and northern contractors to do it. But those are the type of things we have to do. But again, this is, you know, we're caught up in bureaucracy, and government is slow. We know that. But so we've got to find other ways to do it. You know, I realize government has to do something. Then we've got the federal government on the other hand. You know, we're counting on them to provide us the money.
You know, that's where the money comes from at the end of the day. So we've got to, we've got to kind of look at everything, and it's always the same story, you know. Housing is not doing this, or housing is, you know, the houses are sitting empty and all that stuff. We've been preaching that for 4 years, and other people have been preaching that before that. So, you know, I'm kind of getting tired of it, and we have to do something different. And this next government has to do it. We're not going to do it in this next week, I tell you that. So somebody has to do it, and whoever is in here for the next government, I hope that they take a look at other approaches, because that's what it's going to take. It's not going to take just this government doing it. You know, to me, you know, if it's looked after in the communities, you know, I feel Indigenous governments could probably build houses, and I know they build houses and provides housing a lot faster than we can do it sometimes. So, you know, it's just a comment that I want to make, because we're not going to solve this problem. We're not going to build a house for every person in the Northwest Territories, even though we'd like to. You know, some people are going to have to buy their own. You know, maybe we can get, like I said, resource companies, you know, when they come in here and extract resources to help buy houses. And the federal government will provide us money so we can provide houses. But everybody has to do their part, and you know, and that's the way. At least that's the way I see it. So, thank you.
Thank you, member. Seeing that there are no other members who I have on my list, I remind the committee that the estimates for Housing Northwest Territories are included in the capital estimates as information item only. The committee will not be voting on the activity total. Seeing no further questions, please return to the Housing Northwest Territories summary on page 75. Are there any further questions or comments from committee? Seeing no further questions, does committee agree that consideration of Housing Northwest Territories is now complete? Thank you. Ministers, you may, your witnesses may, or, sorry, Sergeant at Arms, you can escort the witnesses from the chamber. Does committee agree that you have concluded consideration of table document 973-19, brackets 2, 2024-2025 capital estimates? Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I move that this committee defer further consideration of table document 973-19, brackets 2, 2024-2025 capital estimates at this time. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. The motion is in order to the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? Abstentions? Motion is carried. Thank you, committee, and thank you, ministers. We're going to take a 10-minute break, and then we are going to come back because we have our supplementary, appropriations? Yeah, so we're going to take a 10-minute break, and then we got, nope, you guys all want to talk on it? Then we'll be here longer. Unless you want to do a team talk and have one team talker.
I'm calling Committee of the Whole back to order. Committee, we've agreed to consider table document 974-19 brackets 2, supplementary estimates, operation expenditures number 3, 2023-2024. Does the Minister of Finance have any opening remarks?
Thank you. Yes, I do, Madam Chair. I'm here to present supplementary estimates, operation expenditures number 3, 2023-2024. These supplementary estimates propose a total increase of $120 million to the short-term borrowing authorization limit. Primary purpose of this increase is to address and respond to the unforeseen emergency costs as a result of the wildfire activity this year. That concludes my opening remarks. I'm happy to answer questions, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Do you wish to bring witnesses into the chamber?
Please.
Sergeant-at-Arms, please escort the witness into the chamber. Would the Minister please introduce her witnesses for...
Thank you, Madam Chair. So on my left, Deputy Minister of Finance Bill McKay, and on my right, Julie Mujson is the Comptroller General.
Welcome. Members, can we forego general comments? Does the committee agree to proceed to the detail contained in the table document? Committee, we will begin on page 2 with the Department of Finance. Supplementary estimates, operation expenditures number 3, 2023-2024, Department of Finance, revised borrowing authorization, $120 million. Does committee agree? Thank you. Committee, do you agree that you have concluded consideration of table document 974-19 brackets 2? Oh. Member for Cam Lake.
Very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, so I'm wondering if the Minister can explain in greater detail why we have a need for, like this is different than our normal SUPs that we get. Normally when we get a SUP, it's to pay for something. And this one here, it expands increases our borrowing limit. And so I'm wondering if the Minister can speak to in more detail for the public what that is and why it's needed, and then I'll have more questions after that, please, as a start. Thank you.
Thank you, members. Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Madam Chair, when the main estimates are tabled, the focus of the attention generally is predominantly on the ability or the authority to spend the money that we have in that budget. But another item that's in there, and certainly does get some attention, although perhaps not quite as much, is the sheet that includes the authority to borrow. And it's that number now that we're looking to have amended by way of this supplementary appropriation. So you have the authority to spend, which is the department by department budget lines that we all look at, and that are is what you typically see as a supplementary appropriation. If a department, for example, ECC, needs additional money to support their wildfire fighting efforts, that goes in as their ability or authority to spend. However, in order for the government to actually spend money, they have to have the cash on hand. The timing of when we have cash on hand depends on a few things. It depends, for example, on the timing of receiving taxation revenues, and in particular, the timing of receiving revenues from the federal government, which I think most folks are aware that is the dominant amount of our budget in revenues does come from one form or another of federal transfer. We don't necessarily get those as one lump sum. We get the territorial form of the financing as a lump sum, but the rest does come in over the course of the year at different times. And at present, because of the significant outlay of additional cash over the course of the summer, significantly because of the wildfires, but certainly not exclusively, there's been the low water levels have also resulted in higher expenditures. All of those things combined put us into a situation where we are concerned that particularly with an election and the scheduling changes around when the Assembly's sitting, we are expecting that there's a reasonable possibility of running into a state where the government won't be able to pay with cash without increasing the short-term borrowing. So the short-term borrowing just gives that ability of flexibility to increase the amount of cash available to us if needed. Let me stop there so that the clock doesn't run down further. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Cam Lake.
Yeah, thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, and I know that this has been a very difficult assembly, and as such, that's reflected, I suppose, in the requests for increases to the borrowing limit. And so in the life of this assembly, this is our third now request for increases to the borrowing limit. And I'm wondering, what is this government going to do in order for us to see, or for the next assembly to see, more money in surpluses, and to be able to kind of be a little bit more prepared for additional dollars in emergencies, because we know that we're going to see more in the years to come. Thank you.
Thank you. Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So let me first just start with respect to the idea of there being about the borrowing limit, because that is a term that generally is associated to the federally imposed borrowing limit of $1.8 billion. This is different. So we're not seeking any change to the federally imposed borrowing limit. And in fact, what we did when we changed the fiscal responsibility policy is, rather than kind of allowing, you would see over the course of many years and long before this current government, the Assembly would see sort of creep up towards whatever that federally imposed borrowing limit might be, and then see the federally imposed limit go up. With the current, or the most recent changes to the FRP, what we've imposed is our own internal limit, to say that if we hit that line, that we will, at that point, we are obligating ourselves to take steps to engage the federal government and discuss where we're at in that borrowing limit. We are not at that internal line. We are coming up to that line, but we are not at the line. We've kept ourselves under it intentionally. We're hoping, again, to not even need to borrow what is here, but we certainly want to not be in a position of having to come back at the very beginning of the 20th Assembly with a group of new members and to have to go through this process. We want to have this cushion now to be able to get through to the next properly constituted Assembly and sitting of that Assembly. Now, the second part of the question being around, what are we doing longer term in the fiscal update, Madam Chair? I spoke to the medium-term outlook. The medium-term outlook, of course, is, as we said, does still provide us stability and does bring us back to a point where we actually create further room between our total debt and the borrowing limit. The current year was particularly significant. Last year there were also some fairly significant cash outlays because of the summer wildfire and floods. This year was just particularly extraordinary. So, again, I can't predict in the future what next summer might be. Certainly hopeful that it will not be anywhere on the scale of present. If that's the case, then we are projecting ongoing operating surpluses and then not requiring any further adjustments to the borrowing plan beyond what would be in the main estimates of next year. The question of whether and when to pay down total debt, and if that's something that the government of the Northwest Territories does want to prioritize, is probably a discussion for the 20th Assembly at this point. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. The minister spoke briefly to conversations with the federal government, and I'm wondering if some conversations with the federal government are occurring and hopefully gaining some success in giving us some advance payments on some of the dollars that we've spent, that they know that they're going to be reimbursing us down the road. I know that it sometimes takes years for those payments to catch up, and are these conversations progressing, and would those dollars actually help this situation that we find ourselves in now so that our purse strings aren't quite so tight? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. First, apologies to the translators. I think I'm speaking quickly. Yes, so the short answer is most definitely there have been conversations with the federal government, including from the Premier's office, but also from other ministers' offices, including in particular ECC as our EMO lead and their counterpart at Public Safety. the federal government is aware of the challenges created by this huge outlay of cash without an advance on what will otherwise be at least some amount of funding coming from the federal government to help offset those costs. The trick is I don't know when, and although the response has been positive, and really the federal government invited us to put in a request for an advance, so that I would suggest indicates that they are well aware that we need it and that we need it to happen quickly. For 2022's flood season, we received a 50% advance, but we only got it in this fiscal year. So again, we are quite hopeful right now, and that and optimistic that we will see an advance on the current wildfire season in this fiscal year. But I would be remiss in this role to say that's good enough, and we'll see what happens. So that is why we are before the Assembly saying that the borrowing authorization, that's what gives us the appropriate cushion and legal authority to borrow short-term if we need it, so that we can pay vendors and pay staff and pay our bills in cash. Thank you.
Minister, member for Cam Lake.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm wondering if the Minister can speak to, without the approval of the supplementary appropriation and the increase to short-term borrowing limit, will the N.W.T be in compliance with the FAA? Thank you.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, it would depend. And it would depend, again, if, and really there are other steps that we could take to ensure that we remain in compliance. If the advance from the federal government were to come in, if other anticipated transfer amounts come in, and that offsets, the outlays of cash that are going out by bringing in more, then we may not find ourselves in as difficult a position. Right now, that's our projection is that over the course of this fall, we will need something extra. And if we didn't have that something extra, then yes, we wind up, if we take on more borrowing not authorized by the Appropriations Act, then that puts us out of compliance. To avoid going out of compliance, we can simply stop spending, which means putting holds on our payments and or other project delays, which is also not a situation that we want to find ourselves in. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Cam Lake, short question.
Question. Would the approval of this SUP create room to pay for additional resident and business supports for people who were evacuated from the territory? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister?
No, Madam Chair, this is not new money to spend. This is the ability and the authority to borrow money to spend the bills we already have, or to pay the bills that we already have. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Are there any further questions? Supplementary estimates, operation expenditures, number 3, 2023-2024, Department of Finance, revised borrowing authorization, $120 million. Does committee agree? Thank you, committee. Do you agree that you have concluded consideration of table document 974-19 brackets 2 supplementary estimates, operation expenditures, number 3, 2023-2024? Ms. Cleveland.
Agreed.
No. Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I move that committee defer further consideration of table document 974-19 brackets 2 supplementary estimates, operations expenditures, number 3, 2023-2024 at this time. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. The motion is in order to the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? Abstentions? Motion is carried. Consideration of table document 974-19 is deferred. Thank you, committee. Thank you, minister. Thank you, witnesses. Sergeant at Arms, please escort the witnesses from the chamber.
Committee, we've agreed to consider Committee Report 61-19, brackets 2, Standing Committee on Social Development Report on the Review of Bill 81, an act to amend the Education Act No. 2. I will go to the Chair of Standing Committee on Social Development for any opening comments. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, the Standing Committee on Social Development has advocated for improvements to education in the Northwest Territories over the life of the Assembly. While Bill 81 represents just Phase 1 of the Department's proposed improvements to education, which focus on operational and administrative amendments, the committee, along with overwhelming public concurrence, was disappointed in the phased approach. The phased approach lacked a thorough engagement process in which to inform meaningful change to address the uneven and poor state of education in the Territory. The Minister did provide a commitment that Phase 2 of the Education Act amendments will include robust engagement and result in substantive amendments to the Act aimed at improving educational outcomes of Northwest Territories students. While Bill 81 is very limited and technical in nature because it proposes changes to education, the committee took on the task to review the bill very seriously. Through the engagement process, the committee received 6 written submissions and met with residents and stakeholders from Inuvik, Norman Wells, Delaney, Colville Lake, and Yellowknife. The committee took the concerns received in the engagement process and moved amendments to the bill to address these issues. The committee received ministerial concurrence to amend Bill 81 with regards to student transportation, Education Oversight Committee, and parental consent and student education program modifications. Based on the breadth of grave concerns the committee heard from stakeholders in the engagement process, the committee provides recommendations to the government to inform Phase 2 of the amendments to the Education Act expected in the 20th Assembly. Recommendations for Phase 2 amendments of the Education Act include improvements to the approach and engagement process, absenteeism, wraparound services, and support for students with disabilities. The committee expresses gratitude to everyone who met in person with the committee and provided their thoughts in writing. The committee acknowledges the disparities in education outcomes in small communities and the lived experience of small community residents. The committee acknowledges many stakeholders shared very personal and even shocking experiences as a result of gaps in the education system. The committee would also like to recognize this information was shared in an effort to address the desperate need for improvements to the education system in the Northwest Territories. The committee would like to thank all stakeholders for their contributions. Madam Chair, individual members may have additional comments at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Member. I will now open the floor to general comments on the committee report. Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have to say that this bill and our taking it on the road was probably one of the more impactful ones that I've had in the last while, or has struck me in the last while, was that just how deeply and passionate the people in the Territory are about the education system, and really where the state of it is when you look outside of Yellowknife. I didn't expect to hear the stories that I heard, I guess, really. And I do want to, like my colleague said, express my thank you to those that shared with us. A lot of it, and you know yourself, Madam Chair, as being part of that committee, there were a lot of really tragic stories. You know, I never thought about the fact that somebody who is upgrading and then going off to an education in the South would become so demoralized upon not being able to keep up with their colleagues that they would then turn to self-harm. And I really wanted to thank the mother that shared that story with us. It was very painful, but it really impacted me in seeing the bigger picture of how the failures in our education system is impacting the youth in every way. Even the ones that have done what they're supposed to do and have made it through and have upgraded and have gone on, only to find out that they don't meet the criteria and they don't have the same qualifications as the rest of Canada. And I can't imagine what that does to someone's psyche and their mental health when, you know, they've been this crowning jewel of their community and only to then come back and feel like a failure. you know, I was really impressed upon me doing this was as we toured schools and such. I had already mentioned the state of the school in Delaney. That was really impactful. But I think the biggest thing was the disappointment from members of the public that this wasn't the be-all, end-all opening of the Education Act that was going to be, you know, the driver for the mandate item to improve educational outcomes. I understand why it was done this way and that there were certain things that administratively needed to be done, but in retrospect, I think that it felt then very dismissive in a sense to community members that they were being told that they were yet going to have to wait even further when this assembly first got in and spoke a lot about education and about the children and the youth, and that seems to really have gone by the by. And I get that we've had, you know, crises after crises and environmental issues and pandemics and such, but it's not an excuse to not do things in the right manner. And so I'm glad that there was a good back and forth with the department. We heard a lot of concern around the transportation, and that was not carried forward, and I appreciate that that was you know, a compromise, and I think we worked well with the department in this regard on this bill, but I felt just the disappointment of the people in what this was. And I guess just to not belabor that point any further, one piece that I think is really key that needs to be taken forward into the next assembly is that the Indigenous governments that have their self-government already figured out, their next plan is to take on their education acts. So as we're moving this legislation forward and we embark on phase 2, it really needs to be done in that collaborative manner so that we're not setting up a new system that then contradicts whatever the community of Delaney wants to do for themselves or what the Clecho may want to do with their Education Act. And I'm excited for that. It was sort of the thing about it all that I was like, you know what? Let's let the Indigenous people do this. Let's let them take it on and take care of the children because it's not working the way it is right now. So just some of my rambling thoughts on our bill, but I do want to also say thank you very much to the communities that welcomed us in. It really was a pretty fabulous trip, and they were very welcoming, and we had some amazing discussions with people there. So thank you.
Thank you, Member for Great Slave. Are there any further comments on the committee report? Seeing none. Member for Cam Lake. Oh, Mr. Bonarush.
Merci, Madam Chair. I was on the committee that traveled with social development on this Education Act. Although it was specific to several items that would give some leverage to the department in accessing school records from the communities. We did hear, as my colleague from the MLA for the Great Slave, who spoke passionately about it here, she pretty much captured everything that was out there. But there was other ones that I heard from the Bodell, you know, Education Council members up there that they're saying, well, all these changes we're looking at making on this first round, you know, how is that going to improve the education of the students? And I was really, you know, taken aback by that because that's been my, you know, concern since the start of the 19th Assembly when I took on education as a campaign issue from all the concerns I've been hearing from even my community, which is quite surprising. And then finding out a little bit here and there that, you know, even the attendance records were being fudged. You know, they were being overloaded compared to what was actually in the school. So there is a, you know, and the grade levels, as mentioned before, was very dismal. It's surprising that I'm just hearing like, oh, geez, the grade 12 graduates, they only have grade 8 or less as an actual grade level. And I hope the minister appreciates why I've been after, you know, what were the actual grade levels in our schools, because it becomes important when you have to go out into the world and we don't have our students getting grade 12. And then, you know, I've been saying that before too, even for the university that the N.W.T is contemplating, is that our people are not going to be walking those halls. You know, I really believe that there are, you know, very good educated students out there. We just need to push them a little bit more. We need to challenge, you know, challenge them at the community levels. We grew up, I think everything was all right. You know, my aunts and my uncles, they were Dene. They spoke the language. They didn't have education. Life turned out okay. It's because it was the fundamentals of the 3 R's: reading, writing, arithmetic. That's what I see is kind of lacking in the schools. We don't know what's really happening in the schools either, because nobody is having meetings with the community. It was just specific to parents. They get little notes. There's no community meetings, you know? And nobody knows what's going on in the school. I know some of the problems that I've been hearing from parents. You know, I'm not against the Dene immersion program. I know what the Dene are really concerned, that there'll be a total loss of language. And when I was a leader in 2000-2001, for my community, there was a group of people tasked with putting up a language wheel where it showed, you know, the fluent speakers, and it goes out, and that it really showed that we were losing our language. And with the Dene immersion program, I realized it creates employment. That's what it was doing. Created employment. And when we went to school concerts, it was just, you know, glorious to see that our students were singing in the N.W.T language. Well, I'm wondering if there's a different way we could approach it, because there's concern that our students weren't learning English or the alphabet in English till grade 4. That's what I was told, grade 4. They didn't know how to read the alphabet. They didn't know how to write the alphabet. That's what I was told. And that became a concern to me, because I always said at graduation ceremonies, I always said what the elders, I still remember what they said. You know, we want good education for our children so they can become doctors, lawyers, engineers, teachers, and such. That speaks about what we expect from the education system. And from what I see in the small communities, we're not even going to get there. We've lost it. So everybody that's out there in the district education authorities or councils, DDECs, the divisional education councils, chiefs, mayors, Métis presidents, we all have to start talking about education in the N.W.T, and specifically in our small communities. Because we've lost, like in my community, we've lost a lot of really good Southern teachers that were gung-ho about teaching our children. They had the drive, but after social passing, all I've been hearing is, it's out there. Teachers are saying, well, I don't need to teach them this because they're going to pass anyways. So that complacency is hurting us from the vision of what our elders had been saying, that message that I still preach at graduation ceremonies. And education is a pretty big topic because everybody says you need the education to get a job. We know there's always other avenues, but for technical schools, you can go to work on equipment and everything else that way, nursing, whatever. But as I've been saying, if we know the student is not going to have grade 12 level when they graduate, at least we should be helping them so that they can pass a trades entrance exam. That's almost like a cop-out still. And we don't have enough teachers in our school systems in the small communities. We've got 2, 3, 4 grades for one teacher. And perhaps we don't have enough students. Now that becomes another problem. So everything that I'm saying here, it really warrants almost like a Royal Commission on Indigenous education in the small communities. In the next assembly, I really would encourage them to really consider that. We need to go to every community, not cop out and say, oh, regional center and fly them in. Go to every community so you can even see their living standards and what is happening in their community. You really have to understand what's going on here with education. And we need the education department to be a lead in a lot of areas for us, as I've been, jumping all over the department because they weren't doing their job, I'm saying. Maybe they were doing their job, but it's just we weren't doing it the right way or something. We weren't focused in the area. Because I don't know, I see education like it could be having a major shift. It's what I'm kind of seeing, so. Oh, sorry. So anyways, that's. Yeah, I thought I would mention that. Masi, for listening.
Do any other members have any comments on the committee report? Thank you. A member from Montfouet.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I know that this one, it's phase 1 and phase 2, but phase 1 was the important part of this legislation. Phase 1 is the one that, that included to work with the Indigenous government. And I still feel that this minister missed the opportunity of working with the Indigenous government to modernize the Education Act. This was a step for us, especially with the Indigenous government, and this would have been a good start to the reconciliation. And they missed that. They missed that opportunity. And that is why a lot of Indigenous government, they were opposed with the phase 1. Phase 2, phase 2 is also important, it's good, but that's after the fact. It was the phase 1. For the first time, the Indigenous government would have been part of working on the education system for their people. But no, we were left out. So I still feel that they missed the opportunity because Just like what my colleagues said over there, and then Ron and Caitlin and Katrina talking about the education system, on the tour. And a lot of people did say that, And I don't mean to discredit anyone. I don't mean to discredit the Indigenous teachers, language teachers. They are doing their best. But we are lacking a lot of resources in small communities. And we even have some schools that are still teaching multi-grade. I mean, that's not right, because there, lots of kids are falling through the crack. They're not getting the proper education. When a teacher is focusing on grade 1 and 2, and 3, and only have one support, sometimes they don't have the support. So the teacher is teaching all grades in one class. Those kind of things have to stop. And we don't even have access to speech and language pathologists in a lot of small communities. This is one of the things that where the department can come in, wait and fix it later. It's too late for many by then, because you can't do nothing. That's where a lot of young kids, we notice that they quit because they can't function. They miss out on lots of things. So this is where I think, that's why I said that, this was phase 1 was the one that we could have made a lot of the mistakes that were made in the past right through this in phase 1. Phase 2 is okay, that's after, like I said, but I think that it's just more program and more resources is needed in small communities so that our young people can catch up. So we all want a lot of our youth to be educated in 2 languages, and we all want our kids to become doctors, lawyers, astronauts, all those high-level professionals that in other regions take advantage of. We can't take advantage of any of those things because we're still lacking. And I know that today is an Orange Shirt Day, and I know that I heard a lot of comment made before that education starts from the house, from our home. But how can that be when a lot of these parents did not know how to parent? And it goes to the next generation, and that's why we have 98% of children in child welfare systems. So this is where I think we could have made all those, the mistakes that were made from the beginning. We could have fixed it. And I don't blame any of those Indigenous government that wants to take over their education program, because they don't want their next generation to go through what our past generation, we went through. We don't want that. And we want our kids to function at that level. And it's just, yes, larger regional centers do have the advantage and we don't. And even us in Klitschko region, we're just right next door. We're still being denied a lot of programs and services. And we have to come to Yellowknife to access those. Even for speech and language, some of those parents, they have to come here. And for small communities in Sahtu, they have to come here, or in Nuvik to access those programs. And it's just really, really frustrating. And this is where, what I would like to see for the next government is that more programs and services should be going out to the small communities and start focusing on the little kids. We still have hope. We can still do it. It's just that we need more resources. And let's not focus too much on larger regional center, because we have the same rights as anybody else. Our kids have the same rights as anybody else. And this is very shameful for me, even to talk about it, to say these things. It's really shameful, and it shouldn't be like that. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further questions for the Social Development Report? Member for N.W.T.
I want to thank my colleagues for going out to the communities and hearing all the concerns that we do have. And with the social passing has to stop. We have to put more emphasis into our children and our youth that are coming up and giving them a chance to succeed in life instead of putting up roadblocks and barriers. I think that the social passing and with the new curriculum coming in, I really hope that we could really get in front of it and start working with the communities and all of the local community governments, and like with us, it's a Beaufort Delta Education Council. And I do have communities in my riding that have 1 teacher, 2 teachers, that, it's tough on them, extra work and a lot less students, but at the end of the day, you want to give all that student all the tools to succeed in life. I think what we have to really realize here, that all the problems and issues we have right now is because of not being our children educated. And right now, from the youth, the kids from 30 down are having a tough time. They're really having a tough time because of the drugs, the alcohol, that's all happening. And and the biggest part of that is because of the education. And they don't think they could do it. But once you apply yourself and put 100% effort in what you're doing, anybody could do whatever they want. But it's just a matter of encouraging them. And I just wonder, for the next government and that going forward, I think we have to put more emphasis on, it's so easy for us to say, oh yeah, our youth are our future. But there's nothing us backing that up. We have to back it up. We have to make a difference now. And all the problems that we're having with the housing and all these problems that we're having in this assembly, with teeth, with justice, with healthcare, it's all going to start pulling back. It's not going to be so bad once everybody's educated. And it's, like I said, I'm going to stop here, but social passing has to stop in the communities and across our territory, because it's just going to alleviate the pressure as us as legislators in this assembly on the go forward. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member for N.W.T. I will now turn to Member for Trinidad-Willowday.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also want to make a couple comments. We got to keep remembering that education is a treaty right. Based on the treaties that was made in 1900 and Treaty 8, my great-great-grandfather is the one that signed the treaty in Ford Resolution. And Treaty 11 was made in 1921, up and down the valley. And when the treaty was made, it was made with the Crown. And Government Canada was supposed to uphold those treaties. So that's why we got a Government General. And here we have a Commissioner of Northwest Territories. When we do an oath to office here, it says that we're supposed to recognize and respect the treaties that are made. And what's going on now is that the way Government Canada is managing how they're going to deal with Aboriginal people here in Canada are done so through land claims and self-government agreements. And not everybody signed on to those agreements as well. There's still ongoing agreements that are being negotiated. But right now, as it is, the Government of Canada has an agreement with the Government of Northwest Territories that was created in 1967. And a lot of Aboriginal people still don't recognize this government as their government. It's still recognized as a territorial council, territorial act under Indian Northern Affairs. The thing is that what's happening now is that we have, now that we got some settled claims, a lot of these governments are really frustrated because they want to enhance the education at the community level, build new schools. I've been advocating to get a new school in Detta. And the dates on those schools that I've seen in some of the material I was reading before are saying that that school is probably 1987 or even 88. But that's not right. You know, it goes back to probably even earlier to 1978, but there were trailers. And again, you know, it's getting to the point now where the Indigenous governments are actually want to do a letter to the Governor General themselves and say, hey, look, we need a new school. We can't continue to go out to the territorial government for a school because they're not delivering and they're not honoring and respecting those treaties. But yet, 75 cents on the dollar is grants and contribution that comes from Government of Canada. So I think it's something that we really need to take a look at as a government, is that, you know, we got to start working together. Start building relationships. And we need to start building trust. Part of this committee, we got a letter from the DELO DEA expressing their issues and concerns. There's a lot of DEAs up and down the valley, but we all have to fall under the Education Act. But that act also is competing with our treaties. And that needs to be recognized, and because it's our treaties are in the Canadian Constitution on Section 35, 1 and 2. And the Territorial Council is you know, they've basically, in theory, maybe we're agents of Government Canada. In theory, maybe the Crown we're doing the Crown work, but we're not upholding those treaties. So I guess what I'm trying to say is that it's getting to the point now where, and I mentioned earlier that the Indigenous governments are now are concluding their claims. Some are not yet there yet, but they're really frustrated because, you know, they want to go directly to Canada now and start getting that money that they give to the territorial government to be diverted to them so they could provide their own education, maybe create their own Education Act, etc. But anyway, Madam Chair, I just want to make a note of this because I want to continue to emphasize that education is a treaty right. And I want to make sure that this government continues to respect that because we have an oath. It's in the Canadian Constitution. We can't change it. It's there. And going forward, we need to think about doing business different now. And that's why sometimes I wonder now, maybe we need to start having those discussions about how we're going to move forward and coexist down the line. Whenever I sit here and I see committees come in front of this desk here and asking for all these monies for these departments, it's really frustrating because when I sit here and I look at it, no problem. But yet whenever the communities want something, it's different. So I just want to make a note of that because to me, again, I want to emphasize we do have a treaty. It's alive and well. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. From Member for Tunade-Willowday. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I move that this committee recommends that the Department of Education, Culture and Employment create a stakeholder plan that prioritizes meaningful engagement and face-to-face meetings with Indigenous governments, youth, students, community members, and elders. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. The motion is in order to the motion. Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to re-emphasize how important this one is. I was really struck by how invested all the community members were that came about having a say in the curriculum and how things move forward and how the schools are operating within their communities. So I thought this was a great motion for us to put forward. Thank you.
Thank you. To the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? Abstentions? Motion is carried. Member for Cam Lake.
Madam Chair, I move that this committee recommends that the Department of Education, Culture and Employment draft aspirational legislation for its next iteration of the Education Act that takes a holistic, trauma-informed and culturally responsive approach to education that is accountable to all Northwest Territories communities, its residents, and most of all, its youth. Thank you.
Motion is in order. To the motion. Member for Great Slave.
Madam Chair, I think it would be very remiss if we didn't talk with this motion about the incidences that we have seen over the last while in some of our schools, which includes some pretty disturbing video footage that was shot in the community of Fort Simpson. I did not see anything in that video that showed a trauma-informed or culturally appropriate approach. And in watching that video, it was very disturbing to see that there was comments being made, and in contact with the family afterwards, they told me that their child no longer wants to go to school, and very much spoke to me about the legacy of the residential schools and how this had evoked for the family a lot of a history of trauma. I think this has been a conversation that us on social development and AOC as a whole has had throughout the entire time on the Assembly, was this trauma-informed approach. As I deal with other departments that deal with marginalized people in the territory, I time and again see that this is not happening. A case in point was the income assistance letters that went out and slid under doors, threatening everybody that their rent was going from $80 up to $1,600 because they hadn't filed income tax. So this government has a really long way to go in being trauma-informed and actually carrying that out in their work instead of just speaking to it and paying lip service to it. So I think that this is a very important motion, and I hope that everybody will support it. Thank you.
To the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? Abstentions? Motion is carried. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that this committee recommends that the Department of Education, Culture and Employment work with education bodies and schools to promote school attendance by building on community strengths and parental involvement. Madam Chair, if I can speak to this one briefly. When we were visiting communities, attendance was something that came up quite frequently, and what we were met with was a lot of people from a place of wanting to positively participate as a community and as a parent group in finding solutions along with the department and supporting one another in order to increase student attendance. And so I think this is one where there's a lot of desire to use creativity to find different ways to get students back in the schools and keep them there. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member for Cam Lake. Next time, wait until after the motion is called, and then you can make your statement. No, I won't make you repeat yourself. The motion is in order. To the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? Abstentions? Motion is carried. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I move that this committee recommends that the Department of Education, Culture and Employment build a northern-specific model of coordinated wraparound services for N.W.T schools. Thank you.
Thank you. The motion is in order. To the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? Abstentions? Motion is carried. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that this committee recommends that the Department of Education, Culture and Employment A, increase funding and expand professional development opportunities for staff to best support students with disabilities. B, expand the suite of programs and services available to students with disabilities in their home communities. And C, improve data collection as it relates to students with disabilities. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. The motion is in order. To the motion. Question has been called.
All those in favor? All those opposed? Abstentions? Motion is carried. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I move that this committee recommends that the Department of Education, Culture and Employment review the territorial-based support team function to ensure teachers and students receive the support they need in a way that meets the community's needs and establish outcome-focused measures to determine if the team is achieving its goals. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Member, the motion is in order. To the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? Abstentions? Motion is carried. Thank you, committee. Do you agree that you've concluded consideration of committee report 61-19 brackets 2? Thank you, committee. We've concluded consideration of committee report 61-19 brackets 2, Standing Committee on Social Development report on the review of Bill 81, an act to amend the Education Act number 2. We will. Okay, just give.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm here today to present Bill 81, an act to amend the Education Act number 2. Bill 81 represents the first phase of amendments that make operational and technical improvements necessary to improve the education system. A second phase will continue beyond the 19th Assembly to allow for more in-depth discussions with Indigenous governments, education bodies, and the public on the future of education governance in the Northwest Territories. This bill seeks to amend the Education Act to recognize the vital role Indigenous peoples and Indigenous governments have in education, eliminate confusion about roles and responsibilities of the minister and education bodies, protect parental involvement in decisions around student grade placement and education program modifications, and support information sharing and accountability. These amendments also help to address the findings and recommendations of internal evaluations and reports of the Office of the Auditor General of Canada. Bill 81 was informed by the extensive public engagement that occurred in 2021, as well as detailed engagement sessions with education bodies throughout the development of the bill. I wish to thank Standing Committee for its thoughtful review and collaboration in helping to strengthen this bill through their motions to amend. I wasn't quite sure we'd get here, but here we are, so thank you to Standing Committee. This concludes my opening remarks. I'd be pleased to answer any questions members may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Would you like to bring witnesses into the chamber?
Yes, I would.
Thank you. Sergeant at Arms, please escort the witness into the chamber. Minister, would you please introduce your witnesses for the record?
Thank you. To my left, I have John McDonald, the Deputy Minister of Education, Culture and Employment, and on my right, Laura Jeffrey, Legislative Counsel with Legislation Division in the Department of Justice.
Welcome. I will now turn to the Chair of Standing Committee on Social Development, the committee that reviewed the bill, for any opening comments on Bill 81.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, Bill 81, an act to amend the Education Act number 2, received second reading in the Legislative Assembly on March 30th, 2023, and was referred to the Standing Committee on Social Development for review. The Standing Committee held a public hearing in Yellowknife on May 31st, 2023. The committee then traveled to Inuvik, Norman Wells, and Delaney from June 6th to the 9th, 2023 for further engagement on the bill. The public hearings in communities were very well attended, with impassioned concerns expressed from residents. The committee met with the Chief and Council of Bedzi Adha First Nation and also received 6 written submissions for the engagement process. The committee held a clause-by-clause review of the bill with the Minister of Education, Culture and Employment on August 15, 2023. In an effort to address the concerns raised by residents, community governments, and organizations, the committee advanced 5 motions to amend the bill, all of which the Minister concurred with. These motions make changes which include the removal of the requirement for education bodies to be responsible for transportation, provide greater participation of Indigenous governments in an oversight committee, and increase parental involvement in student education modification programs. I'd like to thank the public for their time to meet with committee to provide heartfelt and at times unsettling stories regarding their experience with the Northwest Territories education system. I'd like to thank committee members, legal experts, and staff for the work that they did on Bill 81. I'd also like to acknowledge the collaborative work by the Minister and the Department in getting this bill to where it is today. Individual members may have additional comments or questions. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, member. Members, can we forego general comments and proceed to the clause by clause? Thank you. Committee, we will defer the bill number and title until after consideration of the clauses. Please turn to page 3 of the bill. Clause 1 through 5. Does committee agree? Clause 6 through 10. Does committee agree? Clause 11 through 15. Does committee agree? Clause 16 to 20. Does committee agree? Clause 21 to 25. Does committee agree? Clause 26 to 30. Does committee agree? Clause 31 to 34. Does committee agree? Committee, to the bill as a whole, does committee agree that Bill 81, an act to amend the Education Act number 2, is now ready for 3rd reading? Thank you. Committee, does committee agree that this concludes our consideration of Bill 81, an act to amend the Education Act number 2? Agree? Thank you, Minister. Thank you to your witnesses. The Sergeant at Arms, please escort the witnesses from the chamber. Committee, we've agreed to consider Bill 93, Practice of Engineering, Geoscience and Applied Science Technology Act. I will ask the Minister of Infrastructure to introduce the bill. Oh. Sorry. Sorry, committee. Committee, we've agreed to consider Bill 94, Miscellaneous Statute Law Amendment Act 2023. I will ask the Minister of Justice to introduce the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm here today to present Bill 94, Miscellaneous Statute Law Amendment Act 2023. The purpose of Bill 94 is to amend various statutes of the Northwest Territories for which minor changes are proposed or errors or inconsistencies have been identified. Each amendment included in the bill had to meet the following criteria. A, it must not be controversial. B, it must not involve the spending of public funds. C, it must not prejudicially affect rights. And D, it must not create a new offense or subject a new class of persons to an existing offense. Departments responsible for the various statutes being amended have reviewed and approved the changes brought forward in this bill. The proposed amendments are minor, uncontroversial, or non-substantive, and many consist of technical corrections. The amendments are of such a nature that the preparation and legislative consideration of individual bills to correct each statute would be time-consuming for the government and the Legislative Assembly. This concludes my opening remarks. I'd be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Minister, would you like to bring witnesses into the chamber?
Yes, I would.
Thank you. Sergeant at Arms, please escort the witness into the chamber. Yeah? Okay. Introduce your witness.
Thank you. I'd like to welcome back Laura Jeffrey, Legislative Counsel with Justice. Thank you.
Thank you. I will now turn the chair of Standing Committee on Social Development, the committee that reviewed the bill, for any opening comments on Bill 94. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, your committee would like to report on its consideration of Bill 94, Miscellaneous Statute Law Amendment Act 2023. Bill 94 received second reading in the Legislative Assembly on June 2nd, 2023, and was referred to the Standing Committee on Social Development for review. On June 29th, 2023, the Standing Committee held a clause-by-clause reading with the Minister of Justice. Madam Chair, the committee reports that Bill 94, Miscellaneous Statute Law Amendment Act 2023, is ready for consideration in Committee of the Whole. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member for Cam Lake. Can we forego general comments on Bill 94 and proceed to the clause by clause? Committee, we will defer the bill number and title until after consideration of the clauses. Please turn to page 1 of the bill. Clauses 1 through 5, does committee agree? Clauses 6 through 10, does committee agree? Clauses 11 through 13, does committee agree? Committee, to the bill as a whole, does committee agree that Bill 94, Miscellaneous Statute Law Amendment Act 2023 is now ready for third reading? Thank you, committee. Does committee agree that this concludes our consideration of Bill 94, Miscellaneous Statute Law Amendment Act 2023? Thank you, Minister, and thank you to your witness. Sergeant at Arms, please escort the witness from the chamber. Committee, we've agreed to consider Bill 93, Practice of Engineering, Geoscience and Applied Science Technology Act. I will ask the Minister of Infrastructure to introduce the bill.
Thank you. I'm here to present Bill 93, the Practice of Engineering, Geoscience and Applied Science Technology Act. Bill 93 seeks to appeal and replace the existing Engineering and Geoscience Professions Act. I met with Standing Committee on Economic Development and Environment to answer questions about the bill on July 18th and 25th, 2023. In addition to engaging with the N.W.T. engineering firms on the regulation of technologists, the Department of Infrastructure also met with the government of Nunavut to discuss how the bill might affect engineers in that territory. Legislative partners in Nunavut already made significant progress towards a draft bill aligning that territory's laws to our new act, which they hope to introduce that into territory's legislative assembly shortly. This new version of the Act will keep responsibility for overseeing the territory's engineering and geoscience professionals with the Northwest Territories and Nunavut Association of Professional Engineers and Geoscience, otherwise known as NAPEG. The Department of Infrastructure worked closely with NAPEG in developing this bill to make sure the new governance framework will meet NAPEG's needs and capacity while allowing public oversight where necessary. Most importantly, this bill will increase public safety by requiring NAPEG members to undergo continuing professional development throughout their careers, and by giving NAPEG responsibility for accreditation of applied science technologists and technicians, which are currently unregulated occupations in the two territories. This bill will also help encourage engineers to work in the territories in two ways: by allowing NAPEG to grant restricted engineering licenses to professionals with foreign credentials, and by making it easier for engineers to resume work after parental leave. Standing Committee has indicated its support for the passage of Bill 93, and I thank the members for their work in reviewing the bill. That concludes my opening remarks, and I'm happy to answer questions if members have any.
Thank you, Minister. Minister, would you like to bring witnesses into the chamber?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Sergeant-at-Arms, please escort the witnesses into the chamber. Minister, please introduce your witnesses.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, with me I have Celeste McKay, further to my left, ADM of Asset Management. I also have Ms. Allison Scott, who's Manager of our Legislative Affairs at the Department of Infrastructure. And to my right, I have Laura Jeffrey, who's the Legislative Counsel with the Department of Justice. And at the end, I have Mr. Mark Kronk, who's Director of Design and Technical Services with the Department of Infrastructure.
Thank you. Welcome. I will now turn to the Chair of the Standing Committee on Economic Development and Environment, the committee that reviewed the bill, for any opening comments on Bill 93. Member for Nunavut.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Bill 93, Practice of Engineering Geosciences Applied Science Technology to Act, received second reading of the Legislative Assembly on June 2nd, 2023. It was referred to the Standing Committee on Economic Development and Environment for review. Bill 93 gives the Northwest Territories Association of Professional Engineers and Geosciences new powers and duties. In the committee's review period, the committee received 2 verbal submissions on the bill. Clause-by-clause review of Bill 93 was held on July 25, 2023. The committee proposed the amendment of legislation to legislate the online publishing of more information, and the Minister concurred. I'd like to thank the committee for its hard work, because the Economic Development Committee is the best, and on the review of the Bill 93. Individual members may have additional comments, Madam Chair, or questions. Thank you.
Member for Nunavut. Committee, may we forego general comments and proceed to a clause-by-clause review of the bill? Committee, we will defer the bill number and title until after consideration of the clauses. We will go through the clauses in groups. Please turn to page 1 of the bill. Clause 1 through 10. Does committee agree? Clause 11 through 20. Does committee agree? Clause 21 to 30. Does committee agree? Clause 31 to 40. Does committee agree? Clause 41 to 50. Does committee agree? Clause 51 to 60, does committee agree? Clause 61 to 70, does committee agree? Clause 71 to 81, does committee agree? Committee to the bill as a whole, does committee agree that Bill 93, Practice of Engineering, Geoscience, and Applied Science Technology Act is now ready for third reading? Thank you, committee. Does committee agree that this concludes our consideration of Bill 93, Practice of Engineering, Geoscience, and Applied Science Technology Act? Thank you. Thank you, ministers. Thank you to all your witnesses. Sergeant at Arms, please escort the witnesses from the chamber. Member for Cam Lake, what is the wish of committee?
Madam Chair, I move that the chair rise and report progress. Thank you.
There's a motion on the floor to report progress. The motion is in order and non-debatable. All those in favor? All those opposed? The motion is carried. I will now rise and report progress.
May I please have the report of Committee of the Whole, Member for N.W.T. Lakes.
Mr. Speaker, your committee has been considering table document 973-19 brackets 2, table document 974-19 brackets 2, committee report 61-19 brackets 2, Bill 81, and would like to report progress with 8 motions carried, and that committee report 61-19-2 is concluded, and that bills 81, 93, and 94 are ready for third reading. And Mr. Speaker, I move that the report of the Committee of the Whole be concurred with. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for N.W.T. Lakes. Do you have a seconder? Member for Yellowknife North. Or South, I mean. Yellowknife South, sorry. All those in favor? All those opposed? Any abstentions? Motion's carried. Third reading of bills. Third reading of bills. Minister responsible for Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by the member for Inuvik Twin Lakes, that Bill 77, Nursing Profession Act, be read for the third time. And Mr. Speaker, I request a recorded vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. The Minister's requested a recorded vote. Motion is in order to the motion. Question has been called. The Minister has requested a recorded vote. All those in favor, please rise.
The member for Yellowknife Centre, the member for Hay River North, the member for Inuvik Twin Lakes, the member for Decho, the member for Hay River South, the member for Cam Lake, the member for N.W.T, the member for Trinidad-Willade, the member for Montfouille, the member for Great Slave, the member for Nahende, the member for Yellowknife South, the member for Sawtoo, the member for Range Lake, the member for Inuvik Boot Lake.
All those opposed, please rise. All those abstaining, please rise. The results of the recorded vote, 15 in favor, 0 opposed, 0 abstention. The motion is carried. Bill 77 has had third reading. Third reading of bills. Third reading of bills. Mr. Clerk, orders of the day.
Orders of the day for Tuesday, October 3rd, 2023 at 1:30 p.m. Prayer, minister statements, member statements, recognition of visitors in the gallery, reports of committees on the review of bills, reports of standing and special committees, returns to oral questions, acknowledgements, oral questions, written questions, returns to written questions, replies to the commissioner's address, petitions, tabling of documents, notices of motions, notice of motion for first reading of bills, second reading of bills, consideration in committee of the whole of bills and other matters, bills 23, 65, 74, 75, 78, 80, 83, 84, 85, and 92, committee reports 52, 53, and 55, and 62, minister statement 264-19-2, table document 681-19-2, table document 973-19-2, and table document 974-19-2, report of committee of the whole, third reading of bills, orders of the day.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. This House stands adjourned until Tuesday, October 3rd, 2023 at 1:30 p.m.